just different.
Yo, peace and black power. It's your brother Knowledge from Live. Do the Knowledge Radio. The place where knowledge is
Do
born.
the Knowledge Radio.
This is 3K.
Think tank.
This is 3K.
Hey.
This is 3K.
I swear that knowledge is born. It's where I swear that knowledge is born. It's where I swear that knowledge is born. It's where I swear that knowledge is born. Who ran, who ducked, who drew down, return fire. We're the warriors, the healers, enlighten us. I'm tired of the same old, that game old with an upgrade. I'm a sunbathe in the sun rays while my guns blazing, they complain. Devil, my level not attainable. My metal, not malleable. I'm a man, didn't need that manual. Reparations is incalculable. Yeah, we wanted in blood, dead in the begging, head in the beheading, metal to the meddling. Members is aggressive, getting to the Armageddon. Karma, seem calmer when it comes to retribution. Cannibal, catalyst in my clips and I use them on traitors and haters and the ones that spread confusion. Cause the devil's playground wasn't built for our amusement. Ay, meet me at the guard hour. Ay, in these strange days, you gon' need a strong counter. Spin like Beyblade. Impenetrable armor, Orient aura. This story, this saga get gory before it get calmer. Keep holding that revolutionary posture. 85 gon' dip and dodge her, but when they get monster, they turn into MC Light, earrings, and become door knockers. I'm irate, they pirate the culture, send them to Davy Jones' locker. It's okay. Let them think that you lost it. Be patient, this type of thing you can't force it. Play possum, but not know out the road. Then they can't comprehend cause the language is coded. We plan ideas and we plan explosives. Make your pockets go for more bits or more bread. The portal done open, they can't close it. You ain't got a sideline, you could cause more risk. No set birth date, no Dorian Gray portraits. It's about to get ugly and these devils can't forfeit. Ancestral memories, so no, I won't forget. What we building is an impenetrable fortress for show. Every show is just like a core ship, and my flow for show tighter than your gal's corset. It's okay. We are the source, you can't outsource it. Even Spartans don't want no parts, Neff. What do you know? Before you know it, 3,000 wild Africans at your doorstep. Hey, meet me at the guard hour. Hey, in these strange days, you gon' need a strong counter. Spin like Beyblade. No, we will not cower while the rest they play safe. We will move with God's power. This is not for play. Honor my ancestors, play the Ori day. Peace to you, loved ones, stay dangerous and stay safe. AKAs and AKs coming to make their caves cave. Wreck the race like take case, stay dangerous and stay safe.
Brothers just walk up on me and they're just like, you know, you can just see the hunger in their eyes. Like as soon as you know what I mean? They was like, yo, you know, we agree and we think that you would fuck with us, and you know, I'm telling you, like, we nice and just give us a fucking chance type of shit, you know?
That holistic health and natural herbs actually work. So without any further leeway, Miss Nadine Gilyard.
Thank you. And to have him tell you, my son, he said that I was whispering to him before in the womb. Mm-hmm. So he actually knew me before that. I certainly knew him. That's for sure. In that womb. That's right. But my name is Nadine Gilyard. I'm what is considered at this time, because I've been into this for 30 years. I've been doing holistic healing and natural medicines for 30 years. I deal with every disease imaginable. Everything from the common cold to AIDS, and I've been very successful with all of that. I studied in China, Beijing, at the university there with the ancient doctors. I studied in Escondido, California, with some of the oldest herbalists in the world. Very fortunate for me, okay? So, they consider me being an old soul, and I can believe that because from the beginning of my birth, I just want to share with you how I got into this. I was born, the youngest girl of 15 children. And scientifically, when inherited weaknesses when you're born with inherited weaknesses, they come in 10 to 20 years earlier for each generation, weaker and earlier for each generation. So me being born the youngest girl and my youngest brother, came in conflicted with a lot of inherited weaknesses. So just in short, because I don't want to take a lot of time on that, I came in the world with...
You can just hold that in your hand if you want, or you can just clip it on.
Okay. I came in the world with colon cancer, cancer of the uterus, 3/4 of my kidney eaten away by tuberculosis, a hole in my lung, and a peptic ulcer. And without saying it, I wasn't supposed to be here because of all the trials and tribulations that I went through with doctors and traditional medicine. It didn't work for me, to say the least. Each time that they would find one thing wrong, and they would try to suppress it, because that's the only thing they're ever taught to do, is suppress that symptom, something else would come up, because drugs and chemicals are not designed for the human body. They have nowhere to go in the body, so they're going to cause some other dis-ease in the body. They call it disease, but it's a dis-ease, discomfortive system, meaning that waste has taken over space somewhere in the body where it doesn't belong, causing systems not to be able to do the function that it should. And that's all disease is, okay? You have 102 systems in the body. Your body produces 1 billion cells every hour. You're made up of 12 trillion cells. So you're really just one big cell tissue. And the way you become ill, or dis-ease as I like to say, is toxic material that we inhale, we ingest from just the air we breathe, the foods we eat, the clothes we wear, and all these kinds of things. We're constantly ingesting poison into our cells, and they die off. Well, the science that I learned, the science is called iridology, which was our first medical science that originated out of Africa. Iridology, of course, means the study of. So you have the study of the iris of the eye, which is iridology. Then you have the study of the feet, which is reflexology. And then you have the study of the hands, which is kinesiology. And all that really means is that you have a corresponding organ to every organ and system of the body through your eyes, hands, and feet. Iridology is the most accurate science there is. It's 98% accurate. It'll show you anything that you need to know throughout your entire system. And I can blink in your eyes to do it because I've been doing it for 30 years. Try doing something over and over every day for 30 years and see how sharp you become with that, you know. So I like to explain it and I like to show it because it seems sort of spooky, so to speak, because we're not used to the simpler things in life. The medical profession has really complicated things. They've made things seem real scary, and it is real scary. A lot of times, put in their hands, it's scary because they don't always have your best interest at heart, and they know that drugs and chemicals are not useful for the body. So they know that something else is actually going to happen. The chart? Something else is going to actually happen when they give you those drugs and chemicals, and that's just a constant connection. They're going to keep you connected to them because of that, okay? So this is how the body is set up through the iris of the eye. Your body is split in half. Half your side, your body, you inherited from your mother. The other half you inherited from your father. Every person comes in the world with at least 12 to 15 weaknesses in the body. You have 102 systems. So you say 12 or 15 weaknesses may not seem like a lot, but it depends upon which systems are weak or how you're going to feel. Okay? You have what are called key systems of the body. Okay, and I'm just going to go over some of them because if those systems are not working, your body can't heal. I don't care what you have. You have to have balance, and everything is a balance. So you have to have balance in the body just as like you have to have balance in your life in order to maintain good life. Okay? So you'll have starting from this side here is your ascending colon. This is how life began, believe it or not, from the colon. You started out as a bowel. Ascending, your transverse colon that connects you to the other side. You are descending, sigmoid, run on out to the rectal anal area, which is 8 miles to that colon. Then you have 21 feet of small intestine that sits in the center. Now, 8 miles is a lot of colon. That's why when you go to the doctors and you contract cancer, you can cut off so many feet and they say, well, that's okay. You know what I mean? You have a lot more left. But that's not true. You start cutting things away, then you're going to run into blockages. What's going to happen, things are going to start to cut off and not circulate the way that they should, okay? So I know a lot of you probably heard that 95% of your diseases stem from your colon, okay? I like to call it the garbage disposal. That's where everything leaks out and starts to spill into where we have a weak spot in the body. It starts from the colon, large and small intestine, then the waste material in the body filters down through your kidneys, gallbladder, then it ends up in your liver. The blood that pumps out of your liver then goes into your heart, and then the heart sends everything back to your circulatory system, lymphatic and circulatory system. So it's one connection. It's one connection. It's no way out unless you're helping it to work itself out. And that's all I do, is I teach you the process of elimination. I magnify your eyes with the magnifying glass and light, and that shows me what I went to school to study, are weaknesses, discolorations, markings, and lesions, something you can't see with a naked eye. But when you magnify it and you learn it, you understand what it is, okay? And it holds true, okay? Now, I went over the colon, but surrounding this colon, the only thing that separates your colon from your other organs, it's what's called the autonomic nerve ring. This is this white ring in the center here. That's your nervous system, one of them, that's attached to the colon. So if 95% of us have some toxic material in our colon, there's also 95% of us that's really stressed out, because you can't have one bad thing without having the other. It's attached, okay? So 95% of us have some form of stress in our bodies. And then we have the outside stress that triggers off what's really going on the inside. People think it's stressful. I'm not in a stressful environment. Yeah, well, you have some undesirables inside that's pressing on those nerves, and it's sending signals out to the rest of the body, causing illness, causing weakness, causing depressions and all types of diseases that you can't imagine, okay? So these are key systems now. These systems must be in good working order in order for you to think in terms of having health, all right? Now, we have the thyroid gland. I'll just stay here. The thyroid gland. The thyroid gland is the gland that controls the fat in the body, all right? You can't burn up too much fat. That's why the people who are hyperactive and always wanting to eat and eat a lot of food, but their bodies are like, it's like on speed, you know what I mean? It burns up all the calories and the fats in the body, okay? So you can't have a thyroid that's burning up too much fat, or you can't have a thyroid that's not burning up enough fat, okay? It's a key system that must work, all right? And then you have the the lungs. I'll just go with the lungs, the upper respiratory system. All right? You must deep breathe. And 95% of us are not doing that because they don't even know how to breathe. They don't even know how to breathe from their mouths, the way you're supposed to breathe, and let it out. You understand? So 95% of us are walking around getting a lack of oxygen to our brains, okay? Because 50% of our brain needs oxygen. It is water. So you need a high concentration of oxygen going to the brain. And the brain is, of course, what tells the body what to do. So if your brain is out of balance, your whole body's out of balance. You know, it's a king. You know what I mean? It's the king of this distribution, of showing us what we need, walk, talk, think. All the things that we do is coming from that brain. So you must have a good working brain, and lack of oxygen, exercise, and all that, it plays that role, all right? So we must have deep breathing, good lungs. Then we have the kidneys. These are all the ways that waste has to leave the body. And these are the systems that were designed to get rid of that waste for us naturally, okay? And when these systems, again, are not working, your body's holding on to more waste than it should, and the waste that the body is supposed to throw off naturally every day, which is scientifically 2.5 pounds. Scientifically, we're supposed to throw off 2.5 pounds of waste material out of our skin every single day, just by sweating. But most of us don't do enough form of exercise. We don't drink enough water, you know, to form that sweat to throw it off. And that's why we're diseased. Because again, we're holding on to toxins that we shouldn't have, that the body should be throwing off on its own, all right? Then we have this system here. And I always can't wait to get here, because no one ever talks about that, okay? The spleen. The spleen is 3/4 of your immune system. 3/4 of the immune system, and nobody wants to talk about it. Doctors even, they haven't even figured out what the purpose is yet, much less talk about it. They don't even know what it is. I remember, I think Williams, my nephew, he's got to be 45 years old right now. And I remember even being a little girl, but a very sick little girl, I remember when they took his spleen out. He was 9 years old, and he didn't grow, and he would always wind up with fever blisters all the time, which is nothing but a viral. It's a low immune deficiency, okay, that's in the body, which comes from the spleen typically. And they knew it had something to do with it, but they couldn't connect it. So what did? They took it out. So now he has no immune system. So he had to actually leave New Jersey because he was dying. He couldn't breathe. He was getting sick. He was catching everything that you could catch. So he had to go move into the country. So at least he wasn't, you know, at least he's not in such an environment where he's just catching everything. They took that at 9. He's 40 years old. He's still living because, you know, the things that he's learned throughout the years. I've helped the family. You know, I've taken good care of my family. I thank God for that. You know, that I've been able to deal with every disease imaginable. So whatever you have, it doesn't matter. Take care of my children, and I've taken care of my grandchildren. Okay, there's and believe me, I've been tried and tested. I mean, I was never supposed to have children. I have 7 children. Insides were totally restored. I have 14 grandchildren and 1 to come. To still live here, to still be dealing that same thing. I birthed my own. I still birth my own children, my grandchildren. No one touches them. My children have never been in the hospital in their life because society won't allow you to do certain things. At this point, I'll go in, and we're going right out. Once that baby's born, we clean them up and take them home. I never stayed in the hospital more than a day. Doctor got so used to me, I know, you're going home. Yeah, that's right, job's done. I ain't no need of me being here in this filth, and this disease, and this place to die, because hospital in Latin means a place to die. If I'm sick, I don't want to go to a place to die.
Ma, can you say that one more time?
In Latin, hospital means a place to die.
Make sure they got it in TV world. Say it one time. So they get it in TV world in case you did it real fast.
It's very serious. I don't want to go to a place to die, especially if I'm sick. Okay, because that's where all the diseases are, and that if you didn't have something, you won't leave with something. You hang around there long enough. That's why I always got in, took and wrapped my babies up, and got on out of there. Last time I had my last one, I had her in the car. I sat in the car and had it just wrapped up in my towel, my own towel. I bought from home. Sat there, pulled his leg up. By then, you know, I was a pro. 7 times, put the leg up. My husband thought I was out of my mind. I said, bump, wrapped up. I said, now you can call him and tell him again. He said, you are crazy. He was losing his mind. I was sitting there, but who could do it better than me? Who could tell me better than me what was coming, what was done, and how it was done? 7 times? Please. You know what I mean? So I had her wrapped up, and then I called my glue baby because it is a fact. When you have those babies and you have them close like that, they stick to you like glue.
That's right.
Each one of my grandchildren I birthed, you can't pull them off of me. You think I birthed them. I had my youngest grandson in the post office the other day. The men in there, they thought that was my baby. Because how he was responding so well and he spoke so well. Little tiny little guy too. You know what I mean? He spoke so well. Excuse me. He's getting bored because the line was long. So he bumped himself and he's in full coat and cushion. I let him move around and exercise. You know what I mean? So he needs to work himself out a little bit. As long as he rolled down on the floor. He said, "It's all right. I'm okay." You know what I mean? Before anybody can ever even say anything, don't even get excited. "It's all right, I'm okay." And coming out of this little mouth. They were amazed just watching him. You know, because of the things that they're taught. I take this job very seriously. This mother job, this grandmother job, I am so proud to be in this place where, I have so many children, grandchildren. I'm talking about extended family. You come in my neighborhood, and you're going to hear, ma, 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 everywhere you go. How many children do you have? I lost count a long time ago. Now, because I've lived long enough to be in my 2nd generation, it's ma and grandma. What total respect from these beings, and what better feeling in the world can you have than that? When these children, and they come up, and you see all the remarkable changes, and especially the ones that were ill. Oh, I mean, I've been dealing with AIDS patients since 1986. All of my AIDS patients are alive, well, and symptom-free. And it's been that way. I had a 3.5-year-old from 1986, full-blown AIDS. He had already had the shingles 3 times. Shingles is like real bad skin disease. Forms from the immunity, the lack of, and he was itching, and he had real serious problems. This little guy, but he was so smart. Children are so smart. When he came to me, they had already given him his death wish. They told him he wouldn't live more than 2 weeks, and his mother, they had gave her tickets to go to Disney World as his death wish, okay? And they said he wouldn't live more than past the 2 weeks. I said, well, bring him on over here, let's see what we can do. He couldn't talk because of the AZT that they were giving him, were burning up his vocal cords on the inside. Let me tell you a little about AZT. AZT was the next form of chemotherapy that they designed for chemotherapy. And what happened was, once they found out that it was so hot that you couldn't even touch it with your hand, they put it on the side. They threw it sort of supposedly in the garbage, but in the garbage that was never thrown out, because they were going to use it sometime later. You know what I'm saying? Even if they had to cool it off a little bit. But however, they were going to keep. So they kept this, and they. So when this so-called, I like to say so-called AIDS, because I can break it down point by point. I'm not going to take time like that today to do that to you, but I'm telling you, I can break it down point by point to show you where it came from, how it came, why it came, and what it is exactly on a scientific note. Nothing else. Because all I speak about, what I'm speaking to you today about is science. It's a scientific proven fact. And you can go back and research it and you can find it. You understand? And this is from the ancient. This is from the beginning of time. The only thing I can deal with is from the beginning of time, because this is all the thing that ever saved my life. You know what I mean? If it worked then, it still work. How is something going to change? I've studied under Dick Gregory for a while, and that's how I learned about AIDS and what it was and how it came and so forth. You know, he puts the information out, and then I do the work. This is my job. I do the work. So I'm fully connected with all these top herbalists in the world and all these people who are on the righteous path of health. You understand? And a lot of other good things. Okay? We're fully connected. We stay close. And Dick Gregory was, I like the way he explained one little thing when he was talking about AIDS. He said, how are you going to come up with a new disease when you're not doing anything new?
Wow.
You're not doing anything. You're eating, you're sleeping, you're drinking your coffee, tea, whatever, your vodka. You know, all the same stuff. How are you going to come up with something new when you're not doing anything new? There is no new disease.
And what Dr. Africa say, your body only produces a certain amount of things where all these diseases come
from. At the same time, that's the same things. Mucus, undigested food that rots. Everything is just a stage of weakness. Acute, subacute, chronic, degenerate. Okay, when it becomes a degenerate state of condition, then that's something that's really old, that's been in there for a long time, and it's really poison, and it's starting to get into more than just that one system or so. It's really spilling into a lot of things. And that's when they call cancer. You know, they scare you with that one. Ooh. I had colon cancer, cancer of the uterus, 3/4 of my kidney. And I always got some, you know, that try to come up. Because you always got to, everyone has some. Believe it or not. It's in there, and what you need to do is stay on top of it so it doesn't take the control of you. You have to get rid of that. You have to keep your body clean. You need to go through different periods of just a natural cleansing. Nothing big, you know, just clean the bowel out real good with some natural cleansing. Clean your blood, you know, with good blood purifier. You know, stay on these key systems. Know yourself, though. You got to know individually where your weaknesses lie. And this is where the iridology comes in, okay? Because your weaknesses are different. Everyone has some different ones. I have the kidneys, the lungs, heart, so forth, and yours might be different. So you might not need the same cleansing as I need. But generally, people, just on a general note, if you take in on the key systems that I'm talking about, then you can help your body to maintain a better health. Okay? Now I need to talk about this system here. That's the lymphatic and circulatory system. That's the system that's right up underneath the skin. Okay? That's all of your veins and arteries and capillaries from head to toe. Must be in good working order. Okay? Try not letting blood flow get to an organ. What's going to happen to it? It's going to die off because of it. So you have to have maximum circulation. 95% of us, again, has some form of poor circulation. So you need to know what they are. This is what this is about. This is what the iridology is. It's going to tell me exactly where your weaknesses are and what you need to work on. So when you go to the health food store or you order some herbs and things, you know exactly what your personal system is calling for. Not just taking things because somebody said so, or the thing that's on the shelf and the brother in the store said, and all of that. If you don't know yourself, then you're working blind. And it might not be the best thing for you. Even with the doctors, they're only practicing physicians.
Practicing, being the key word, that's right.
Practicing physicians, and they're practicing on everyone that gives them an opportunity to do it. And they'll practice until you die. And then they'll say, oh, well, I tried. You know what I'm saying? And they get away with it. And you pay them to kill you.
Check.
Pay them. Big bucks. Because you got to pay health insurance. I don't care if you're going to pay. Now they got so many co-pays. It's almost as much as it used to cost if you had to pay out. Right. All of those games that they're playing as far as the money and the insurance and all that stuff. And try not having any. And see what you get. Try going there when you don't have any insurance. Oh, then you're really at a loss. And I'm not even saying that you might, under emergency kind of situations, if you don't know anything else to do, if your blood pressure has shot up, or your diabetes is that you're going into coma-like type states and conditions, that you don't need to go to the doctors to maybe get an injection or whatever, if you don't know what else to do. Then to stabilize you. I'm not saying that. But that's not a way of life. That's not something to prolong. That's only a temporary relief. They make you believe that herbs were designed for the temporary relief and it takes a long time to do it. When your body is made up of vitamins, minerals, and nutrients. We're made from the earth. So the only thing that's going to actually ever heal our body is exactly what we're made up of. You can't go in and put an artificial medication inside the body and expect to get well with it. The body will reject it. There's nowhere to go in the body. It's going to destroy something. It doesn't belong. So you have to get that. You have to get that. You have to stay as close to nature as you possibly can, and you won't go wrong. And I'm not saying there's not a lot of people on the bandwagon out here trying to make a buck off of the same types of information that I'm sharing. You know, they have watered down products. That's why you have to be really careful. A lot of them are filled with cereal grain. And that's why if you take them, you say, oh, that stuff didn't work. Giving us a bad name. The people that are sincere. You know what I mean? But I don't worry about that too much because I've been in this for 30 years, so I'm doing something right. And I've been in, and I work out of at least 48 states right now. I've been in all the states. I have students in every state. Okay? I handpicked though, because everyone can't work for me. That's my son. Everyone can't work for me.
I can't even work for it.
Right. Everyone can't work for me because you have to have a certain type of spirit to be in where I'm in. Statistically and society, everyone told me all of my life, ever since I've been into this, they said, you're never going to make any money off that. You can't do that. You're not a business person. You don't know what you're doing. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I got my own health. That was priceless. You understand? I learned how to maintain my own life and self. I've been able to take care of every disease imaginable. Curtis was born, my son. They said that when he was born that he was going to be mentally retarded and brain damaged. He was 2.5 pounds at birth. He went down to 1.5 pounds. I used to hold him in my hand like this. Right? This is big.
How many months premature?
3 months. He was a 6 month, just barely. Okay? So I'm holding her in my hand. But guess what? Physically, besides him being that small, physically he was fine because I could take him out the incubator. That's how I used to hold him in my hand. But then I started putting that word on him. You know what I'm saying? I started putting the energy in him. You know what I'm saying? I said, boy, you're going to grow to be a football player. In fact, I'm going to buy you a football right now. And I did.
That's right.
Put it in the incubator.
That's right.
Went and bought him football jerseys, the dog size.
Right.
Put it on him, big letter. He was just a big letter in the front and back. That's all. Put it on him. I said, you're going to be the big... I said, you mark my words, brother. I'm telling you, this little boy, in my hand, the palm of my hand. That's as big as he fit. Then you know what they did? You know what they did to my son? I go there and I'm there every day. I go home, get my change up and come back, and I'm looking for my child. And I know where his bed is, but I'm looking for him and I'm saying, where's my son? And they're looking at me like I'm crazy. I said, no, seriously, because I'm about to lose it now. Where's my child? I just left him. The next day I come back. Here's a baby in this incubator, the size of a 3-month child. That's him. Overnight. They took and they blew him up with an experimental drug and blew him up overnight. They cut the wristband on his hands. He still has the scars to prove it. On his arms, they cut in his leg. They cut right into him so deep that those scars still remain to this day. His head was blown up this big. The water that filled up in this boy's head, and you know in the top there, well, that was just so full of water. I mean, it all juggled. Okay? I lost it. I completely lost it. I lost it, whereas the nurse, one of the nurses that really was that took care of him, she was on duty, she said, she called me to the side so I could calm down. She said to me, she said, I can lose my job for this, but I'm going to tell you what they did. They experimented on your son, and they gave him a drug similar to embalming fluid, and that's what's in him. They tried to make him a big baby overnight, and they experimented. So what happened the next day? The next day, after they're trying to detox him and trying to get all this fluid that had blew him up, they said to me, he has a blood clot on his brain. And he's going to be mentally retarded and brain damaged. And I said, all right, it's time for him to go home. Gotta go.
And tell them,
Gotta go.
Tell them that they tried to bomb you too. Tell them this is.
Oh,
what
they,
you do to your loved ones.
I forgot, I did skip just a little while back. You know what they tried to tell me first? They said to him, well, you have 5 other children. Let's just get rid of them. Just kill them. Right here.
We give you some money for him, that's what they said.
Because they wanted to use him for research. And so I said, well, it's time, he has to go home now. They said, well, he's too smart. I said, well, that's all right. He has to go home now. Because what you're saying to me, you can't do anything with him. Let me take him home. I'm going to take him home. I didn't ask anything. I always, when it was in the part of demanding, it was done. You know, when I left the hospital, it was done. I left. I had to have 2 people hold me up on each side to leave, but I left. I took him home, wrapped him up. They said, well, he'll need to have that blood clot checked out, and we have to wait until he's older because he's so small that we'd have to go into the back of his head, right, and bleed it like that, and do surgery. So, but we have to wait till he's bigger in order to do it. I said, what? So I take him down to the supposed to be the largest research hospital in the world. That's in New Jersey. I took him down there, and you know what they did? They gave, first of all, they gave him a drug to put him to sleep, to put him through the MRI, and they couldn't wake him up. He stayed asleep for a week. He stayed asleep for 1 week. They overdosed my son. He was alive, but he was overdosed. Oh, we gave him too much medication. That was it there. That was enough. To make that long story short, what happened was I took him home and I started nurturing him on herbs. I put it in the baby cereal, you know, natural herbs. And the main herb that I take every day and I love, because and some of you guys might want to try that too, because that cola is fabulous. It gives oxygen to the blood, to the brain. I was giving it to him. Start feeding him with it. By the time they went through and got that MRI, that morning before we left, had a fierce nosebleed. You know I was praying on it. I was praying like nobody's been. I'm talking about serious prayer. You know what I mean? I'm talking to God. I'm telling you, I'm talking to Him like I'm talking to you right now. To tell them that I know that these people might not be the best people to have in their hands, and I really need you to step in to do what needs to be done. And I just listen. I stay quiet, and I stay in prayer, and I listen, and I got the information of what to do. And I gave him that Coca-Cola, and I knew that morning what that sign was when the fierce nosebleed. He has never had nosebleed again in his life since then, to make sure to know that that was it. So when we went to the hospital, they took the MRI, and they no longer found the blood clot, they said, well, it's a miracle. I said, well, would you think it had anything to do with that nosebleed he had yesterday morning? Nah, that ain't had nothing to do with it. I said, okay. So I'm really learning and understanding what they're doing, what this is. This, I know what's going on. I'm there with them. I know exactly what happened. I know exactly what I did. But I wanted to see their response and what they said. What would you say? Well, he wound up being an over average child. When I brought him to school, I told him, I said that the doctor said that he's going to have to work slower. They said, you're lying. I worked with that boy. I was pulling my hair out sometimes. I'm telling you. I mean, literally pulling my hair out because I had to teach him. And what happened with him was he would do an action before the thought pattern would catch up. So he had a disconnection, but I was there studying. I'm paying attention. That's what it is. It's a disconnection. So when I got that Coca-Cola and I put that in there, I could put it together. And nothing works overnight. Nothing works overnight. You have to work. You got to be consistent. And the consistency of it, by the time he got to school, they didn't even know he had any difficulties at all. And this is in the kindergarten, and, you know, they're in the kindergarten. They told me I was lying. And then he wound up being in the gifted and talented. All of my children. They all put him in gifted and talented. They told my one son, the musician that he's talking about, when he went to school, but I already knew that. I knew that he was born that way. I had 3.5 years old. God set the first black concert pianist in the state of New Jersey and put him on my son. And he's still doing that same music right now. You know what I mean? And a way of things have a way of coming back around. That same piano teacher, that same story that I tell about him. Here he is. He was playing for a church, and he's in there, and the minister gave out a flyer. Wound up giving one to the teacher. Then my son is now almost 30 years old. He was 3.5. Then when he taught him, he told me never put a learned person on him. It always has to be taught by a gifted person like himself. So very fortunate. And here that teacher came in and saw his student there, and he was so thrilled about, you know, when he comes back around to see that.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It was a wonderful thing. However, this young man right here, after all, just his trial and tribulation of all he went through, I mean, he came out being a master, and I knew who he was because he had that fight. That's why he kicked out at 6 months. He wanted to get out. He busted the water, just everything, just get out. And he got out. But all of that showed me the sign of the strength of who he was, what type of individual. That's why I even to teach him different. I have 4 sons. I had to teach him differently, and even early discipline him differently than the average child, because he wasn't an average child, and he was extraordinary. You know what I mean? And then as he was growing and developing, I watched this extraordinary. When he flipped that 360 degrees, boy, did we see something then. That was a whole nother side of the individual that had gone through all of that. But if I had, which I did, gone through, because I went to the same likeness. See, when you're dealing with the children and when they're born with that and you're sticking them with all kinds of needles and things like that, when they're born, that messes with the nervous system to begin with. So they're angry and upset and strained to begin with. That's why I wound up with a peptic ulcer. They found it at the age of 12, but I had it from birth because I was sick from my mother's womb. So I had always been in the hospital, always under some type of stress, medication aggravation. Put a hole in my stomach. You see what I mean? And it had to get so bad for them to find out what it was. First of all, they weren't looking for an adult disease in a child, so it had to manifest into this major problem before they ever knew what was going on. And then when you have disease in the body, especially when you're dealing from the colon, like all of the garbage disposal, leaks out, small and large intestine, kidneys. Well, that's our inherited weakness. Went straight down to the kidneys, 3/4 corroded. Mine. My youngest brother didn't form a kidney at all, just a rotted tissue. And they scraped that out. Because he was 2.5, he went down to the size of a 9-month baby. But fortunately for me, the man who helped us, the doctors who helped me, was the man who I still mimic. That's why I have my little black bag, brown bag, black bag. I have them. And I even go to the house. I'll still go to the house, service everybody in the house. They used to do it for $5. Service everybody in the house, you know, check everybody's eyes out with their little light and their little glass and everything. And that's what I do. Go on that. That's the same thing. That was the original. That's the original science.
Yes.
You can't say it originated out of Africa. They stole it in the 1700s. Here in Europe, been using it ever since.
They don't give you that.
See what I'm saying?
Business when
But it costs, but oh yeah, oh no, they don't want me to know about this. I'm not supposed to know about that. But I could deal with all of these diseases and I'll put them to shame. I did an analysis on, and at that same university hospital there in Newark, I did the analysis on the director and the assistant director of the adult AIDS department. Because when people started asking me, oh, how come you know about AIDS and the doctors don't know about it? I said, that's a good question. So when they invited me down, because all the workers got well right in front of their faces with the diseases. See, y'all don't put the light stuff on me, you put all the heavies, you know what I mean? Because you know I'm going to take my time and I'm going to deal with it. So all the diseases that they say there's no cure for, the lupuses, the multiple sclerosis, all the different types of cancer, otherwise, you know what I mean, AIDS, all of that stuff, that really takes a lot of work. So I wanted to ask them that question that everyone was asking me, eyeball to eyeball. You know, since I know about this, and I brought the scientific living proof about what I was talking about. I had a videotape when I finished doing an analysis on them, and had them with the left mouth hanging open. I said to now that you have this information, what do you want to do about it? He know what to say. He said, yeah, and this was in 1996. Now I had already, my AIDS patients were already for 10 years. Okay, so not only did I have the scientific proof of what I was speaking of, I also had all these end results of what I had already done. So he said, wow, since this, he's stuttering, information is 10 years old, I wonder if they did an update. I said, an update? What are you talking about, update? All this is telling you that you're at least 10 years behind time. And this is supposed to be the largest research hospital. What kind of stuff is that? And here me, little grandma, grandma, who don't, you know, claim to be anyone special, because like I said earlier, everyone has a degree that they need to be putting out there. It's just that I tapped in on mine early for my own life's sake. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't be here to tell you about this right now. Because when the end result of me was, when I walked out of the hospital and left them standing there, and they were trying to con my husband into signing over because they wanted to do exploratory surgery because the cancer had ran rampant. It was all over the place, and you never this, that, and the other, and try to con him into letting him stay home with me if he signed a paper for me to do exploratory surgery on me. I told him to get out. I told I called the two sisters. I was in a Muslim community at that time, teaching at that time, and two young ladies from the mosque. I called them up. I said, sister, come and get me. You know what I mean? Come and get me. I'm about 80 or more pounds, but I couldn't. I was so weakened, that I had to have each of them hold me up on each side to leave. They said, "Oh, you leaving? You're not gonna make it until tonight. You're gonna bleed to death." And this is the doctor, and this is was his attitude. His pointing finger. He's telling me, "You're not gonna make it until tonight. You're gonna bleed to death and die." I said, "Okay, and who made you God?" That was my answer to him, and got out of there. Went down to an old herbalist who couldn't even write his own name. He couldn't even write his name. He made an X all his life, but I knew who to go to because I already prayed on this. Went down there. He was waiting for me. He gave me 3 dishes to use to stop this bleeding. It took 3 days for him to stop it. this bleeding that I had walked around in child pampers with for 2.5 years. The bleeding that was out of control. I went down, he gave me 3 dishes, ladies. Stopped it. Been in control of that ever since. Been taking care of all these beautiful children, grandchildren, some of my own. Like I said, all these difficulties. I had a recent child born with, my youngest grandson is born with congestive heart. And born with that same kidney like me, that was size of a pea, but it was so small. That's what happened. I started working on him. He's not even 2 years old yet, but he's already in top-notch condition. He doesn't have to go to any more specialists because they didn't have anything for him anyway. Thank God, because they said that he's too young, too small for any type of surgery, too young, too small for any type of medication. It's too much. So I said, that's all right, I'll take care of it. Took care of it and got that. I saw it in iridology. So exactly what I was dealing with. Sat out on the floor and played with him. That's all I do. I sit around there, took the eyes, lit his eyes up. He thought he was playing a little game. You know what I mean? And brought it right to me. And I was able to see exactly what I needed to see. So he's been on herbs ever since he was born. Right now, brute man. I got the pictures. He's a brute man now. He's 3 pounds. Another one. I had already been there. I'd already been there already. You understand what I'm saying? And that was years and years ago. We're talking about this present time now, so that was like a Band-Aid for me. And he takes them herbs, and they all of my grandchildren, they're all on herbs. They know what they are. They know what they do. And they know grandma's not going to tell them a lie. You understand? Because they'll come back. I have had them test things and come back and say, before I could get back to see me the next time, they'll say, not hello, Grandma. Grandma, you were right. That was the first thing, because they're going to test you. What you tell them, they're going to go and try that. And if you mess up, they're going to come back and tell you that too. Well, it didn't happen that way. Well, it does. So that's what they, you teach them young. You teach them and you work with them. You work with the children young. And what you do is, that's the only way you can get rid of an inherited weakness. You work with the child from a baby, because those cells that your body produces every hour, they become renewed. And the more cells, the new cells that you produce, it gets stronger and stronger. So next time it passes on, when they have children, that inherited weakness stops. But you have to do it in the child. That's why it's so important to me. Children, I've been blessed to be able to service children free, 12 and under, ever since I started this business. Now I'm blessed in my second breath. My second breath right now, this statistic woman who had these 7 children single-handed, who was not supposed to be able to know how to run a business, who was not supposed to be able to do any of these things statistically. You know how society put us down like that. I'm going to show you something. This little black mother, grandmother, is my name in the book of my company, right here. Let me show you what little black grandma did. Nadine Gilyard. And I put my oldest daughter's name on my company, because in case anything happens to me, it goes to her, because I worked hard for this. I worked and never lifted my head up. I have a new $1 million club member. I have a $1 million business, just my little line. Going to $1 million. Without me even knowing that, going there. The person who didn't have any business sense, but I got God sense. Do you understand that?
Say that again, Grandma.
I have God sense. You understand? And my favorite saying in the house, and my son will attest to that, when I told him God made me your mother, and I took my job very seriously, and he knew whose hands to put you in, I was very serious about that. Also, I was very serious about that I took this job very seriously, but I also with my work, because I've been blessed to be able to overcome all of these afflictions. I'm right on top of it. Anything, if the air circulating this way of the north that comes by my ear, I know what's going inside. I know what's happening to me. I know my body that well to know and do exactly what needs to be done. So I'm in good shape. I'm okay. I don't need nobody to tell me nothing. Like my daddy, he's still there talking that same stuff. He said, I've made it all these years. Why somebody have to tell me something now? You know what I mean? So, all of this to say, these children, grandchildren, well, I guess God knew I needed some millions now because I have this family that I must take care of. You know what I mean? And being responsible and being what knowing what I have to do to take care of them, I need a little money in my hand. You know what I'm saying? So now the wealth, where everybody, remember what I said earlier about this is supposed to be what? A recession? This is supposed to be a recession. Little black grandmother just made $1 million in this recession of my own business that I took one day at a time, that I started when I didn't have a notebook, a book, nothing. I had them babies rocking on my lap. But that baby that was rocking on my lap, I took a book and I read. And I used to have babies because I didn't trust babysitters. I had to take care of my own. They were mine. I took care of my own. I used to go to college and I used to go and bring them in and sit down. And they used to sit down because they were so well mannered. Then nobody ever said anything. So they used to sit on the step. I used to sit in the chair. And what I got, they got. The knowledge and information. And I mean, I went to every kind of school imaginable. Every kind of school of thought. Buddhism, science of religion. First and foremost, Islam. I studied. First of all, not learning about me. You understand? Because that teaches a woman about herself and how to be that woman, the one that you suppose that God designed woman. If you do it the real way. If you're talking about being a for real woman, that's how I can maintain what I've maintained all of my life. You understand? That's who I went to when they said that you're going to bleed to death and die. I went on my knees. I learned how to prostrate and pray that day. Allah, I don't believe that you brought me here just to let me go like that. You know what I'm saying? These people are telling me that I'm never going to have children. I don't believe that I'm a baby lover. I was a baby lover ever since I was a baby. I was holding somebody's baby and I was a baby. So how could that be? My mother had 15 children. That just didn't add up. How was I never going to have children and my mother had 15 of them? So that wasn't adding up to me to begin with. You see what I'm saying? So I didn't believe none of that. And so what I did, I went into prayer and he showed me. That's who directed me, how I was directed to, I'm going to sum it up. Make sure you put your contact info. Okay. Yes. They directed me. I was directed. I went to the old herbalist. He helped me from there. He even pointed me in the direction of a medical doctor who met me, and then he left the medical profession. Brilliant guy. I knew he was brilliant. I was 12, and I knew he was brilliant because I had been in doctors and hospitals all of my life. People thought later on in my life that I was some kind of doctor of medicine or something, because I knew too much about the medical side, and that was because all the things they did to me. I could name it, know what it did, how it did, and why it did. And I was paying attention. And then when at the age of 12, that's why the number 12 for me is so significant. By the time I was 12 years old, I knew doctors wasn't what they were all cracked up to be because I was messed up. The hair I went to them, now I'm really a wreck. Everything is all messed up. And so and then I had to leave this is pediatricians. Now I have to go to an adult doctor because I'm leaving the age of 12. Now I got to start this same thing all over again. I refused to go. I threw away all the medicine. I wouldn't take it because they were drugging me. I used to be an athlete. I loved the sports, and I used to run. My daughters, they all like that. You understand? when I took the medication, I found that I couldn't run. Threw it in the garbage. Couldn't do it. Ain't nobody gonna stop me from running. You understand what I'm saying? Because those are the times that I felt the best. And you know that exercise and all of that goes along with, which I didn't know that. You understand what I'm saying? But it was just me being a child and things that were just common sense. The old doctor that saved my brothers in my life from the beginning, that was Dr. Kaplan, who came to the house with a little black bag that serviced everybody in the house. Well, he's the one that found out, looking at my brother's eyes, hands, and his feet. That's all. And that's what told him exactly what was wrong with my brother in an instant. Like I do, at a blink of an eye. I can blink in your eyes and tell you what your mama had, your daddy had, how much you have, where it's coming from, and why it's coming. In a blink of an eye. So you know there's something wrong in this society where they actually believe in all these machines, and the machine, you know how faulty they are? And then these machines that they have you believe you can look at your whole body and all of that stuff. They can't look at your whole body. They're just designed for parts, certain little parts. And if you don't have a proper technician, you're not even going to get the result anyway, if there was a result there. You understand what I'm saying? Because most of these people are not even technically efficient. That's right. To run them. These man-made things they come up with, costing you billions of dollars. You know what I mean? And thinking it's funny. You know, that it's okay. You know, because they're researching. They're practicing physician. Well, we got to practice on someone. You know, when I told him about the little boy that the first little boy with AIDS, I said to him, when they told me that he was going to die, I said, well, how do you know he's going to die? Oh, because you're giving him that AZT. That's how you know he's going to die. You're burning them up on the inside. And when I got finished with him, his mother said, is he ever going to talk? He smells like a burnt rubber tire. But that was a burnt rubber tire. He was burning up on the inside. Skin was turning black as coal. And he couldn't talk because, remember, the AZT had to go past his throat. So it burned up his vocal cords. I took a simple liquid herb that we take, which is chlorophyll, cell builder, that had to go right past his throat. You know what I mean? To heal the cells. That sealed the cells in his throat.
Is the chlorophyll the thing that you said you take every day still, that you gave him?
Oh, the gardacola. Well, the gardacola was one of the specific brain foods. Goes directly to the brain. It works on the memory. It even works on gardacola.
Gardacola.
Spiritual, your spiritual, mental. I mean, it's a very, very, very powerful herb.
It's a wild herb?
Learning herb, yes. Learning, but it's all about the brain. Okay, it nurtures the brain like it's supposed to, getting the oxygen and all that. But you must have maximum circulation as well, because you have to get the oxygen. And then see, the liquid chlorophyll that I'm speaking of is a cell builder, but it sends oxygen to the body. It's like the green, it comes from the green plant. It's a green life food. So anything, you know, that's green life and whole like that, it's your life-sustaining food. It's your breath of life. Okay? Because liquid chlorophyll, you can sustain life off of. You drink that every day, you won't die. You know what I mean? You're a little thin, but you won't die. You can sustain life. Because it makes new cells. It makes the best cells your body can produce. Also, it's the highest form of calcium, good for your teeth and bones. That's how I got here. The tooth started aching, and I threw some chlorophyll. Pain's gone. I'm here. You understand? Just set it over here on the side, just a few times. You know, it almost for anything. Fatigue. Take a tablespoon and see. Pick you right up.
Let me ask you something. What is the root catalyst of lupus?
Lupus is a natural, what it is a degenerate nerve disease.
Okay.
Lupus. See what I said earlier? Acute, subacute, chronic. Every disease that they call the name of, and it's a nerve, that's a nerve condition. But what it is, it's a degenerate, the nerves have completely taken over and settled into maybe all the organs that you have, or a lot of them, your muscles, the bones, and things like that. And when it's taken over like that, there's no more function. You understand? How are you going to stand up? How are you going to? I know, because I done reversed that so many times it's not even funny. You understand? I had a girl who had lupus. She was legally blind. Now when I got finished with her, they took a child away from her. Hurt me to my heart. Young woman. That they had to take her child because she couldn't see anymore. Well, I happened to be around the corner from where she was. She just happened to pop in my office one day. Free. Free of charge. Because a lot of things I could do, I do whatever I want to do. You understand? If I want to give away something free, I can give it away free. If I want to serve it, whatever I want to do. Because God is my provider. Take care of all of my needs, all of my wants. Okay? And I'm just careful about what I ask for, because everything you ask for, you don't really need. And it could really wind up being your enemy afterwards, because what we think we want, and we think we all need, you don't need everything you think you need. You know what I mean? So be careful what you ask for, that's all I can say. Because if you're asking for it and you mean it with all your heart, you're going to get it. You're going to get it. I promised God. I said, God, and I meant this with all my heart. I said, if I get all fixed up here on the inside, I have 10 children. Nobody don't even understand that. They can't even get that. You understand? When I had the 7 children, I was popping around. I was gone, boy. It took me 5 years for the first one, 4.5 years for the next one, then 3.5 years, 2.5 years, and the last two, they were like very close. That was 13 months apart. I said, wow. So each time it got better and better. Not that I get weaker, I got stronger. So you know what my job was? My job was to have them babies. I got rid of all my problems after I was popping them babies out like I was supposed to. I didn't have no more problems. I ain't had a yeast infection in 50 years. You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't do none of that stuff. I take good care of myself on the inside. That's all you have to do. You know, keep yourself fresh and healthy. You know, like I said, you take care of the cleansing part. I can still have babies right now. And I promised God, I said, now if you need some Jesus or Moses or somebody to come in, you understand what I'm saying? I'm always being ready. Ain't nobody taking nothing from me from the inside. I'm a willing servant because I know, you understand? And I'm serious about that. I am very serious about that. Nobody take nothing from me. I've never had any form of chemotherapy. I've never had any form of operation. Don't even come near me. Don't even look at me crooked. You understand what I'm saying? Don't touch me. Because you're not the wisest people. You understand? We don't see eye to eye. We're not equally yoked. We don't have that. You understand? That kind of understanding that you can get that close. You know, they want to do exploitation. So look at who? Not me. I'm out.
That's right.
You know what I mean? They proved themselves. They proved themselves to me that they didn't know what they were talking about and they didn't know what they were doing. And I wouldn't allow them.
How do if a person want to get a consultation, how would they go about getting a consultation?
Well, I'm here to consultate.
No, I mean, these tapes are going to go international. We want the brothers and sisters who need the help to be able to find you.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, you got the card? The card is in the bag. I have a card. I have a card and I have... Did you get that?
Email, phone number.
Email. My phone number?
Yeah.
I know that. I remember that. See, I'm not so technical, but I'm technical.
And your phone
Okay. My email address is ngilyard@yahoo.com, and my phone Gilyard.
Gilyard.
Just like I said.
Gilyard@yahoo.com.
Okay, and then we have my phone number.
Is this a business phone?
This is an international phone.
Good, you're going to get a large volume of calls.
International. And guess what, brothers and sisters? I already got a peek at it. See, I need to share this. My phone, let me give my phone number first. Phone number is 201-259-1844. But I got to peek in on this, you know, because me being that God-like and that spiritual thing, you know, God shows me everything that I need to know at the time that I need to know it, because I don't have time for mistakes. I'm on a mission. So when you're in that way, you get shown what's coming up, what's up. I ain't had to worry about what's up. I already know. I'm way ahead of mine. I'm just waiting to walk in the, finish walking the steps. You understand? So I do know that very shortly, because of all of this impact, or all of this, the sharing, and why I'm here today, is because of that. I will be working this side. In fact, so big that there's going to be, I'm going to have to probably move here, half here and back, half in New Jersey. And I've done it before. I've lived half in Bermuda, half in New Jersey. It's not the first time. So wherever I need to be, it's already set up. And I've already seen it. You understand? So it's not, I'm not going to get lost. You're going to see me, and a lot of me. And I'm going to take care of a lot of yous, because in the United States had me for a long time. Everybody knows me. Everybody knows me. My grandson, boy, grandma, everybody knows you. You know what I mean? Every nationality, culture on the planet. I service everybody. High rollers, low rollers, AIDS, whatever. They're all the same. Human beings. You know, and if they out there trying to figure it out, need a helping hand, I'm there for it. And I don't worry about the almighty dollar. It got set up somehow here. It's here. That $1 million thing. So I can feed some people. So I can take care of some business. So I especially take care of the family, take care of the grandchildren. I got all them grandchildren. And I know they superb. They got them put in my hands. I know they superb. They got some real good things going on for them. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm looking forward to doing whatever it takes to do that with them. And I got these strong, powerful sons. 4 of them. All in a row. I said, wow. So I had one daughter that had 4 sons in a row. I prayed again. There I was again. I believe, let me have another girl. So bad, with another girl, so bad that I got the 2 at the end. So that I was happy. And then, because I asked for the 10, because there wasn't a brother who was equally yoked. And there were different difficulties, because women are not really supposed to be raising men by themselves, because it's impossible to do. So I had to bring them, but I had to bring them amongst men to teach them. Now, that wasn't a problem. You understand what I'm saying? But it would be nice to have the father there. And because, and that's when I went to God. That was my birth control. It's my birth control. Talk to God about it. You understand? I know I wasn't thinking over man, it mess you up on the inside. It might take you out of here too. So I don't mess around with any of the artificial stuff. Go straight to the source. If that's the one who makes everything, where do you think you need to go to get that done? I'm talking about for real. When you're talking to God for real, and when you're getting the result of that for real, and I know what I'm talking about, because I've never had a pregnancy, because I would never have an abortion or any of those type things. It's against God. So what did God do? I promised the 10, and I said what I would do was, if you would, better than me, you understand? If it need be, I would do it, but I'm gonna leave it in your hands about the rest. And I didn't have any more, because He wouldn't put any more on you than you can bear. God will never do that to you. He has a plan for you. You make yourself bad. You make it bad for you, because you want to do what you want to do, and you're not listening from the inside of yourself. You're not taking heed. You're not taking that quiet time out that you need for yourself every single day. There's no more important time in this world than God time. You need that more than you need any other time. You have to take that time out every single day of your life if you expect to exist in this life. And I don't care if it's 10 minutes. It should be at least 20. You can get that if you can watch a TV program for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours at a time. God at least deserves that much. So I'm not talking about something about I don't have time. I can't get in the scriptures. I ain't got time like that. Man, let me tell you about time. With all the the things that are in my hand, I just went on a fast. I went on a fast for how many days now, y'all? That was
400 years.
it's 40 something or other. I quit when I got on the plane.
She's been on longer than Jesus was in the Bible.
I've done it before. He knows, he bears witness to that, because I've done it before. See, I do what makes me feel good. These are my healing techniques. You know, when you really want to heal and you don't have no other, you get in those scriptures and you fast and you mean what you say and say what you mean and let them scriptures get inside of you and become that, you heal. You ain't got to worry about that much. So I was flying for a while. I had to calm down. I had to slow it down. I was flying so high, I didn't even need a coat on outside. I was freezing outside. I didn't need a coat. I was like, wow, the best fast. And what it was, and this was the preparation for here. So what it was that flying power and that energy and that light, everything that came in was the representation of what was going to take place here. God was letting me know how serious this was, how powerful this is, and what I'm showing you, face to face, what I see, what I was seeing, all the things that I was seeing, this is what it's going to be. And I was like, wow, I was being blown away. Like, wow, it's the time. I knew about it, but now it's the time for it. So I felt like the President of the United States right now. You know, all the, you know what I'm saying? We was on the same page at the same time. All of this time, I found this out at the same time. I didn't even know, I'm telling you, I didn't know. I didn't know until I read it in the book, and it just happened to be, this book is the book of, I'll tell you how much this stuff costs. I happened to be flipping over, I said, oh, what's my name? In the book. And my daughter. And then the crystal plaque that they sent me in the mail came in the mail. I didn't know, because all I do is a good job. I do the best job that I could do. You understand what I'm saying? I don't even lift my head. Whatever it is, I take care of it. Let me look real good, and I take good care of that. And everything else comes. Everything comes. More than you can hold. I'm talking about from a mother, grandmother, you know what I mean? 7 children, single-handed. You know what I mean? No different. Lots of obstacles. And a very weakened person from illness. That today, like I said, I can still have it. Like I said, if Jesus had somebody had to need to come in, you know, me and God, we got that connection. We got that kind of connection. I understand, you know, and I carry it to the best. Like I did each of them, held them, took care of them. I didn't let nobody come in. Look, I walk around like this. You know, what little walking I did. What little walking, because I didn't even get out that much. I didn't even, you know, I mean, and put them in those negative environments and all that, because you have to take this job very seriously. I come over, you know, hold on to them like this. So I was communicating and knowing and understanding what was really going on with me on the inside. You see? So taking into, I'm gonna close for now, because I have so many things to share. When I come back, I have lessons prepared for each time that I come, that I really, really, really desperately want to share. You know what I mean? And these are facts. These are real serious facts, that things that I've collected over time. I'm always in school. I've never learned enough. So, and God sends me everywhere, like I told you. Well, over there in Beijing, of course, the Chinese doctors, they don't speak English, but I had a beautiful interpreter right there in front, you know, to interpret everything that I need, everything that I've needed. Treated me like royalty. I was the black queen.
You are the royalty.
Of course. But they let me know every ground I step. You understand? Yes. They let you know who you are, which is different. Oh man, but when I came back home from China, I was this high off the ground for a month. I had to ease down. You know what I mean? Because of all that wonderful, that goodness that was shared, and that love, and those blessings, and that energy, that spirituality that was shown. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna close. But does anyone have any questions that they will? Okay. Okay.
I have weak eyes. Is there a way to cure that?
See, let me share something real quick. I can't use the word cure. I can't use the word cure, but my Dr. Ginseng, who is the father of iridology in this country, who I studied under, he did this for 66 years, and I take his word for it. He's 96 years old. His eyes were still sparkle like stars, skin smooth as a baby, hair like silk. And had energy, good Lord, it embarrassed him. But you can always make things better. Depending on what type of disease is going on, you can always make it better. Remember, your body produces 1 billion cells every hour. It's all tissue, all cell tissue. You understand? And blood vessels and so forth. All right? And I know what it's all made up of. So you can always make it better. To what degree and how much consistent you are, and what if I was to direct you to tell you what to do. And also, I used to wear glasses. I don't wear them now. I have real good sight. I had a fun child, so I know it's possible. What I'm saying is possible. I'm talking about first from myself. You know what I mean? From a little child that be putting glasses on me.
How much would it cost?
Oh, to a consultation? Consultation fees right now. This is hot. Right now, the consultation fee is only $50, and that's because I was blessed to be here, and I needed to be here. So the way was given for me to be here that I could charge you like that. So all I can tell you is try to take advantage of it while I'm here, because I don't know what's going to cost you next.
That's right.
You understand? You get to getting while the getting is good. That's what my dad used to say. Get to getting while the getting is good, because I don't know what it's going to cost, and I'm telling you that's the truth. Right now, I can charge you that because the burden was light on me. See, when God gives you something, He don't make it hard. That's how you know it comes from God. He wants you to do things with ease. I came here on a plane. I was floating. I was like, whoa. I was on the plane. It was beautiful. It was one of the most beautiful rides I ever had. And I've been everywhere. You understand? I was on that plane for 20 hours going to China. Okay? Okay.
Okay. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, we back, you know. I want to say this is historical, you know, for the people in attendance and for the people out there in TV land. This is the first time in our history here, that people have come from another place to teach here. Historically, Malcolm ain't do it. I did some research. I was checking it out. Malcolm ain't do it. None of our greats have come to Germany and spoke here. So this is historic just for the fact that it's even taking place here. My brother from the UK, he actually said he dreamt about coming here, and now he's sitting here. And he does the same thing in UK. Actually, the next speaker who's coming up, Black Dot, he just did a lecture there in the UK, and it was fabulous. The brother I want to bring up now is a master. Brother A. Rashid is remarkable. If you didn't check out anything, at the end you was like, but you got to do the first things first. You know, if you don't have a basic grasp of the Hebrew letters, the alphabet, then you're really gonna be out of whack. So I encourage you to check this brother out and check out everything he's done. And without further ado, Brother A. Rashid.
Islam family. Where's the brother that gave me the euros? Okay, I got you. All right, make sure I get him back his bread. All right, them people looked at that American dollar like it was a pariah. Like I pulled the insect out my pocket, you know? But essentially it really was an experience to come here to witness firsthand that the dollar is really an illusion where we're at, and it's backed by our intent and our feelings, simply. So it's an honor to be here in Germany with our human family. I'm very happy to be here. Also, I'd like to thank Brother Darren from coming all the way from his home in the UK to see us. And I'd like to thank Brother Curtis Gilyard and his entire family. Your mother's intro was phenomenal. That is the goddess. And you got your intelligence, honestly, you know. So, and your humor and your aura. It's wonderful. Okay. That's my man. I don't know how y'all do it. This guy's crazy. Now, first and foremost, if you're not familiar with the with any of the things that I teach or I'm attempting to impart, I teach essentially what is considered the secret teachings of Israel. The secret teachings of Israel are the underlying cryptic meanings of the book that has, for the most part, the most impact on everything on the entire planet, which is the Bible. I teach brothers and sisters that essentially the book is not a literal book. The book is meant to connect you psychologically to the reality that the celestial imperative on high, what's going on in the stars, has a deep, lasting impact on the physical world. You are a stellar being, and those tribes that they talk about are nothing but the constellations. So when you're a Scorpio, when you're a Taurus, when you're any of these different signs, when they speak about your specific designation, they're giving you instructions on your soul assignment, on what are you to do when you're here. So if you read into the story appropriately, you'll see it's a myth, and myth is used as a tool of psychology for the endeavor of self-actualization. It's so that you can learn how to rise each day and become a better person. Self-actualization is when you begin to see your own flaws, your own maladies, and you're able to take those things into your own hands and make your next step your best step. So now, from that, tomorrow I'm going to speak specifically to my brothers who are in the fraternal order of Freemasonry. There would not be any Freemasonry, and it's very significant. The reason why I'm speaking about Freemasonry is in Germany is because Germany is a hotbed for anything fraternal. In the States, we are all familiar with the Skull and Bones. Well, a lot of people don't know the original name of Skull and Bones was German Order number 322. That's when it was first introduced and put on log as a corporate entity. It had the term Germany intertwined in it. And as you all know, we are in Bavaria, and we've all heard of the Bavarian Illuminati. Yes. So it's very significant that you all come tomorrow and bring your friends and bring your notes, because we're going to advance a lot of concepts, and we're not going to get too entrenched in history. What we're going to do is we're going to go right to the text, and we're going to demonstrate from the Bible and the text that many of the things that they're talking about, especially in reference to King Solomon's temple, are spiritual and nothing more than that, and they are coordinates on how to fill essentially the emptiness of what your volume is. You know, when you remember in school when you want to measure the inside of something that has nothing in it, you have to measure the volume of it, right? So now the volume, you all are vessels, and all of you have a volume, but what is in your volume? What is filling you up, right? So now, what are your coordinates? And this is what I'm going to speak about tomorrow, that those coordinates, those numbers, those measurements, those different apertures in the temple, different various, symbolisms are all nothing more than indications rather of who you are and your import in this world. So without further ado, I want to bring up one of my mentors, one of my teachers. And when I was in the trenches, one of the brothers who came with a torch, with a real light to enlighten me within the darkness from my experience, and that's Brother Black Dot. So without any further ado, please put the warm black hands together and bring that brother up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Peace, Lord.
It's a pleasure to be here up in Germany. I'm not going to repeat much of what A.A. Rashid said, but it was very similar. This information that we are here to present is nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun, only that which has been forgotten. But the times we are living in now, you know, because we live in cyclic times, we are awakening again on the planet. I first would like to also give another warm round hand to Nadine Gilyard, please. The information that she was delivering was profound. And what made it more profound for me than anything else was one particular component that she didn't mention, but I can tell was there, and that's love. It was demonstrated through everything she was talking about. Love is that hidden power that a lot of us have taken out of the equation of what we do. So every time she talked about the nurturing itself generates a form of energy and power that can heal you. So anyone can give you a few herbs and say, all right, well, give me some money and I'll see you in a week. But if they don't love you, and it's the same thing in the school systems in America. You can tell, I still remember my first grade teacher, my third grade teacher, the ones that I could tell that really loved me. They really cared for me. You know what I'm saying? And you wanted to go the extra mile, not just someone there putting on a demonstration so they can get their money. So the people who love you, I coach Little League basketball in the neighborhood, and these kids will knock on my door at 7 in the morning. Like, you know, Coach D, it's time to come out. And I might have been hanging out all night, partying, forgot it was practice, hoping they show late. No, they on time. Because they know what, I began to find out what it meant to them was more than just basketball. A lot of them don't have a father, and you become their father figure. I cleared out all the furniture in my living room about 12 years ago. No, maybe about 10, 11 years ago, and I began to tutor the children in the neighborhood. They were all like in the 7th grade, and I did it because my son, I have a 22-year-old son, but at the time he was like 10, 11 years old, and all the children, I could not keep the children out of the neighborhood from coming in my house. We had computers, because I had a friend who worked in the school system, and a couple of computers just came up missing. You know, he told me, go to the garbage can, pull up at 9:30 at night, it's gonna be some supplies. So we had all the supplies we needed, and they would come in, we would feed them. If they didn't have school books, we would buy them school books out of our own pocket. I remember one student that year, we bought him a bike. You know, these little things, I say all that to say now all of them are in college or graduated from college. There was about 12 of them. You know what I'm saying? So you begin to see, and that's because we loved them. There was no money involved. We genuinely loved them kids. You know what I mean? So, and to this day, one of them has just become a youth instructor, and now he's doing the same things, and he constantly telling me where it started. So I say all of that to say that love is critical in this day and time. And all the magazines and newspapers and music videos is void of love. So we're not getting the same results as when grandma, because she sounded like my grandma. My grandmother dealt with herbs, and my grandmother loved everybody. You know, you can always go get something to eat at grandma's house. No matter what my problems was, grandma had the solution. I don't care what the problem was. Grandma said, come on over here, baby. And when I left grandma's house, it might have just been the meal that she made, but the wisdom she was imparting on me, I walked out and I had the answers that I needed. That's what's missing in this day and time. So me and Brother True Master was talking yesterday, and we mentioned Dr. King and how what you put out is what you get back. Your thoughts are magnetic. So when he was talking about turn the other cheek and all that, we laughed at it, but it was profound now, because what he was saying is you can eliminate your enemies with love.
That's right. That's right.
See, you know, I'm gonna be honest, I was on the Malcolm X tip, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, nigga hit me, son, it's on. However, when in retrospect, what Dr. King was saying was profound. We can eliminate all enemies with love, because what you put out is what you get back. You know what I'm saying? So all that's key. I'm going to be jumping around a little bit because that's just how the melanin works. We're in Bavaria, Germany, so it's critical because my first introduction into the Illuminati, or the term Illuminati, was from here, obviously, because you get the myth of Adam Weishaupt, and he was carrying the secret documents on how to bring in the New World Order, and someone stopped him. But in 1993 or 4, all of them books began to flood, New York City and America, bringing us an archetype, so to speak, of the Illuminati. And we all know that that's all our ancient science. Ain't nothing new under the sun. However, it was being brought to us with someone else's signature, so to speak, on it. So we began to, in our subconscious mind, create the Illuminati. You know what I'm saying? That's how magic works, especially in Hollywood and movies. When they want to bring about an idea, they want you, the one with the magic, to actualize the event. So they pop it in your subconscious mind and give you a myth because it has to have the myth behind it. You know what I'm saying? And we, in our thinking and thought process, created the Illuminati as it exists today. That's just how that science works. You know what I'm saying? So in the movies, when they bring in you advanced things are about to happen, or for instance, they may tell you AIDS started in Africa, or AIDS kills, and they put a number on it, 10 billion people. Those are numbers that they have just come out of the woodworks with. But once we accept it, once we accept that that's what it is, then that's what it is. Our ancestors taught us all is mental. So once we begin to accept the lie becomes real. Jay-Z, perfect example. He was a mid-level hustler in Brooklyn. He sat around and watched real hustlers put it in, but he could articulate the story very well. After he got finished creating his own myth out of his mouth, he is now the biggest drug dealer that ever lived on wax. And we accepted it. Once everyone around the world accepted these great stories that he was telling, they are now real. He just created another reality for him to walk into. Who can tell him or anybody that that story is not real, or those stories he was telling? But we know it started just from a myth that he began to create. He began to look around and he could put words together and paint pictures with words. But once you tell a lie long enough, it's real. All right? We begin to act on the lie. World Trade Center bombed. We know bin Laden had nothing to do with that. However, we live our life in New York with the Patriot Act as if he did. You see what I'm saying? So I don't care about what's true and what's not. If you believe it and accept it, it is. Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone gunman that killed John F. Kennedy. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what the history books now say. So it is. Even if it was so many holes in it, it was like cheddar cheese, the story. Forget about it. This is what we put in the book, and this is what your children are going to read, and this is what your children are going to believe, and that's what it is. So I say all of that to say this whole stuff about the New World Order and all that stuff, what goes around comes around. Tomorrow, True Master is going to bring it all home. I'm going to start from the essence of it, you know what I'm saying, of how I got into this particular information and things of that nature, because that's deep too. My filter is through hip hop. I filter everything that I'm about to present to you through a hip hop lens. And that's important for me because I sat around all the masters who were teaching, and I kept asking the question, okay, this is cool and all, but my brothers on the corner are not going to understand that information because it's not in their language. Language is important. So I sat around for 10 years studying all the masters who were teaching metaphysics, numerology, astrology, occult science, and I began to filter it through my reality, which was hip hop. And when I did that, it opened up a vortex, because now I got young brothers on the corner understanding higher principles that they could not grasp before, simply because I'm speaking in a language in which they understand. I was speaking to a brother earlier, and I was saying, well, let's take, for example, the way brothers and sisters dance. and they think it's a new dance. But once I show them that it's a dance that was done by our ancient ancestors, that opens up a gateway, because now they can deal with the present, and they can look at the past and see everything is simultaneously. There is no past, present, and future. Everything is simultaneous. But I can also say, well, listen, through the DNA is how you can remember those dances that the ancients did. So now I just introduced DNA into the child's thought stream. And that DNA became the bridge or the ladder, so now I can show them how it correlates. So I filter everything through hip hop, even things that are not supposed to be filtered. And I do this purposely because whatever lessons you're teaching, if the people you're teaching do not understand it, what good is it? So these brothers get caught into, I'm real deep, you real deep, but who understands what you're teaching? If everyone walks out your class just as confused as when they came in, you've done a poor job. And that could be a science teacher, a math teacher. You know, you get some teachers in school, they love what they do and they can teach it to you. I got it. And then some, they teaching like real boring and monotone. And they're very deep because it's something they learn, but you walk out just as confused as when you went in. So my filter is through hip hop. I know A.A. Rashid's filter is the Kabbalah. You know what I'm saying? True Master is going to deal with 120 degrees of, from the nation of gods and earth. That's its foundation filter. So those are the lessons that he's going to be filtering. Your filter may be a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? There is no one way to learn. All right? Especially not for us in particular. So with that said, I'm going to begin to put on a little PowerPoint presentation and use the filters that I have been gifted with to get it popping. All right? So you can't really see the top of that. Let me just push this back a little bit. So we're going to start in early. All right, so our wall is not big enough. At the top of this might be good for the tape, but not necessarily. Let's see if I can do that maybe. Yeah, let me get some books. Let me just use a few of these DVDs gone for now. No, that just went up even higher. All right, that's what I'll do. All right. So I'm going to steal some of A.A. Rashid's ability to filter this information. This is where I really want it. Let me come down a little bit more. Maybe too low. All right. That's just going to have to do. All right. So this is the Kabbalah. It's the tree of life. Hip-hop. Yes. Everybody good? Yeah, good. Okay. This is an archetype or a template that I want you to remember. All right? Because this, when a child sees this may open up his gateway to Kabbalah. So at the top of the tree, the tree has 10 sephirah. You know what I'm saying? And 22 pathways. But at the very top, because I'm just going to deal with music in America, so to speak. So we had the Negro spirituals, what we call the Negro spirituals, which were these songs that our slave ancestors sung, but the songs were very deep in spirituality because it kept the family together, but it also was coded with information on how we can escape and things of that nature. Now, not all of our ancestors were slaves. Let's not get into that because we've been everywhere since the beginning of time. All right, but the ones who were had to use music, all right, as a form of communication, teaching, and music heals. We know I'm a big Al Green fan. That was my father's favorite artist. I know that's how he bagged my mom's. I know he threw that Al Green on. I know this. You know what I'm saying? And got it popping. But when I go through my hard times, I throw that Al Green in, and it does something for my spirit. All right? So we know that them songs were coded, swing low, sweet cherry, all them kind of songs was coded with information on how we're going to navigate and get out of the conditions that we in and we were beating those drums. They took that drum away. You know why? Because that drum is a language all in itself. You know, we could start wars with the drum. We beat the drum to celebrate life. The drum, like I said, was a language in itself, because I can beat a drum a certain way and it can talk directly to your essence and give you instruction and things of that nature. So this is why hip hop is very important. We're going to get to that. All right, then we have gospel, which is when the so-called slave masters decided they wanted to give us some form of religion, which, you know, we didn't need religion, but when you under certain kind of rules and things of that nature, they gave us religion, and they gave us their interpretation of what religion was and things of that nature. We were spiritual beings, all right? So religion is not necessarily spiritual. It can be, but it's not necessarily. Some people are just in it to make some money. Some people just in it to follow some kind of instruction or give their core self to some existence or entity that may or may not exist. Okay, but we began to sing them gospel songs. All right, and them gospel songs, if you ever been to a gospel church, I don't care how in line you think you are, when that choir starts singing and them organs, that's why they call it an organ, it begins to resonate with all your organs. When that organ get going and them people catch the Holy Ghost or spirit, you know what I'm saying? Because it's activating that energy, it's on. And I've been in church recently, and I got the rocking. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't about what the preacher himself was saying. It was the music. It was the energy in the church. And that's why the church is designed that way, you know, to give you the acoustics, a certain type of energy with the acoustics. So we began to sing them gospel songs. You know what I'm saying? Them gospel songs was very important, kept the family together. You know, talked about our passage. We was encoding things in those songs as well. So a lot of people, you know, a lot of brothers got fed up with the gospel or wanted a little bit more, and we got into the blues. And the blues, again, was singing from the heart. See, the blues is the heart chakra. Even though the heart chakra itself is green, it dealt with love, it dealt with mischief, it dealt with sad times. My woman has left me. I need my woman back. I need the family back together. That's what them songs was. You know what I'm saying? So again, we began to spin off and do different things. In jazz, as you know, jazz in itself is a very spiritual music for us. New Orleans is very famous for jazz, but the horns and the way those horns and a lot of brothers were manipulating sound with the instruments that they were using brought about a very spiritual energy. In New Orleans, dealing with the voodoo, the vaudon, the music played a catalyst in it. They go hand in hand, so to speak. So, you know, we got into that, and then, you know, we moved into some R&B, which is, you know, that rhythm and blues, Sam Cooke, Ray Charles, and them brothers began to sing about love, true love. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of the church didn't necessarily agree with that decision at the time, but these brothers in their soul felt that they needed to do it because, again, love is a very important component. So that R&B kicked in, R&B and jazz really gave birth to rock. And when I say rock, rock is another one of our forms of music we don't get a lot of credit for, but it is ours. All music is. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit more rugged. It was like the fusion of funk and jazz, bringing you them rock, and Jimi Hendrix and them brothers were hitting notes that still cannot be hit today. The way he was manipulating his guitar, you have to be a melanated being to interpret sound and make something out of nothing. Because remember, art, we are the gateway for art. We bring the unseen into the seen, or the unheard into the heard, with art being the vessel to do so. So art is very important to us. It's not just about beats, rhymes, and having a good time. We use it, you know, to raise us up. Again, we got into the funk era. We got into the reggae era. Bob Marley himself single-handedly raised the vibration of the nation with his songs of love and redemption. Okay, so everything that we need, we already armed with. We don't need an army of this and that. We need to just recognize the tools that we have here at our disposal and use it for those specific purposes. So if you're going to make a certain drum as a producer and your intent is just to make money and have women shake their booties, then that's your intent. And as Mother God has said, if you want it enough, you'll have it. But if your intent is to use those drums to maybe realign someone's DNA, and that's the intent that you're putting into the drums as you're making it, then you are programming the drum for a specific purpose and reason, and that's the intent, if you love it enough and you truly feel so, will get. All right? Spoken word, I put that down there because, of course, you know, the last poets were the first real MCs. We've been MCing forever, but they were taking, you know, the very concept of spoken word and rhyme forms and this and that. The speaking is important. The way we speak. This Obama thing, you know, Obama was dealing with neuro-linguistic programming, and that's the way we speak in certain rhythm forms, especially up in the church or the brother on the corner trying to get up with mommy. We do things in a certain rhythm. You know what I mean? It automatically opens you up. So neuro-linguistic programming. So spoken word came, and it did its job. And I put hip hop in the kingdom because it is the culmination of all other music forms that came before it. No other music form can say that. No one in music can take a jazz record, sample it up, make it hip hop, an R&B record, a rock record, opera records. There are no rules, so to speak, for hip hop. Hip hop in its true intent was supposed to be the kingdom. It was supposed to be that music that took all the other DNA of all the other musics at a time when we needed it the most. And that time, of course, 1973, up in the Bronx, where the people are fresh. You know what I'm saying? And it was supposed to be to me, it was a gift from our ancestors to sort of realign and reconnect us to who we were. So we're waiting for these gifts and these messiahs, and the messiah is not necessarily a person, it's a spirit, it's an energy. You know what I'm saying? So that messiah came in the form of this music, because remember, dance, beating on the drums, the oracle, and give me another one. Oh, the glyphs, the hieroglyphs. We've been doing that since the beginning of time. It just take on different forms and different manifestations of that. So those are the four basic components of hip hop. The DJ, because once they took all the, you know, the instruments out of the class and the drums out of the classrooms itself, we had to find another way to emulate that drum. So brothers was in the lunchroom, beating on the table, beatboxing, but it gave us the drum again. You know what I mean? The hieroglyphs, if, you know, we've been putting up these glyphs because pictures are worth 1,000 words. And if our ancestors didn't have time necessarily to write 10,000 words, they put a picture up or a glyph and said, when y'all already study it, all the answers are being coded in it. So the first graffiti artists were writing on walls and trains, and that train became the word. In the beginning was the word. Right? That's what the good books say. Well, in the beginning, the hip hop was the word as well, and it was graffiti. And they wrote it on the trains, and it went through all the 5 boroughs and activated brothers' pineal glands and things of that nature. And those, if you see any classic graffiti, a lot of it still can't be interpreted today, except the one who put it up and those with that eye who can pick that kind of stuff up. All right? Dance. We've been dancing to make it rain. We have ancestors who understand the geometrical formations of the body forming those 90-degree angles, and we understand it is also sound, but sound that you cannot hear. Okay? So we communicated with... Of course. All right. So we communicated with higher being, you know, entities and higher energies. If the crops was getting too dry, the ones who understood the science could make it rain. Now they got songs out, make it rain on them. Now, side note, I would take that song, Make It Rain on Them, you see what I'm saying? And connect that to our ancient ancestors who literally made it rain. So now I took a concept of a song from Lil Wayne that our children may be relating to now and just connected it to some ancient ancestors. Just that quick. This is what I mean I filtered through hip hop. And the oracle. The oracle became the MC. The oracle passed our tradition down from mouth to mouth or mouth to ear. And that oracle was usually that elder in the community. And everyone would gather around the elder because the elder held the history in its truest form. When I wanted to know something about my mother, I did not go to my mother. I went to her mother. Because she holds the true essence, can tell me who my mother was when my mother was my age, and before, and when I was a child, and things of that nature. So the oracle, those are the 4 basic principles of hip hop. Those are the 4 basic principles that no one can take from you right now. Your heartbeat is the drum. All right, that's why a lot of music in the Dirty South has the same rhythm pattern as your drum, or the same tempo. That's why a lot of that music resonates that way with them, but it's the drum. Your hand, your ability to write those glyphs that may not make sense to somebody else, but make sense to you, they're coming out of your subconscious mind. Your ability to scribe, your ability to dance. R. Kelly had a song I call Happy People. And the basis of the song was, just paraphrasing, what do we do when times are bad? What do we do when, things are not going well? We dance. Because that's what our ancestors did. And this would drive slave masters and them crazy. Because they like, hold on. We beat these people to death. And they dancing and singing. The more we beat them, the more they dance and the more they sing. Because that's how we heal ourselves, through our music and things of that nature. So with that said, I just wanted to keep that as an archetype in the minds of the children when they want to know how hip-hop came about. It didn't just pop out of the thin air. And in the middle, I put DNA as that hidden doorway, Rashid. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the gateway, you know what I'm saying? Which we can bring unseen things, or we carry the information that our ancestors imparted in us through that DNA. Okay, and here are the 3 pillars that are also involved with the tree of life. It's kind of dark. Severity, mildness.
Want to dim your lights?
And mercy. No, because I'm getting to get light again. I just want to put this up. The pillars are also involved. You know what I'm saying? With the Kabbalah, Rashid will go into this extensively tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But the pillars for us in hip hop was the speakers. We had the DJ stood in the middle. He was the actual 3rd pillar. And on one side of him was massive speakers, Kool Herc, and on the other side, massive speakers. Again, just showing you the correlation. So, them, big, massive speakers became the pillars. So we still operating on a spiritual base, even when we didn't realize what we were doing. You know what I'm saying? I think I got a picture of Kool Herc. Yeah, that's Kool Herc. The very first hip hop DJ, the one we give credit to. That's him driving in his car, taking his speakers. His speakers could be heard from 6 blocks away. That was the sound that was going out that was letting me know that the jam was going on. I can look out my window and listen, and I can hear Kool Herc's music from 6 blocks away. He had the massive system. Africa Bambaataa had the massive record collection. So that was, he was the master of records. Still is, to this day. You see what I'm saying? But Kool Herc's system, he was Hercules, and he had a Herculean system. You know what I'm saying? If he told you to turn your system down and you didn't, he would just turn his system up, and they would no longer hear your system. Okay? So, just lining all this up. It all makes sense. You've heard of square in a circle. You know what I'm saying? It's which, technically, you try to find the circumference of the circle and make it equal to the square. But a circle is an approximate. It's not exact, whereas the square has 4 equal sides, so to speak. So it's impossible on a physical level. Spiritually, the circle represents spirituality intertwining with matter. You know what I'm saying? The matter being, the 4 basic, elements and things of that nature. So even in hip hop, because I'm gonna get to this in a minute, that was our way of circling the square. You see what I'm saying? The turntable itself was square, but the record was actually spinning. It was a circle. The record is spiritual because it's whatever you record on the record was your spirit and soul just encaptured within the record. You see what I'm saying? So that was our way in the hood, a square in the circle, or so forth and so on. Again, just lining everything up. I use a hip-hop filter to show you how deep we are and how deep this science is. And the record, remember, spun, and everything is spinning right now. You see what I'm saying? We're spinning, our blood is spinning, everything is spinning. You see what I'm saying? So the spinning in it gives it its energy or its vortex. You see what I'm saying? So that's how deep that is. Now, I want to show something else really quick. The Kaaba. All right? Out in Mecca is how everyone is spinning 7 times around this, device, this Kaaba, to generate energy. And if everyone's thought process is the same, is synced up with the same thing, that's how you create your magic. So they're getting what they want now. They go counterclockwise. See, because clockwise is subjecting us to time. That's where you get the term clockwise. Counterclockwise is our way to escape time. And they would go counterclockwise 7 times, dealing with the 7 planes of existence, the 7 chakras, things of that nature. So this was their way of escaping time and dealing on a spiritual realm where time does not exist. Go back to the record. What did we do? We began to spin the record backwards. You know what I'm saying? Flash and them things was cutting the record, but it became significant when they began to spin the record backwards, opening up vortexes. Okay? And the record itself is nothing but melanin. Record is black, it's melanin. You know what I'm saying? Spinning, opening up them vortexes. So, and remember, record is the actual sound. A CD is what sound would sound like if it was sound. You know what I'm saying? It's just a digital replication of what sound would sound like. But a record itself is sound. It's captured sound. So we was out there manipulating time and space with 2 turntables. All right? Just giving you the high science. Because these are the signs we got to understand, that we keep looking for somebody to return, and we already here. We already here. You see what I'm saying? And we just beginning to realign that DNA to get back to what we do. All right? So that's very, very key. You know what I mean? And you got the square, you got the circle, and you got the phallic symbol. The record went on the phallic symbol. All right? And the record itself had, you know what I'm saying, what we, the female aspect of it. So you're creating a new energy in itself. You're giving birth to new things right there. All on a turntable and a record.
And the diamond needles, too.
And the diamond needles. The crystals that the record was actually played on. It's all science. All of it is science. We may not have recognized it was science as we was doing it, because we the gods. We do. It's someone else's job to come back later and tell you what was going on.
Thank you.
Okay, that's not our job. Someone will come later and tell you what it is we're doing and why we're doing it. Okay, that's just the physical body. You also can make the square or the circle, all depending how you stand. The square, the circle. I'm gonna talk about that because hip hop is the embodiment of all of that. We square in a circle just by being. Your hands, 5-pointed stars. You sleep under a pyramid when you lay down, you know what I'm saying? Which is, how we magnify energy. It goes on and on and on. I just got finished telling you the drum beat, the hip hop beat is the heart itself. You know what I'm saying? Your ability to move, you know what I'm saying? That's the sacred dancer. Your ability to speak that word, that's the MC. We don't need any external devices to be hip hop. So when KRS One said, I am hip hop, people thought he was out of his mind at first. But when you break down who we really are, I am hip hop. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Your ability to use your hands to write and come up with glyphs and things of that nature. You are the embodiment of hip hop. Anything external is just to help you along the way. And we're going to talk about that too. All right? I just put the golden mean up, again, to show you the record. Everything is geometry. All right? Everything has a specific code that it follows to come into a physical existence. Even us. You know what I mean? So the geometry of the record itself, the golden mean, and you know the golden mean is the, what's that equation? 1 + 1 = 2, 1 and 2 = 3, 2 and 3 = 5. You just keep adding up the two numbers previous and so forth and so on. All right? Boom. Flower of life. Again, sacred geometry. These are actual Vesica Pisces over Vesica Pisces over Vesica Pisces, and there's 13 of them. You know what I'm saying? It starts out with the one in the middle, and every time you come across the middle of one, you create another form, another energy. This can be found in the ancient temples of Kemet right now. They don't even know how old it is, so to speak. And it's 13, and that number is significant, we know. But what a lot of people don't realize is in some circles, they're saying it didn't take one sperm to, you know, impregnate the egg. It took the sacrifice of 12 others to make the way for that one sperm. All right? So Jesus and the 12 disciples is on a metaphysical principle. He didn't get there by himself. 12 other dudes or 12 other sperm cells had to make the way for him to come in. So that's why the number 13 is also very significant on a metaphysical level. All right? Okay, we want to talk about the music and the DNA. All right, our DNA is very important to us, and you know, me and True Master was talking yesterday because you know we be building and stuff, and he was saying that every time they try to crack this DNA, our DNA finds a way to reprogram itself. It is a computer that cannot be hacked. It can appear to be hacked, and I added when they came out with crack cocaine to try to crack the code of who he was. Some people got bagged. You know, a lot of people didn't make it. You know what I'm saying? But it seemed like 2 or 3 years later, them same people are no longer affected by it. The crack has done nothing. There are functional crackheads now. Crackheads with jobs. They got cars, but good credit. You know what I mean? When it first came through, because the computer that is the melanin couldn't figure it out at first. You know what I'm saying? But once the computer that is that melanin, that spirit figured it out, it was ball game. It was like, yo, please, this is nothing. This is nothing. Send more down. You understand what I'm saying? So we talking about that's how powerful that DNA is. You know what I mean? And they keep trying to find new ways to alter our DNA. You know what I'm saying? Through the music. The music is very important. That music in the 60s did more for my soul than most people can imagine. Them songs about revolution, after the Civil War, I mean the Civil Rights Movement, all of them songs were cleansing our DNA for us. No matter how many external things that they were trying to bring at us, our DNA was fixing us up. And we got to understand, to study it more and understand how important it is to, you know, our cosmic DNA and our inner DNA. You see what I'm saying? Because as above, so below, as within, so without. You know what I mean? So I just want to show a picture of the cosmic joint DNA. You know, the universe is made by sound. Everything has got sound, color, and light in it in some form or fashion. God said, let there be light. That means he spoke, or she spoke, or it spoke, and the very speaking began to create those geometrical forms that will bring matter into a physical existence. Let there be light, let there be water, let there be birds. But they're programs. You know what I'm saying? And the harmonics of that line those programs up. You know what I mean? So, just want to show, this is the actual universe. You can see the DNA. You know what I'm saying? The double helix. As above, so below. Everything that's going on in the heavens is going on here on earth and in your body. All right? So just want to, you know, show a few things. I'm going to read a little bit. Scientists write down these amino acids. I forget about the top part. If people can understand how the music is produced, this gentleman, Mr. Clark, said, they can understand how DNA codes proteins. Clark said one of the more interesting things demonstrated by the music is the differences and similarities between the same protein of different species. While some proteins change very very little between species. Others, such as beta globin, are quite variable. Therefore, Clark said, by playing the beta globin song for a human and to Tantara, an ancient three-eyed lizard, people can hear the process of evolution, a variation on theme that was present before mammals split from reptiles some 200 million years ago. All right? So they're now talking about using sound to learn your history in a nutshell, to find out the differences. So as we're being made, because you know, I believe when the cell splits about 8 times, you still don't know if it's a boy or girl, you know what I'm saying? You don't, the cells, the animal cells are the same as the human cells until a certain level. So that means the music that's playing, the harmonic music, the music in your mind, the music in your thought, began to differentiate between you being an animal and you being a human. Or, you know what I'm saying, things of that nature. This is how deep this is. All right, and the technology they're coming out with now, our ancestors knew this years ago, but the technology that they're coming up with now is verifying a lot of things our ancestors spoke and said it. You know what I mean? All right, the trick is to hear the music that is the body. If we can do so, the meaning of the body can be transformed. It becomes not a blind, silent, doomed machine, but a glorious composition, a part of God's oeuvre, the great tone. All right, meaning and medicine. Larry Dosa again said, math makes a river, beating a human heart, the wobbling of the earth's axis. This is more than just simple pulse. The rhythms closely resemble irregular patterns of coastlines, clouds, and mountain ranges and other natural scenery. I say that to say they're dealing with weapon technology now that's sound-based. All right, so a lot of the harp stuff is sound. Them manipulating sound to make it rain or make it snow or create rivers. That's what creates rivers and things of that nature. All right, that constant sound, that humming of that water. Water is an intelligence. All of this stuff is important. The brain must then on some level perceive its reality as a musical complex landscape. And turning this around, the music we hear must feel like our earthly home. No wonder we love it. It is likely that something unusual is being communicated directly through the combinations and ratios of spectral music. All right? The descriptive adjectives one hears most often are soothing, comforting, and feeling a spacious expansion. Sequencia is not new age or demonstration music, nor was it composed to heal anyone. They have something called sequencia music now, which is supposed to reactivate or realign all your chakras, and it's good for meditation and things of that nature. It creates the harmonic sounds in their purest essence, so to speak. So just by playing the music, with certain, I would assume the type of equipment you use would have something to do with it. But they have synthesized these sounds to the point where you can play them and they can heal your body or help you begin to realign certain things. Yada, 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 yada. I know I'm pressed for a little time. Again, I spoke on sacred geometry. These are the 5 platonic solids that deal with sacred geometry. Icosahedron, octahedron, the star tetrahedron, the hexadron, which is the cube, and the dodecahedron. I always get the tongue twisters going with them. But these are the geometrical shapes, the 5 principles. You could throw the sphere in there, you know what I'm saying, as well. And this is nothing but anybody heard of Merkaba? How to activate your Merkaba? It's just an upward pyramid and a downward pyramid. It's the way we traveled interdimensionally. When you're able to activate your Merkaba, it puts this house of light around you so that you can travel. And it can be picked up by government radar. So if you activate in your Merkaba, you have a choice to be seen or unseen. So I don't want you to start activating your Merkaba and then the boys come and see you. And you don't know why. All right? So when people say they see things, remember, only 10% of the universe we can see. 90% we can't. So for those who can manipulate that particular 90%, it's entities all over. And here in particular, ain't this where the UFO first started, or the first Germans was hooking up the UFO for World War II and things of that? Yeah, okay. And you know, the template was done here. All right, so boys are trying to put that work in. All right, and this is how some of those geometrical shapes begin to create us. We're nothing but geometrical shapes, as I spoke about before. You know what I'm saying? We're singing that song of life, and it's bringing us into a physical reality that we partake in. We're not physical. We just had fun with it. All right? We just manipulate. And this is all of those shapes combined. All right? When you put them all together, I forget the terminology of what this is called. But this becomes a whole, because that's alchemy. When you blend different energies and different shapes and create new shapes, and we are alchemists. And I forget the name. It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me. So bear with me. But this is how those shapes relate to color and sound. All right? So I wanted to show, in essence, the do, ra, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. They all have a geometrical shape. So when you say them, you're creating these shapes. All right? When you say, and that's how everyone tunes up before they sing. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. And when you say them and you purify, as Mother Goddess said, once you clear out all the toxins, you begin to hit notes you didn't know you could hit. You see what I'm saying? But when you're being bogged down by pollution and your thought process is polluted, you can no longer use your magic. You know what I'm saying? We were able to walk through dimensions by sound alone. If our intent was correct. You know what I mean? So we've lost that ability. However, I will say this. Remember, we're talking about that DNA and realigning. We got brothers and sisters out here who are capable of doing it. They may not know it. So this whole attack on hip hop itself is, again, to stop the rise of those who can bring the magic back. So when you turn on your radio, and this is how they do it. You ever Google something, let's say you Google potato chips, and 1 billion articles on potato chips come up, and you don't know what's real, what ain't real, what's true, what you can use, what you can verify. So they flood the market in hip hop. All of these dudes ain't MCs, impossible. All of these guys ain't producers, impossible, but they flood it. So when you hear the truth, you don't even know what the truth is. They're able to, you know what I'm saying, capture it at the gateway, and they are the gatekeepers. Record labels, movie industry, all that, they are specifically placed there because they know that's your magic. So they're placed at these places so you can bring the magic to them. And they can harness it, manipulate it, and use it for their benefit and not yours. Okay? So let's be clear. Let's be clear. This is how they do that. All right? And they got you chasing something that don't exist, like money. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like that's your end all and be all, and it ain't worth the paper it's printed on. You could do with or without. Mother Goddess just got finished speaking about the recession. We like, what recession? I'm black. What recession? We in a recession every day. So nothing changes for us. Nothing. Other people are jumping out of windows, killing their kids for the life insurance money and stuff like that. And we like, man, we getting on with the get on. I used to eat mayonnaise sandwiches and wish I had something in between all day, and it didn't matter. I'm still here. We're still here as a collective because there's something deeper going on with us than that. So they got us chasing all this external stuff because they want you to get involved. They're talking about the depression, this company falling, that company, because they want you to give your energy to it. Don't. keep on getting on, all right? So again, these sounds or these shapes are also color-coded. And if you see, they're all color-coded with the, the chakra colors, the spectrum, and the sphere. We're going to talk about that because the sphere was made here, too. The one you see at the World Trade Center by Koenig Fritz. Yeah, he was the designer of the sphere that sat out, which emulated the copper. It rotated every 24 hours.
Can I tell you where it's at now?
Yes.
They still have it there by the American the indigenous people, I don't like calling them Indians, indigenous people's museum, and it's still harnessing all of the energy from that event horizon, and they got it right off the water.
Yes.
To amplify
To amplify it even more. So it's still there. They just moved it to another spot and right up on the water to amplify that energy. It was done right here. Koenig Fritz. Look him up, one of your boys.
That's my.
All right? And it represented, remember, it represented the third pillar. At the World Trade Center, it represented that third pillar. And when they do that, they open up vortexes, gateways. You know what I'm saying? It's things that we used to do naturally. This is what they're doing. Because listen, magic, as my man Roswell used to say, it's nothing but a magical equation. So if there's a universal law that is in place and you just know that universal law, you can manipulate the universal law to your advantage or not. The energy itself is not good or bad. Your intent behind magic is good or bad.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
So if you knew that there was a ley line or a grid line that ran on the physical realm, and you knew, because you know they got a cross, and there's one on a spiritual realm, what you have done, if you find the precise spot, you can hop up into the, you know what I'm saying, other dimensions. It's not spookism, it's just that you have manipulated the law. You understood the law and you took advantage of the law. Now, if you did that and came back, people would worship you and call you God. And then you would say, pay me and I will be your God. When you want some science or something, come to me, I'm God. That's how that works. But it's magic. It's like anything else. A gun, guns don't kill people. Niggas with guns kill people. A gun can be used to protect your home from intruders. You may know how to use it and things of that nature, and it stays in a safe place. It's not necessarily bad, but niggas with guns is going off. That's where the intent behind the tool you using makes it good or bad. All right? So just want to throw some of those notes out there. Okay, this just says this figure shows how the geometrical music theory represents 4 note code types, the collection of notes from a tetrahedron, with the colors indicating the spacing between the individual notes in a sequence. In the blue spheres, the notes are clustered. In the warmer colors, they are farther apart. The red ball at the top of the pyramid is the diminishing 7th chord, a popular 19th century chord. Near it are all of the most familiar notes in music. Long story short, the music forms geometrical shapes. It's basically what it's saying. All right, so we use our music and our hip hop, and in the early stages, you see what hip hop was doing, vibrational things of that nature, and that happened. And them people who understand occult science and understand signs and symbols knew that this was a sign. Whoa, they realigning. I see all of the basic elements. You know what I'm saying? Their DNA is realigning, so they gave you gangster rap. And the Matrix, they put a splice in it to counter all that energy that came before. They are on their job. And that's where we're stuck now, where brothers who got real science don't have an outlet to have that science, because they know once those sounds are amplified, even through their means, their television, radio, it can raise the vibration of a people. Easy. It's what we do. That's the true magic that we possess. You know what I mean? And this is just a star configuration of some geometry as well. It's going on in the heavens, as above, so below. All right? Ain't that crazy? Yeah. So this is what's going down.
That's crazy.
Oh, it's going to get even crazier. Okay, this... All right.
1 sec, bro. I'll mix this.
Okay, all right.
Gotta reload.
Reload.
Ran out of ammo.
Reload. Black dot reloaded.
Body in them, Doc. You body in them.
Everybody good? Good. All right.
All right, rolling.
All right, so again, The 7 basic chakras, you have many more chakras than 7, but the 7 major wheels of light, they talk about it in what's the book of Ezekiel. In the Bible, they're talking about wheels of light. They're talking about your body. It's coded in certain ways that wasn't meant for us to pick up, but we're in a different age and time now, so we can go back and revisit all of that and have a different meaning and breakdown today than when we had then. So these are musical notes that relate to each particular chakra. If Alim was here, because Brother Alim was supposed to be here, peace to Brother Alim, peace to the God, we had some technical difficulties. He goes through this and he teaches this on a regular level on how if you're having problems in the root chakra area, that if you're creating the mantra or saying E in its proper frequency on a regular basis, it can be used as a meditative form to heal that particular chakra and things of that nature. So this again is lining the chakras up with the keynotes. This is why when certain songs are played, they do something to you. When certain person get on the keyboard, it just does something to your soul. You know what I mean? So all of this is lining up with how we need to get back into our music and who we are and begin to pay more attention to notes. We need to take a class. Even producers who are using drum machines need to take a class on theoretical music because it teaches you how to blend certain sounds to make new sounds, and all depending on what your intent. If you're having a song about love, then you may not need to be using the C note or the D note. You need to be it where the heart chakra is. You need to focus on the F note, you know what I'm saying, blended with other notes, because that's alchemy. Now you're taking sounds and creating new sounds and putting your specific intent in it, and now your songs is off the hook. All right, now live band frequency. If you ever been in a club, you ever heard a record and it's loud? I don't care how loud they turn the record up, it's just a record. And if you ever sat in a club where the band was playing, it's 2 different dynamics. The band's energy alone, even though they might be playing the same record, it's reverberating on a whole different frequency. Sorry. No problem. It's reverberating on a whole different frequency. You know what I'm saying? The live strumming of those of that guitar, and when that drummer is hitting them drums, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So I like to go to live bands and see them rock out. You know what I'm saying? Because it does something for me at that particular time. So, you know what I'm saying? I just want to show the live band frequency is much different than an automated frequency. I don't care how loud you turn up the automated frequency, it's just not the same. Now, I think they killed all the instruments out of the classrooms for our children in the cities, the true magicians, because they were beginning to reconnect with that live band frequency. And we just talked about how the music is critical for us. The economy ain't critical for us, the stock market, none of that is critical for us. But my music is very critical. Or we don't know how we're gonna pay the rent, right? Well, let's put these records on, let's jam for a while. Let's take it up, figure it out. Before, when the records is finished, we know what we're gonna do. All right? So they took all that out and introduced the drum machine. Now this was our way, again, the brother talked about how the melanin, they keep trying to crack the code or let's say, hinder the code. And we got the drum machine, and lo and behold, a true producer can emulate sound where it's almost like a live band now. Almost. You see what I'm saying? So they, by them thinking that they were doing something bad by not letting us play the drums, we just created these automated machines, and I can have a 50-band orchestra coming out of this box right here. That's the melanin, again, reprogramming itself. Whatever the conditions are, the melanin in us, the spirit in us, will find a way to get the job done. All right? And I got one of the masters, he called True Master for a reason. It's showing you how he could sit down at this machine and play it, and you would think it was a 50-band orchestra. All right? So we, again, using what's at our disposal and dispense to get the job done. You know what I'm saying? Take chitlins, you know what I'm saying, and pig's feet and all that stuff where the so-called slave masters was taking the good part I say that like this, there is no good part of the pig. But you know what I'm saying? For himself, and throwing us the slop. And grandma said, okay, all right, let me look at this for a minute. It's slop. Okay. But you know what? Let me put some carrots in that. You know what I'm saying? Cook that up with love, because I got to feed the family. You know what I mean? Heal all with chitlins. Because it wasn't the chitlins itself, it was the love that mama put into them chitlins. You know what I'm saying? So that's just crazy, showing you again how that melanin, that spirit within, we're going to be here. We've always been here, we're going to be here. I don't care what they talking about, we're going to be here. I don't know about them, we're going to be here. All right? Now, if you're into cymatics, cymatics is again music. And they do these tests where they put like sand and stuff on a plate and they play certain harmonic frequencies and it takes on these geometrical shapes. The same ones you see in the crop circles. That's close. Look at that. This one is done with sand or some kind of, essence, and this one is done on the earth. All right, so what it's doing is again showing us how important sound is. So all these crop circles, it's not spookism. It's them using sound weapons, or maybe not them, maybe our ancestors are using or communicating with us through sound that's creating certain form of geometrical forms on the earth. And these are archetypes. If someone from another planet was going to communicate with us, they would not do it in Deutsch or English. That don't even exist. They would use sound, color, and light. And certain images that are in our subconscious mind that are universal. Close encounters of the third kind. Close encounters of the third kind. They came hitting the sound. You see what I'm saying? So they was doing it because if it's universal, let's get out of what we have been taught here or used as language to lock us down from reaching those higher frequencies of sound. You might, with Arabic, get close to it. You know what I'm saying? If done in proper intent and your body is right, because it's so beautiful. No disrespect to the Dutch language, but it's a little, it's a little choppy to me when I hear it. I'm trying to figure out, like, how is not, how does that flow? You know what I'm saying? It's more like, it's still water, but it's more like ice water, like, like blocks of water as opposed to flowing water. You know what I mean? So it's water nonetheless. And us being who we are, we can take any language and make it work for us. Let me stay here another few days and I don't know enough Deutsch to be in the hood. Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? So we have a universal, we have the morphic resonance, enables everything that we do to be picked up by everybody else. This is how we get down. So I don't worry about any neighborhoods I go to. Once I hook up with the brothers, you know what I'm saying? And they initiate me into their lingo, and then I process it with my magic, and we good to go. We good to go. So here are some more geometrical shapes, again, made by sound in a lab, made by sound on the earth. All right? So, again, ooh, look at that one. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay? So these are the sounds. We create our reality through sound. Right? So we know that hip hop or any music we decide to use, if we're using it with the proper intent and as a collective, we can create anything we want to create. This is why they got the stoppers. Like the movie industry is a stopper. The record industry is a blocker. It keeps us locked into this because they're the ones who take our music and tell you what's going to be heard, or tell the masses what images they're going to see. All right? So do not think that these are blessings. They're blessings if they were in our hands. You see what I'm saying? Television is not necessarily bad. Bill Cosby used television to his advantage. The Cosby Show was real. It raised the vibration and began to show other images of us than hustlers, pimps, and thugs. It may have made the way for Obama to get elected. Who knows? Because he inserted in your subconscious mind a different view of who we are as a people. You see what I'm saying? And when did that air? 84? Yeah. 24 years later, who knows? All right, these are some more Just want to flash through them real quick. Oh, no, not this one. This is another one. I think I got this one from actually Germany. It's kind of distorted. This one is Saturn's North Pole hexagon.
Wow.
All right? See it popping off of here? North Pole of Saturn.
That's crazy.
Boom. Cymatic symbol. All right? So this is a universal thing for us. It's needed. Just like listening to the words of my voice, you know if I'm hustling you or not. You know a hustler when you hear one. All right? And you know when somebody is bringing it to you on the real. That's what I do. I close my eyes and listen. You know what I'm saying? And feel your energy. Is this a hustle? Is this a gimmick? Oh, no, that's real right there. You know what I'm saying? I can feel that. And this is a book by John Reed called Egyptian Sonics. It was talking about how we was doing that same science in the pyramids. That's maybe how they built the pyramids, using sound. Certain sound frequency to move 3,000-pound rocks. You know what I'm saying? The things, how else are we going to move rocks of that nature? They're using sound. They was in tune, no pun intended, in tune with nature around them and how to manipulate sound to move or travel wherever they wanted to go. So Homeboy's book, Egyptian Sonics, John Reed. So there's nothing new, again, under the sun. I wanted to do...
Suck this one out, just real quick. Just repeat this last thing you said, like the last 3 seconds.
Okay, I just want to talk about this book, Walk on Water. Leonard Howitz. And he has... through his research and other people's research, discovered what we just been talking about, that sound has the ability, everything has a frequency numeric value to it. So they have come up and found what the frequency of love is. And it's the number 528 based on their science. So you know what that tells me? If they found the frequency of love, then that means they also know the frequency of disease, hate, and everything else. Because they only tell you what they want you. Fear. You know what I'm saying? And things that I'm going to read one little piece out of here. And tomorrow, if I have more time, I'll get more in depth with it. But I want to kind of move this along. All right, it says, Mueller, the guy's name, has showed that your body, like all biology, is a mathematically generated piece by piece, or is mathematically generated piece by piece, or fractally. Mathematically, you crystallize or fall apart. As an expert in space-time mathematics and physics, Mueller compared biological elements to cosmic elements, planets, galaxies, and particles in space, comparing double helix to the universe as the double helix or the logarithmic line. He concluded the genetic code itself is a product of the global standing gravitational wave, or the time wave. By the way, waves flow according to certain laws of math. Mueller and colleagues detailed the existence of special nodes which within all physical elements congeal. Special nodes where all human elements congeal. From microscopic bacteria and cell organelle to macrocosmic celestial bodies and galaxies. All matter crystallizes in these special energy zones. He noted that this fractal, i.e. piecemeal, precipitation of matter is mathematically based on repeating sequences of numbers 3, 6, and 9. 3, 6, 9, all right? Which comes up to 18, 1 and 8 is 9 is born, all right? So that's how we give birth. But he's just breaking down the numerical value. This set of numbers is energetically or spiritually special, as you soon will see. The set opens the porthole to the fourth dimension or spiritual domain. Mueller wrote on a creationalistic transition toward physical precipitation from spiritual ether, from the unpacked medium or disorganized or chaotic free energy to the packed cluster medium or physical objects in space and time. Long story short, he's showing that numbers is important, lining us up, you know what I'm saying, on a physical basis. And this is just a demonstration he was using. Okay, and this is the universe on the as a double helix on the logarithmic line. All right.
That's crazy.
All right, so they just showing you how this is all lined up. That's the number, like I said, 528, based on their scientific. Now see, Grandma know what love is. Grandma always knew this. She may not have knew the technical terms and how to put a numeric value, but Grandma knew you love the family and all will be well. So I give credit to Grandma. You know what I'm saying? They just trying to, you know what I'm saying, bootleg Grandma shit. Check this out. This is the music note and DNA. Look how the music notes line up with your DNA. All right? Again, just showing and proving you how this is all laid out. They have the technology now to see that there is no difference, so to speak, or see that everything is everything in the universe. Again, that's just them using the 369 number patterns to create and things of that nature. I'll get more into that tomorrow if I have time. I want to show just a few of the ones who have been manipulating music and sound forever, you know what I'm saying, and changing our reality. A lot of us came in on Barry White, came in from an astral plane into a physical existence on Barry. Barry created that vortex to bring mad heads in. I came in on Al. Some people came in on Barry. This is my man Levi Stubbs from the Four Tops. He just recently, you know, made the transition. Mad people came in on him. These are gods. They opening up portholes through their music and their love. You know what I'm saying? So this is very key. Throw in Luther Vandross. I don't have a picture of him, but throw in Luther for you 20 years and younger. Luther. Y'all should be praising, all praises due to Luther. Of course, my man Isaac Hayes. I just recently listened to the soundtrack to Shaft. Recently. You know, you ain't listened to it in a while. It had to be the greatest score I had ever heard, man. It was phenomenal. They was calling him Black Moses at the time. That's right. All right? So the brother was going in with his music. All right? Of course, Godfather of Soul and the father of hip hop, in essence, because most of those samples, some hip hop records was James Brown. Most of the beginning ones, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we was using, James Brown. We was sampling, and sampling, again, was one of those ways where I can take the energy or the essence of somebody who may have made the transition and bring them back in a new composition. They can relive through their music. That's why I always tell dudes, whoever you sampling, before you sample that record, learn a little bit about that artist. Find out what he was about, he or she was about. You know what I'm saying? Because that person may have been about revolution and you turn it into a booty shaking song. So you just, revolutionized the booty shaking era. That's alchemy. Fight the power that be. You see what Public Enemy did with that? Fight the power. They did not change the energy. They heightened the original thought process and the original spirit and took it, you know what I'm saying, and heightened it. So watch your alchemy, producers. Watch your alchemy. All right? Watch what you mixing and blending. Okay, Gerald Levert. You know what I'm saying? He just went out last year. You know what I'm saying? But again, his father's Eddie Levert. So his DNA, you know what I'm saying? He became, again, putting out some fantastic songs about love. A legend. I got to meet him too. He's definitely a legend. I want to talk about this because this is where hip hop is going. This is a voice coder, a vocoder, auto-tune. Everyone's got the watch out on that throat now. T-Pain. Yeah, everybody doing the T-Pain. Now, understanding they're trying to make a universal music. Understand, we in the one world order, the one religion, the music, and they're trying to interface human with machines on a whole nother level. And they're going to use the gods to do it. They're going to use hip hop to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because hip hop has the minds of the youth, and the youth are the ones whose magic can still be tapped into. Because they haven't really conformed to this third dimensional paradigm as much as we have. So when my daughter tells me she saw an entity walk by the room, I don't question that, because when I was 7 years old, I saw entities all the time. My grandmother did that type of magic. She used me for that type of magic. That'll be in my personal book that'll be out next year. And I suppressed a lot of it for years because people thought I was crazy. You know what I'm saying? But children, this is why their cartoons are off the chain. Because they have the ability to process all of that. It's when your brain gets hardwired. Go see the movie The Last Mimsy. And they was talking about these two children came across with some artifacts or something from outer space, and it was rewiring their DNA. But the doctor who came on to explain it to the parents was showing you a human or an adult brain that was hardwired, stuck in its ways, can no longer use its magic, and a child's brain that is still, the wires are still coming in. So that's just how, we go about. So they taking this music and they making it robot music. All right, just like in the movie Transformers, they had a robot who was into hip hop. And we saw, that's just so cool. But understand they're putting things in our subconscious mind that they want to manifest or that they know is coming. You can do the magic, they can't. But they can use you as the talisman all day long. And they do all day long. All right, so Kanye West's new album is Love Lockdown, and the whole album is robot talk. The entire album from one end to the next is nothing but auto-tune, synthesized. Now, when my man Roger Troutman used to do it back in the day, it was beautiful. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't, live off it. That was his little thing. But now, and Monkey See, Monkey Do, because, that T-Pain is the one who brought it back out. You know what I'm saying? And look at that top hat as we talked about yesterday with True Master. Hallowed be thy name, as he was explaining, is the hollow point or the hollow space between your crown chakra and whatever hat or energy you're wearing. Remember, that creates an energy vortex. Look at the fez. It's not snug down on his head, so it's creating a space in between. It's a form of magic. And his album is called 33 Rings, and you see how he's got the two E's reversed, representing what? Maybe 33? 33rd degree Mason? Maybe, who knows? It's 32 rays around him. I counted them. Maybe he's the 33rd ray. See how he got his hands? What's that? What's this? What's that all about? And his name is T-Pain, but if you take the T and put it on the other end, it says paint. Because that's what he's doing. He's painting pictures. Your words can paint pictures. You know what I'm saying? But everything right now is robotic. Everything. With this new generation of so-called artists. Kanye West got a new song. Common got a new song out called Universal Mind Control. That's the name of the song. And in it, Pharrell has got a robot suit on. All right? Go watch the video. He's got a robot suit on, and it's called Universal Mind Control, because remember, music is the only thing that can enter your subconscious mind without your permission. You can't stop it if you wanted to. Put on some James Brown right now. I might be like, oh, fuck, I gotta just let it loose. You have to. You trying to hold out, and then it just hits you. That's how it works in the church, too. You don't have to be into the Word of God, and then the choir starts singing and the drums start going and you just, oh man, you start getting it in. And then they come around with the bucket. Y'all let them get that movie. Man, listen. That's how that works. That's why every commercial has music in it. You don't want a Big Mac, but you hear them songs. You know what I'm saying? You're like, damn, every time I hear this song, I get hungry. Have it your way. All right, so this is how they do that. Oh, still dealing with the technology. I wanted to show this. I cut this out of the Daily News on Sunday. She lost her eye in an accident, so she wants a webcam eye. This lady here. She wants to record her whole life on a webcam eyeball. Something she could download or something like that. This is where they're going with it. All right, this is where they're going with it. All right, you can read. I got the article. I'm going to pass it around. She lost her eye in an accident.
So she want to make her eye?
A webcam. Yeah. I'm going to pass that around. You know what I'm saying? It's this side. You know, if anybody want to read it.
What's her last name?
Her name is Vinch. Tanya Vinch. All right, Robo Vinch. But remember, listen, they did this in the movie. Listen, this is where they're going. This is where it's going to lead to. You can capture your whole life and sell your life to somebody else.
Truman Story.
All right, Truman Story or Total Recall.
Yep.
Be like, you know what? I want to be a brain surgeon operating on, do brain surgery. And you pop in the robo eye or something, and you can live that life through that person's vision. So you're not physically there, but you now a brain surgeon. These people are bored, man. These people ain't got nothing else to do. You know what I mean? Okay. All right. We got nothing else to do. So this is where it's going. All right. Robo eyes and things of that nature. And soon you're going to be able to sell your life for cash. All right. They putting limbs back together for people. American military research say that they have unlocked the secret to regrowing limbs and recreating organs in humans who have sustained major injuries. Using nanoscaffolding, the researchers have regrown a man's fingertip and internal organs on several test subjects.
Where's Ottawa?
Huh?
Where's that at? Ottawa.
Oh, I don't know where that is. Ottawa. That's Ottawa. That's Ottawa. Yeah. That's Canada. All right. The technology works by placing a very fine apparatus called a scaffold, which is made of polymer fiber hundreds of times finer than a human hair. See, this nanotechnology is bananas because this computer's smaller than a dot. I got 2 minutes? Okay, beautiful. I'm going to stop it there because I still have some stuff to go into. I'll maybe get into it tomorrow with Obama and some other stuff that's going on. All right? So I'm going to take 2 or 3 quick questions until the tape run out, and then we good to go. Question? Anybody? Yes?
As far as music and artists, and you was talking about Al Green and those characters, or not characters, but those individuals. Mm-hmm. What do you think about Tupac?
You got 4 hours? Oh, okay. In a nutshell, what Tupac, I'm going to take it from his DNA. His mom was a Black Panther. His father was a Black Panther. And his DNA, he was going to be a rebel. He was going because remember, listen, J. Edgar Hoover said they was trying to stop the rise of a Black Messiah. And they don't forget anything. So not only did they attack you, they attacked your children. And your children's children. The war never stopped. All right? So his music in itself was, revolutionary when he first came out. Then he went to jail. And then he got up with Suge, and then his music became a little bit more shake your ass, all that old kind of stuff. They had to take him out. He was just 25 years old, 2 and 5 and 7. He was just coming into his godhood and understanding how his voice was affecting many, many people. So, and remember, his he was pregnant. His mother was pregnant when she was in jail with him. But right before she gave birth to him, she was released. You see what I'm saying? So that just goes to show you, certain different principles of it. He was, to me, he was just getting ready to come into his own. You know what I'm saying? And to me, he represented Harriet Tubman for me. The Underground Railroad, he was going into the hoods and all of that, but he was leading people out. You know what I'm saying? So that's a different form of the Underground Railroad because not only was he thug life, but he also had songs like Dear Mama, Hold Your Head Up. His discography is crazy. You know what I'm saying? In terms of what he was doing. So that's energy. You know what I'm saying? And kill him and you kill a movement. So they don't have to have control over millions no more. They can control one who has control over millions and still have the same effect. So if you all put all your energy into the Messiah and they kill the Messiah, they just killed you. When they killed Tupac, they killed half a nation. When they killed Biggie, they killed the other half of the nation. Hip-hop ain't been the same since. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what nobody say. So in that sense, with that said, this is the Black Dot. These are my chronicles. This is my story, and I'm sticking to it. Peace.
Ready? All right. We here at day 2, This is the last day for the cats out in TV land. When I get this joint, day 1 was off the chain. Everybody could attest to it. My mother tore it down. Black Dot really tore it down. And we're going to continue today. And it's actually an honor to be up here introing this next brother. The first time I seen him and Black Dot was on the 5 Bloodlines of Hip Hop. Him, Brother Rich, and I was like, man, who is this big head dude? You know what I'm saying? Who is this big head dude with all of this fancy wordplay? Nah, I'm just bugging. Like, he actually really tore it down and really went in, and like I could attest, I ain't never looked at hip hop the same since the 5 bloodlines of hip hop. You really had to go back and really do the knowledge, because you know we look at things sometimes from a very linear perspective because of the indoctrination we've been dealing with. So somebody comes and actually pushes the envelope. One of my favorite phrases from this brother is challenge the text. I never heard that from no place else. Everybody else just goes in and gets their work done, but he actually challenges the text, and that's what he enables you to do through this sacred art. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a strong black hand to A.A. Rashid.
My brother. Thank you. Thank you. Talking about my big head, right? Right. Funny guy. Thank you. It's an honor to be here in Germany with the human family of my brothers and sisters, and I am enjoying myself. Germany is a beautiful place. It's very clean because the people have a national spirit. Something missing in the States. In the States, it's an amalgamation of so many various people from all over the world, but the people who are indigenous to the land in the States are under the deepest level of mind control ever that the world has ever seen. They are under the impression, the large majority of them, that they came to the land in a slave ship, when the reality is that we have always been in North America, Central and South America, as an indigenous people operating within the confines of what it is to be a civilized people. So when I come here, I see it's very significant that this country and the people have a national spirit, something which is missing so much back at home. So I want to also say thank you to the brothers and sisters who are at home, the authentic loyalists who care not about the cult of personality, who don't care about the private life of the speakers, who are not gossiping, who are not trying to, as agent provocateurs, destroy what we have back home. The real people, I thank you very much for validating the message and allowing it to be able to come across seas and be here and make manifest in the form of us being here with Brother Curtis Gilyard and his family. Okay, so the title, I had changed the title of this lecture. At first I wanted to make the lecture, did we have another light on? This is it? Okay. I wanted the title of the lecture, I wanted to pertain it to specifically Kabbalah as it is from the German perspective. However, I said, you know what? I don't think I should come to Germany to speak about Germany, because the people in Germany might know a whole lot about Germany and they don't want to hear about Germany, right? At least from the perspective that I am presenting. The next presenter is the one who is going to rectify and clarify all things pertaining to Germany in reference to its role in the life of the indigenous folks on the planet, okay? And that's Brother True Master. So I said, I'm going to speak about some facets of Freemasonry that I have been putting into my lectures, piece by piece, trying to formulate a manner for the brothers who are not the exoteric Freemasons who eat eat pig fat and ribs and have parties and do raffles. I'm talking about, and our Christians, I'm talking about the Freemasons who are constantly at ISIS trying to remove her veil, trying to see what's going on. The ones who are always trying to find the underlying meanings of their craft. So I am going to speak about some precursory elements of it, and I will tell you that the true meaning and the true secrets of Freemasonry, there are no secrets. Well, let's start by saying this, that there's no such thing as a secret, period. If one and all is one, then we all share the same Akashic record. If one of you ail, we all ail. My through line to find the truth, I use Kabbalah. What is it? Kabbalah means simply to receive. If we were to go to Israel and go to a store and buy a soda and come outside, they give us receipt, and on the receipt it would say in Hebrew, Kabbalah. It just simply means to receive. As it relates to a spiritual system, it corresponds with your ability to assimilate and receive truths. Truths which are not apparent to the two eyes, right? Those underlying truths which lie within the psyche. That is where the sanctum sanctorum, or the sacred place where all things come out and open. Now, in this aeon of time in which we're in presently, what is occurring is the truth is now no longer a thing of fiction. The truth now is an organic entity, all in and of itself. The truth is a declaration solely of the person in the vantage point. The person speaks a truth into existence, and it doesn't even make a difference as to what you're saying. You can say anything you want to say in this aeon as we approach the galactic center, and anything that you say will come into being. When Brother Curtis's mother was up here yesterday and she was speaking about prayer, from my esoteric understanding of what prayer is, I know she wasn't talking about praying to, anthropomorphic expression of what we have been taught God is. She's speaking to source, because she knows source channels itself through its slices of itself. We are all a slice of the grand source, so you have a connection, you can utilize it. So now as we approach this aeon, you and I must be very mindful of what we say, what we think, and the anchors of thinking and word. Primarily in that, as we approach the galactic center, our sun will begin to channel to us everything out of the cosmic mother's womb. Out of cosmic womb comes all the gifts and benefits of whatever you need in this world. If we take a close look and observe nature, nature needs nothing. We are the only thing that has the word need in our paradigm. Like a bird does not have need, right? Animals, so simple, the ones we think we are so far beyond in advance, have no concept of need. We are the only ones who have codified in our language limitation. We put in our language limitation for the simple fact that we presently don't have, or we actually do, but we don't share the unified field of consciousness as we should, all of humanity, because we don't share the same myth. Okay? So what is myth? What is myth? Can anyone tell me what a myth is? What does myth mean to you?
Well, I don't know the actual definition or anything, but to me, it's like it's a story not to be taken literally, but if you read between the lines, you'll learn the actual truth.
Well, that Well, any answer rendered today, and this is interactive when we speak, any answer is the right answer. Even if it's off, the utterance of it, and when we take in consideration what is time and the fact that there is no such thing as the past and the future, the only thing that exists is the now. What you say now is your best part, and that's your understanding. So everything that you said segues to it. Anyone else? I would like to hear from others. What is a myth?
Something that's a story or a thought or something that's passed on or known, but is not defined or 100% defined as 100% true by whatever source of someone saying, okay, this is validated or that's validated. This is
right. Now, a myth. Have you ever asked someone how to, for instance, without you showing me, can you tell me how to operate a car? Right? And when the person sits there and they tell you how to operate a car, actually without you and them being behind the wheel, they are expressing to you a whole visual context for your psychology to remember in order for you to get into the actual vehicle and be able to operate it. A myth is the instruction for soul to participate in the physical world. All world's myths, Greek, Kemetic, from Mali, Dogon, Voodoo, wherever you're at, these myths are psychological tools which aid your mind to self-actualize itself. You were born knowing everything and then you soon forgot. When you were born, you knew how to swim, you knew everything, and then you forgot. The last thing you knew how to do is how to eat, sleep, and shit. Those are the last things you remembered. Everything else cosmic, you forgot. But now, as you experience matter and you walk the walk of the protagonist, like in every story, the hero, that's you that they're speaking about, right? Walking the myth, walking it, you begin to actualize who you are, your role. You begin to have an identity. You begin to be strong. You begin to be firm. And then now you learn how to slay those dragons and those demons around you who attempt to undermine your progress and what you attempt to do. See? So now, what Freemasonry has offered humanity is a sneak peek. Actually, when I say, let me rephrase what I just said. What Freemasonry offers the Western psychology, right? Western psychology, when I say Western psychology, I'm speaking about post-Prussian education, everything that has been taught the world how to think from a Eurocentric perspective is the Western mind. Now, the Western mind requires a spiritual system, right? So now, what is the spiritual system? The overwhelming one, the one that hovers above all. The one that hovers above all Western systems of spirituality is Judaism. By proxy, if you are a Christian, you are a Jew. Because Jesus was what? In your mythology, he was what? An extension from the line of what? David, Judah is a Jew, right? Muslims, the Quran doesn't even introduce any new prophets except for Muhammad. All the other prophets exist in all the other books, right? By proxy, it is Judaic in its essence, right? So now, there are 4 major religions in the Western world: Judaism, Christianity, Islam, and Freemasonry. Freemasonry, however, is an amalgamation of the 3 that I just said before. Islam is the ritual. The book resides in Judaism. My brothers who are initiates understand and know, if you ever been to a grand session or when you were circumambulating in your ritual, you know that is Christian. I don't care what nobody say. That's Christian. Okay? So Freemasonry is the fourth pillar, which encompasses all of the other elements. But the thing about Freemasonry is that it calls God the grand architect of the universe, thus allowing you, the initiate, an ability to begin to now see God as an actual hands-on fixer and builder of the physical world. Now what happens is, in this psychology and in this mythology, what happens is you begin to imbue within yourself, you begin to learn and understand that you are actually one of his workers. So while you're down here, you're taking everything that's imperfect and you're breaking off all of the superfluous edges, making things right, making things plain, clean. See? Right? So now, psychology is the very foundation of all of existence. Without it, you can't function. You need a fundamental system, a functioning system in which to think. Yes? Okay, and that thinking process is considered psychology. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the presentation, which is visual, and we're going to go through some of the slides. Now I use this picture for a specific reason. Who has ever seen the movie, what was that movie with, was it The Red Dragon? Yeah. With Hannibal? Yeah. Now, wasn't that the movie where the guy ate the painting? Yes. That was a William Blake painting. William Blake was a Kabbalist. This picture in particular is by William Blake, and this one is, I think it's called The Ancient of Days. And what it is a Kabbalistic representation of divine masculine intent. Now, as a creature of his time, the gentleman has depicted the Ancient of Days as someone who appears to be himself, which is, if you go to China, Jesus is Chinese. You go to Dominican Republic, you can't tell nobody in Dominican Republic that Jesus ain't no goddamn Dominican. You understand what I'm saying? So you look according to the cultures of where you're at. Now, now I'll do this down. Yep. Now, the origins of Freemasonry are buried in a shallow grave of ancient symbolic psychology and myth. Very interesting. Does anyone know what this depiction is? What this defines, this depiction? It's a what?
Coffin.
It's a coffin. And at the head of the coffin, what do we see? We see what?
Star.
Well, there's a star here, but we see this here. What is this? A tree. Okay? So now it's actually a plant, and the plant in which it is it's called an acacia plant.
Sprig of acacia.
Right, the sprig of acacia. Now, the sprig of acacia was placed at the head of the master builder's grave, in an attempt for those who buried him to be able to find him. Now, I, utilizing Kabbalah as my through line to understand almost anything that I deal with, when I embossed Kabbalah on top of Freemasonry, I found that Freemasonry is nothing but Kabbalah. Kabbalah is, in a sense, the fourth religion out of the three Western religions, shrouded within the rituals and the symbols of Freemasonry. So now, when I went to go look at what is the Hebrew equivalent of the word acacia, I found that the word acacia equals the number 314. Now, the number 314 is very significant in that the number 314 symbolizes what? All of us have went to school, right? We all know math, right? Who remembers how to find the circumference of a circle? Oh, pi. Right? Do we got to brush up on our algebra and stuff like that? Okay. So now you remember the other form of pi, the irrational form, was 22/7, right? So now, when I saw that the Hebrew cognate, right, for the Hebrew word for the sprig of acacia or acacia it's called shittah, right? I said, well, let's look at the root of the word shittah. From a phenomenological root, the term means from shut, we get the word soot, we get set, we get sithro. Who have ever heard of sithro in the Bible when they talk about sithro? Well, sithro is that which is hidden, or that which is encased in the darkness. So what I like to do is when I speak, I like to challenge language, as the brother says. Go into it, look at the language, and let the book tell us what the ancients were saying. Don't let Jimmy Swaggart and the preacher on Sunday tell you what the text is saying. You go into the text yourself, word for word. And when I say word for word, each letter in the Hebrew Bible is an entire word. 3 words can be 3 letters in Hebrew can be an entire sentence. Now, because it's a language based in the concept, the mind, the cosmic mind of nature. Nature never takes the long route to get to her point. She always goes straight to the point. So she don't need a lot of words to explain herself. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Now, she don't need a dictionary with 800,000 words in it to express one reality. So now, I went to look for some quotes pertaining to myths, and I found this one to be very significant. It says, we can keep from a child all knowledge of earlier myth, but we cannot take from him the need for mythology. So what is occurring now is that in this realm of indoctrination, people are being born with their myths already made for them. And many of us are operating within these myths, and we are giving them truths. We are operating within the truth of that. Like, it is a myth that if you have a gun and you wear the color blue and a badge, that I could shoot you, that they could shoot you. That's a myth that you accepted. You understand? It's a myth every time you go into the courtroom and they tell you to stand up. The Honorable so-and-so is now presiding. That is a mythology that you are participating in. You think that he, because he wears a black robe and sitting up high, right, be in front of "In God We Trust." I don't know what they say in the States. I don't know how here in the States, they "In God We Trust" behind the judge, right? And then you have to honor him. That's a myth, right? Myth, and this is from a gentleman called Gustav Jung, the founder of analytical psychology. Jung is also the one who introduced us into to the realm of archetypes, the Western world into the realm of archetypes, and how significant archetypes are for the mind of the whole world. Do you know that one symbol can connect us all together? And that one symbol that has been the most pervasive means to unify everybody in this last few, aeon has been 9/11. 9/11 means the same thing to everybody on the planet. I have personally felt a difference in the vibration of the planet and how you interact with human beings on the planet post 9/11. It was a whole different look before that. In a sense, things have calmed down, but people have dumbed down, in a sense, Now, another psychologist, and Dr. Amos Wilson, he says Eurocentric history as mythology creates historical amnesia in Africans. Now, this is very significant when reality exists within and only in the minds of the world's indigenous people. The world's indigenous people are the ones who give validation and credence to all other people on the planet. To put your reality into the realm of formation, you must get it past us. If we accept it, look at what we did to Christianity. We took Christianity to new heights, right? Yeah. We're the ones that's going to make Jesus come down here in the flesh. It's going to be us with them tambourines, them organs, and jumping up and down, right? We did wonders with Islam. We turned Islam. You go to Africa and go check out what Islam is in Africa. Islam is done turned into the most powerful form of magic on the western coast of Africa. It is so powerful that when the people from the States, the politicians, I saw a picture with Colin Powell going to Senegal, and he had to forget going to see the people in the political arena in the country. He had to go see the sheikhs, the ones who sit down and write magical sigils on paper and sell them to people. There's big magic in West Africa. We did that. We incorporated Islam and put our spin on it and made it into something else. So everything we touch, we turn into gold because we channel that. Now, mythology has the ability to define the present construct of our organic reality and can be used to manipulate social and political circumstances. Hitler used a theological mythology of social nationalism, which was based from the mythology of the indigenous Germanic tribes of priests known as the Armenen, known most for their runic magic. So if you ever seen anyone throw stones, you ever seen that as a means of divination, or bones as a means of divination? Well, the Germans used to do it as well. So how do you think that Hitler was so successful in his endeavors? It was because his endeavors were rooted in spiritual principles. He dealt with spirit over politics. Spirit hovers over the physical world and tells the physical world what to do. The physical world is the slave of spirit. This is the secret of regeneration. The secret of regeneration is that your organs will do what your mind tells it to do. All you have to do is create the connection between the conscious mind and the organ. And you need a symbol to do it, a connection. In Taoist philosophy, if you have too much anger in your liver, they tell you the symbol is the sound shh. When you go shh, you cool it down. Right? Symbols are so significant. Now, here we have very significant personages. We have President Truman, decked out in full Masonic regalia. He was, as you can see on his apron, see, this is not a square at the bottom of his apron. He has another emblem. This gentleman was a president, and he was the Grand Master of all of the Grand Lodges in Missouri, in the state of Missouri. This is the Duke of Edinburgh in grand session in the lodge in full Masonic regalia. This is like the uber European in the UK. These are like uber European, royalty. Dukes and all that. Their spiritual principle, which is most pervasive, the one that is most significant, is in fact Freemasonry. And here we have Truman in a dedication accompanied by Freemasons dedicating a statue to George Washington. George Washington, of course, is also in American history a Freemason. Okay? Very significant that Freemasonry was utilized to spread the onus of Western civilization. Now, the Adam and Eve story is the Western model of human cosmology and is perceived to be real by countless people the world over. This story is a vestige of many ancient mythologies pertaining to biological manipulation of DNA and the Earth's magnetic field as it pertains to light's trajectory traverse towards Earth. Now, Adam and Eve, if you were to go and ask people, do you really believe in Adam and Eve? And people would be like, hell yeah. I had a beginning. We all came from somewhere, didn't we? In a sense, we are looking arduously for points of beginning to validate who we are. So in that, we are always willing supplicants for manipulation. Anyone can introduce a new myth to us and we'll just snatch it, because we essentially we don't come equipped with it. They have to be essentially taught to us. The goddess in charge of language was Seshet. Seshet used to write. In many cultures, it is the women's job to impart the myth. Now, the ancient priesthood of old connected their own relative world to the physical world by way of symbolic psychology. They used words and numbers to demonstrate their dominion over material existence. Now, we see here, we have a depiction of the Kingu, or the serpent kings. You see, these are serpents with crowns upon their head, and they're holding two serpents in the middle. Now, this is an ancient symbolic reference to the spiritual symbolism and the spiritual meaning of the only thing that you have that really acts as the vessel for who you are. The vessel for the soul, the crystal for the soul, is in fact your DNA. Only 2% of your DNA is actually used for genetic information. The rest of your DNA acts almost like a skeletal structure for your flesh to uphold something. Your DNA is what a LCD screen would be to a plasma television. It's a medium by which to house the light, right, in order for the hologram to exist. Everyone has the same essentially helical structure externally of DNA, and in that, the fact that we all share the same crystalline lattice of the DNA allows us all to communicate. That connects us to the biosphere. Everything in existence, plants, animals, all have DNA. So once your DNA is attuned in such a way, you can now, or certain circumstances in the environment are created, all DNA on the planet is connected, all consciousness is connected.
Oh, gee, can we cut that light so I can just get the screen?
Okay. This one here? Better? Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. The ancients depicted the serpent as a symbol of change because the serpent is stellar or sunlight. In the Adam and Eve myth, the serpent uses a ruse of coercion. This ruse symbolizes stellar light's ability to promote genetic polymorphic mutations in DNA, causing it to both change as well as block various mutations depending on the electromagnetic environment of the body. Now, the sunlight that you receive is actually the manufacturer of your holographic body. If you want to know where you come from, if you want to seek your origin, all you must do is look to the source of light. The source of light in particular that we're speaking of is the sun. The sun is known every 11 years to send flares down that are so powerful that they can knock out pacemakers. People die. People have heart attacks. All of this in 11-year cycles from the power that the sun brings. Now, the sun shoots to our planet plasma as well as other particles which come within the magnetic field of the planet and begin to conform and become organic material. Okay? So the reason why your sustenance and the reason why you can live longer if you eat vegetables, it's because you're having a connection with solar imperative. Okay? So green, when in the Quran, when they speak about al-Qidr, or the green one, they're speaking about the ever-living life power or life force inherent within the electromagnetic field of things like chlorophyll, right? And things like alkaline foods. And this is why all things begin at a tree. They always show you that. But they have Adam and Eve at a tree, right? Now, Adam and Eve ain't at Kentucky Fried Chicken for sustenance. They're at a tree. If you were meant to eat Kentucky Fried Chicken, your ass would have came down here with a bucket, right? But you don't have that. You understand? You have the substance in the tree of life to sustain essentially the light conduit in which there's a resonation of light. Okay? So now, if we look here, I attached a DNA strand to the center of this to also promote how the ancients knew that these serpents, or these are like some flying serpents mixed with like animals and all type of stuff to express the spiritual principle of the primal element, the primal aspect of matter. Matter is a beast of its own. We encompass who we are individually. We encompass spirit world and the physical world. We would be almost like the Minotaur would be in the Sagittarian, would be the beast up top and the physical being down below. So you must be trained in both realms. You must be trained in both realms in order to rise above one. Now, very significant. Everybody told us that how long does it take for light to get to us from the sun? 8 minutes, right? Everybody I know that. You ever hear that? That it takes the sunlight to get to you 8 minutes? Well, science has validated that the sun is 93 million miles away from us. Light travels at what?
186,000 miles.
186,000 miles per second. Now, from 93 million miles away, with light traveling at 186,000 miles per second, it takes light 8 minutes to get to you. Meaning the light that got to you is kind of old, right? So if that light is the news, then the lights from the far reaches of the galaxy that are coming from far other places or sources, they ain't even get here yet. So you don't even know what's going to happen. Right? Because that's the news. The light comes on the news. So now I found something very significant in the biblical scripture, and I'm going to share that with you pertaining to those 8 minutes of light. Right? Very significant. And then when I come out with my brothers, and this is going to be one of the last times, if not the last time I give a lecture. I chose to do it here. In the States, I'm only going to be doing classes and workshops. No more, it's going to be more hands-on, and we're going to go right into the book. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to just leave some things for the people who really get into it. And the real science, if you're really into Kabbalah, for the brothers and sisters in the UK and everywhere, if you're really into the Kabbalah, the best book on Kabbalah is the Bible. All other books on Kabbalah are this, cookie cuts. They come out of essentially what it is. And the only best book that can ever be written on Kabbalah would be the one that you write from your findings. So now the hidden light of Freemasonry is the sun. And you, the initiate, are the Temple of Solomon. For it is the sun which creates the geometric square, which is Solomon's temple, by way of solar flares and solar winds referred to as the Kedem Ruach. In the text, referred to as the Kedem Ruach. But how does one harness this hidden light? This is a question of the age. Now, when we go to the text, very interesting. Let's go to the text. We are in the book of Kings. Chapter 1, we're in Kings 1, verse 1, chapter 1, verse 6, and it says, and it came to pass in the 480th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziph, which is the 2nd month, that he began to build the house for the Lord. Now, what is this house of the Lord that he's talking about? What is it? All of us got Bibles. I don't know nobody in here that don't got a Bible at home. Don't know nobody that got a Bible, right? That don't have one, right? I know they got Bibles out here in Deutsch and every other language, right? We got this book. We operate within this mythology, but we don't ever go look at to see what it really is. And this is why we can't never get free from the reins of what it intends to lock you down in. We signed onto a contract and don't even know the clauses or the particulars in the contract. This is what baffles me with people in general. We will wholeheartedly accept something as long as it got frosting and icing on it and it tastes good, or it appeals to the external sensory perception. But no one ever wants to see what is the internal dynamic. Okay? Why was it so significant for them to do that? Why was the amount of years between the building of King Solomon's temple and the Exodus, led by mythological Moses, so significant that the ancient scribes had to mention it? The secrets rest within the numbers. Always. Before you were anything, you were a number. I challenge anybody to refute that. Anybody, can't nobody refute that. It's a waste of time to even put that challenge out there. Before you were anything, you were a number. In fact, nothing else in the universe exists except for numbers. All we're seeing are morphogenic expressions of numeric potencies. Patterns upon patterns of numbers, interactions with various numbers. The external vestige of what this number entails is the number 1, and you see that in the atom, and then the atom chooses where to put itself to create more atoms, to create bigger crystallization. You know what I'm saying? To create harnesses and vehicles to encompass and create the space to house the volume of truth. This bottle is nothing without something in it, right? What is it without something in it? Piece of plastic, right? It's garbage. What do you do with it? You throw it away, don't you? So what are we doing with these bodies? This body that you have is a vessel that has within it the ability to house a volume of a particular consciousness. What are they building when they build a temple? And who is the artificer of the temple? The sun is building a temple to accommodate itself within the housing of your flesh. You are so disconnected with your sun. You're not connected with your sun. You are not connected with your sun because you don't eat solar food. Consistently solar food. And you're not wet enough. Meaning you don't drink enough water. You don't drink enough water. And water is so very significant. 3/4 of the planet is water. Water is so very significant for the reception of light. Okay? The mythological Moses, his name means literally I'll show you that later. I'll show you that later so you can know. And I qualify when I say the mythological Moses because there are a lot of Moseses, right? There's a lot of Moseses.
Isaac Hayes was Moses.
Yeah, tell me about it. 480 is the Kabbalistic equivalent of the Hebrew word path, which means an opening. So now when our English speakers, when you hear someone say, clear a path for me, it has a Hebrew origin, which of course has an origin in Kim, which means opening. Numbers express function and sound is the vehicle of function. When we switch the Hebrew letters, we receive the word thop, which is a hand drum, a musical instrument, and as well a vehicle for sound. So now listen. Let me say this again, because we're speaking about essentially a lot of concepts that people perhaps never heard of. And I always speak to the future. Some of the stuff that I say in the tapes, like the stuff that I said in tapes a long time ago, like my first tapes, did not really become relevant to people for a year and a half, sometimes later than that. You have to challenge yourself to say that everything that I know right now is a lie. It does not exist. It's not real. And then challenge yourself to begin to become a reality creationist based on your observation of what nature has given you as a guide. Right? So now, numbers express function. Numbers express function, and sound is the vehicle of function. Nothing physical can exist. Sound can exist without the physical world. And the physical world is a byproduct of sound. When you have an organ that is ailing, there are means and manners in which you can address the organ by speaking to it. Right? And resonating with it. When you're saying the disease is the evidence of lack. Right? Disease is the evidence of lack. What is lacking? The only thing that could lack is love. Because that's the only thing that really exists. That's the most powerful force in the universe. In fact, if you do anything in the universe that's not an act of love, then what is it? It's an act of fear. Think about that. Everything you do, if you don't do it for the love, you're doing it for fear. Because love is the only constant thing in the universe. Walking to your room, going to use the bathroom, going to eat, all of that can be enshrouded and encompassed into love, right? But when you start contemplating on I might slip and fall, something might happen, boy, they might kill somebody, things are going to happen. Oh God, I don't want to go in there. I don't want to go outside. I ain't going outside. No. And then what happened? Right? You have magnetically created the circumstance for fear to root itself in your existence. And now all this stuff that you thought that you could never happen is happening. And even the poor babies are inheriting, the children are inheriting the fears of the parents. Babies don't even know where they're getting it from. They don't even know why they feel that way. And if you notice, certain cultures raise children in different ways. Some cultures, I showed in my last lecture, they put defanged cobras in the baby pens with the babies. The baby be like 1 year old. The babies be playing with cobras. They defanged so they don't kill the baby, right? But it's rooted out of the mind. Fear. It's not there. You have to use fear. You can't never get rid of it. You got to use fear. My brothers in the military, you already know. If you didn't go through the basic training, your ass would be scared to death out there. The basic training, they do what is called, it's mind control. It's programming. It comes from the Islamic paradigm, and the Chinese taught people how to regiment psychology by making them pay attention to details. So whenever you were in the barracks and the drill sergeant said, "Hey, I see a strand of hair inside of this toilet. I want all y'all to get up and clean this shit up," at 3:30 in the morning, right? What does this begin to do? This shit starts making your ass pay attention to the details. You start everything you like this. And what they've done is they have activated Yahweh. They have activated Yahweh, and the scripture tells you, don't ask me who God is. Don't ask the preacher. Go to the book. The book tells you Yahweh is a man of war. The book tells you that Yahweh, the secret of Yahweh is fear. Hello? That's why your ass ain't scared to put the work in. Because you have been amplified, trained in the manner in which to address the physical world. Your visual cortex, this is your yod. He is seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting. When they all come together, it's called quintessence, and that's called the hologram. That's called what you perceive reality to be. This is why you build pyramids with 5 points. This is why in Western Africa, they pulled Yahweh out of Western Africa in Kushite theology using the 4 points and directions, and then created magic out of that. The only person that does magic is your 4 senses. That's it. That's why nobody have to believe in magic in order for magic to work on you. That's a lie. If anybody tell you that, that's bullshit. That I don't have to believe. I don't believe in magic, so it has no effect on me. That is so untrue. So untrue. Now, if sound is the vehicle of function, and this is why I deal with Kabbalah, because I challenged the text told me what it is. It says that the Hebrew word pa, which equals 480, the same amount of years from, now I'm leaving stuff out because I'm building up my point, the same amount of years required for the building of the temple from the Exodus for a reason. Now the Exodus, where was they leaving from? What was the Exodus? Where they was leaving from?
Slavery.
They was leaving slavery. They was leaving slavery. But from where though?
Egypt.
From Egypt. But not, it don't say Egypt in the book. Who told you that?
Israel.
It don't say Israel in the book. Who told you that?
Kemet.
It don't say Kemet in the book.
Amaray.
Pharaoh.
It don't say Kamaray. They use a mythological term to describe a place that historians have put in Egypt.
Land of Pharaoh.
It's Mutz. Mutz. That's the root. It's Mitzrayim. Now Mitzrayim, the root of Mutz, it means any place their mounds are. Mutz means mound. Any place there's mounds can be your Egypt. Hello? And they are pyramids on every place on the planet. The biggest one is where? China. Okay? Now, the 480 years is the numeric stellar trajectory equation equaling the number of seconds required for the sun's light to reach you. It expresses the numeric matter in which light manifests through the lenses of darkness. So now the 8 minutes, when we divide 8 minutes, right, into how many seconds is in a minute?
60.
Times 60 times 8, you get your 480. So the 480 years that they're talking about from the Exodus to the building of the first temple is describing light's trajectory from darkness, hello? Light. Now listen, light comes from the darkness. Your sun ain't light like you think it is. That's an illusion. My brother's gonna clear all this shit up when I'm finished. He's gonna bring it all home. He's gonna bring it all home, right? That set the stage for us today. He's gonna bring it all home. Now, the 480 years is the numeric stellar trajectory equation equaling the number of seconds required for the sun's light to reach you. It expresses the numeric matter in which light manifests through the lens of darkness. Now, people say, yo, I need you to go back to that old Kabbalah like back in the day. Because I started drifting. I started talking about politics and shit. And then all the haters come out. Because the politics is where all the haters is chilling. And all they doing is talking about politics and all this bullshit. I already know who I am. I already know who the Caucasian is. I'm done with that shit. I'm going someplace else into the spiritual realm where we have to set up the stage for those people who are willing to actually die. In the Quran it says, long for death if ye are true. Long for death if ye are true. Let the bullet free you. Let the gunshot free you. All these people talking about life. Life is a fancy vanity. It's nothing. You heard? And you could tell those agents of spiritual repression who try to constantly keep your mind off the spiritual matters. You heard? Keep you fixed in material shit. I don't care what color no president is. The purple president could come out. I don't care. 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 You won't confuse me and have me all happy for nothing. You won't have me happy for some external circumstance that I know is futile. You understand? In the grand scheme of things. Feel me? So now, back to Kabbalah. This is where we going straight with it. If you ain't with it, not you folks here, but I'm speaking to our brothers and sisters in our extended family. 480 as well equals the entity used by mythological Moses to channel the Ruach HaKodim known as Lilith. Many of us who've been watching these DVDs been hearing about Lilith for quite some time. We hear about Lilith, but we vacillate her through our English mind. We think Lilith is an entity that is like, feminine connotation. We've seen images of her. And people are channeling images. And in channeling the image, you can challenge the import of the magical thing in which you intend to bring into existence. However, the real magician is a mathemagician. He goes to the very root of the entity, takes the number of the entity out and uses that. All kings in ancient times would build artifices and encode their names within the artifice by way of numeric principle. Okay? The King Sargon and Sumer did that. The ziggurats have his name in the numeric construct. Now, we are not able to access the force and power of the very sounds our ancient builders left for us to utilize in order to access the free and abundant energy present and surrounding us at all times. We activate this power solely with sound. Now,
it's crazy.
And Moses, now let's look at the text. Now, how the hell did Moses split the sea? Y'all been reading this Bible. Y'all been thinking, Jesus and God and everything. But you never asked, well, how the hell, if this ain't but a few years ago, what the hell did he have then that I ain't got now? So why is he splitting seas and I got trouble making people understand me? Right? What's that about? Mythology. Let's look at the text. And then I've rendered a word for word just to show you, I didn't complete it, but just to show you some of how you are really supposed to read it. And Moses stretched out his hand. Now this is the poetic, anglicized version. Check it out though. He had a staff, but it was in another verse. They never introduced the staff into this verse when he actually split the sea. Yahweh told him to go with a staff and split it, right? But when he actually split it, the staff is not in the text. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by the strong east wind all that night and made this sea dry land, and the waters were divided. Don't it sound beautiful? Right? Now, in its word for word, it would sound, and stretched Moshe the hand, because if it was his hand in language, they would have put it in the Hebrew, they would have had a cough at the end of the word hand. Now, as a person who sits and deals with the Hebrew, they only a few hundred, less than 3,000 words in biblical Hebrew. We speak a language that has over 80,000 words, right? And if you speak English. Many of us who do speak English don't utilize not even a quarter of the 80,000, right? The mind of the ancients only had a very simple language to deal with. That's why they were so advanced. See? Simplicity is technology. Extra is the bullshit. Right? Your telephone, the stuff that's done in your little phone used to be what one computer could do that they made 50 years ago that fill up this whole building. Right? So the objective, you changing your tape? Okay. Gotta make sure that UK tape is tight, Jack. Can't wait to get to London. Right? How y'all feeling? Y'all all right? All right. Now I'm gonna tell you what Moses is. All you gotta do is read the story. All you gotta do is read the story. You wanna know who Moses is? Read the story. I'm gonna show you though. Now, it says, and Moses stretched Moshe, and this is his real name. His name is only actually 2 letters. The final letter, in a sense, gives power and force to his first 2 letters. His first letter in his name is water. Water, simply. The second letter in his name is tooth, but the connotation spiritually is fire or the sound shh. So it's the force within the water. You know, water has the ability, it conforms to the number 6. In geometry, go ahead.
Moshe in German is mosque.
Ah.
If you was to ask in German, if you was trying to get to the mosque for prayer, and you said, voice to Moshe.
Wow.
This is for the church for Muslims.
Wow.
What do you mean?
Mosque.
For Muslims.
Yeah.
Church.
Masjid. That's deep. That's deep. Now that's deep, and it tells you that and we were doing the knowledge to the language here, and at first I was thinking that German might be hard, but it really is not when you speak Namin. So I speak Namin. You know what I'm saying? So from the hood, we did, yeah, you know what I mean? We just be making up shit as we go. You know what I'm saying? So it's not hard for us to be pliable to incorporate, you know what I mean, a means to speak. You understand? So especially when people come here who are speaking ancient languages, like someone who comes from an Arab country, they could snatch Deutsch like nothing. Because it's an older language. Greek, older language, you could snatch Deutsch. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing. It's nothing. So now, back to the Hebrew. And stretch Moshe the hand over the sea and recede Yahweh. And Yahweh means sensory perception as the quintessence of holographic imagery. That's all Jehovah is. He is sensory perception as the quintessence of holographic pineal image making. Moses was instructed to part the sea within himself first, because that's the only place where the magic goes down. The sensory perception, right, is the foreground, and then the hand that we're speaking about, I'm going to show you something deep. Check this out. Hold on, let me finish the verse. The sea, and stretch Moshe the hand over the sea and recede Jehovah the sea, in wind, spirit, solar strong all night. And I had to stop it because it was so incoherent that the only way that you would really understand the text is if you were versed in symbolic nuances of language and Kabbalism. The English translation of the Bible is only 10% of what it's actually saying. Okay? It only is there to suit and boot the Western mind and keep it a slumber. Okay? Now, let me show you something else.
Quick question.
Go ahead, beloved.
When you said 10%, is that related to tithes as well?
We'll get into that too, because the whole tithes thing is a super deep science. You can heal yourself if you pay your tithes too. That's another way that I have been able to circumvent so much bullshit in my life, is doing good things in secret. And that's what the ties are. You tap into the 10% of the universe that you can access, as Doc was speaking about yesterday, are symbolically encoded within the ties. See, when you give 10%, you're giving 10% back to the physical world, but who is giving? You're giving out of the 90% of unseenness. You walk around with 90 all day in your psyche. Everything that you hear is 10% of what is 90% of going on in the unmanifest realm. You understand? Now look, Ein Sof Or is equals 9. 414 equals 9. Ein Sof Or is the origin of, that is the real God of the Bible. Ein Sof Or is Asar. He is the perfect black one. Right? And I use the word black because I don't have another word to describe essentially this color. Because we have an ongoing, a senseless debate that I do not want to continue participating in because it's being co-opted by provocateurism and the agent shit with the word black. Okay, so a proper word for it in Hebrew could be shakor or kedem or kidar. Those are good proper words for the color of blackness. Now the supreme, and that's what is unmanifest, that is dark matter. That dark matter is the 90%. Only 10% of it can make itself manifest, and it does so in a beam of light that we're going to talk about later that has something to do with the solar boat that Ra sits on. Now the supreme magical instruction for finding the point of orientation required to allow Yahweh to split the waters asunder reside within the numeric potencies of text. Now in the text it said that he was instructed to use the hand, right? And the word for the hand is yadu, right? Yadu really is yod. It would be yod, vowel, daleth is hand, but in the text they spell it yod, daleth, vowel. And it equals 20, right? And then the way that it was split, this is how the minds of the ancients were not in the same, constructed in the same manner in which we construct our thinking and our thought process. When they want to say that something is strong, right? They would put, if they want to say that I'm a strong man, they would say I'm strong of hand in the language. That's how it would be. Right? This is how their mind worked. They would put things in a specific order in order for psychology to develop what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? So now, the C and the hand becomes synonymous in the text because the C does not split asunder until he actually activates it with his hand. In this verse, where it goes asunder, it's in 14, 19 to 21 in Exodus. It don't split asunder until he puts his hand over it. So I went to the text, I said, let me add these are the definitive markers you'll find in language. Now, the way we get the word the is really a vestige of the Hebrew af, word af. Af means the beginning and end. In the Zohar, they said the aleph and the tau has the same connotation as alpha and omega in the Greek. When someone says something comes from the alpha and the omega, what is it? It comes from the what? The beginning and the what? And the end. Okay, how are we looking for time?
You good.
Okay. Now, the C, meaning the. So it says the hand and the C. Now, the C equals 55. So I did some Kabbalah. I said, let me add them and see what comes. 20 is a Kabbalistic numeric symbol of deity whose name is Yeya. Right? Now, 55 is a Kabbalistic numeric symbol of God's female consort, whose title is Kala, which means bride and is a Kabbalistic alternate term for Malkuth, the physical world. So when Moshe put his hand over the sea, what was occurring was there was a marriage which was ensuing. Now, in alchemy, it speaks constantly of the divine marriage. The symbol of marriage is very significant for psychology. This is why when you go to, that's why the wedding in every culture is a major ritual. Major ritual. Italian wedding, African wedding, African, whatever, different parts of the world, wherever you at, German wedding, they always have intricate aspects of culture. In some cultures, before the honeymoon, the woman has to sit on her lap with a baby boy. Right? First I said, why? They reenacting the Heru myth with the mother and child. But more importantly, the boy child has an electromagnetic field that makes the woman's ovaries ovulate, setting up the stage for the honeymoon. Holla, right? Now, 20 plus 55 equals 75, which is Layla, meaning night. However, when we jumble these letters, we receive Hallel, meaning Lucifer. Now, Layla, those of you who are Muslim, if you ever fasted during the month of Ramadan, you remember the Laylatul Qadr was the night of power. Check it out, True. The Laylatul Qadr is very significant in Islam during the month of Ramadan because that is the night when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala answers all prayers. He only do it at night. During the odd number of the last 10 days of Ramadan. Okay? So now, and I reference Islam for a reason. I always reference Islam because Islam is a balancing point. It's the checks and balance for other religious systems. And it's the perfection of the other ones. Now, Freemasonry is presently Western man's desire to follow Eastern, Asiatic, or Kushite stellar theology. The myth of King Solomon's temple merges fully in the mythology of Freemasonry. A distinct and fully functioning mythology is what is required to activate the caverns of the Western mind. The Western mind's need for spiritual symbolism to guide it through the dark world of our present aeon. So Freemasonry, in a sense, is what is the basic fundamental premise used by Western man to guide himself through the world. Western man cannot sit down and meditate and still whoop your ass, take your money in taxes, and be the IRS agent and do all of that. He has to use a different system of spirituality. He cannot use Eastern philosophy. Eastern philosophy is not aggressive enough for him to have a commercial venue. You know what I'm saying? A commercial venue that is aggressive. You know what I mean? And Freemasonry affords the Western man the ability to sit and act like a Moor. He can sit and don the fez. He can sit and wear the clothing of essentially the indigenous people of the planet and operate within their venue spiritually in their spiritual system of commerce as well as the physical world of commerce. Okay? So now, Jesus Christ, how we fix that? Now, the things is under there, but let me show you what this is. Now, do you remember when I spoke to you? Excuse me, my bad, y'all. I got the letters under here. No need to apologize because I can explain it. Now, the 72 names of God are what you see here, right? The 72 names of God are the actual tools used by the mythological Moses to split or recede the Red Sea. This is the means and the manner by which to open up the caverns in the sky or the portals in the sky and channel down cosmic imperative. Now, where do we get these 72 names from? The 72 names come from a number of 216 letters that are in 3 verses. The 3 verses that I'm talking about is Exodus 14, 19 through 21. In Exodus 14, 19 through 21, it speaks about the whole setting the stage for Moses to split the Red Sea. He doesn't split it until he gets to chapter 21. Now, what they did was they took 72 letters from one verse. Each of the 3 verses have 72 letters in them. They put 72 letters in this way, then put 72 this way, 72 this way, and then 72 this way. Now they call that the way of the ox. Oxes plow in this way. On land, they plow this way, then they go this way, and then they go this way, right? Now they read the 3 verses going down and render, take 3 letters out of each of them and render 72 names. Now each of the 72 names are angelic names. Some end with the name El and some end with the name Yah to describe the masculine and female potential of the angelic forces, right? Now, at least they afford us female angels in this Kabbalah. There's no female angels in Christianity, unfortunately. I don't know what the angels are doing up there by themselves, right? So now, you have at your access the ability to bring down cosmic and light code, what you call it, imperatives housed in these sounds. And the ancients put this there for a specific reason. Now, this is what Moses really means. Moses means water, vehicle, breath. His name means water, vehicle, breath. The mythological Moses is a code word detailing ancient methods used by priests for channeling stellar imperatives. Stellar gnosis is given to the son from the mother through breastfeeding and storytelling. You get your high science in the process of breastfeeding. If you were not breastfed, you better get you some titty now. because that's where the truth is at. That's if you know somebody that you trust that's weaning, get you a cup. Real talk, for the simple fact that the Milky Way comes down through the naaf, the nipple, the nap. The word P, the letter P is synonymous with the F sound, right? So when you, now, I don't want to blow it up. I'm going to get to another point. Let's go here now. Look, storytelling. Now go and call, now this is from Exodus 2:7. Now this is when they pulled little baby Moses out the manger, right? Very significant that this is the very crucial element of the story. Without this part of the story, the whole shit don't make no sense. Okay? Go and call a woman from you, a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child. Now here we have a Anunnaki reptilian mother feeding her child. The Hebrew word for breastfeeding is nuk. In the term Anunnaki is the feeding. Now what is a baby doing when a baby feeds and sucks on the titty? What happens? The pons region, which surrounds the pineal gland, is stimulated. Sucking breast milk stimulates pineal function. If the pineal is activated, stellar imperative is embossed into the child. The child is now a priest. Hello? You remember Mork and Mindy? With Nanu? Who were the adults? The children were the adults in Mork and Mindy. Mark's pops was like 5 years old. You know what I'm saying? You become you born an adult and you become a child. All right? Now, the Hebrew word for breastfeeding is nuk. The root of nuk is nu, which shares the same root as noon, which means fish, as in nomo from the cosmology of the Dogon. The Hebrew letter Nun equals the number 50, and 50 are the number of ancestors who came on the Shem to seed the daughters of men with the seeds of God. So the Nun, which means the fish, the sperm, is stellar. When they talk about the Anunnaki, remember? When he said, this is what made Zechariah Sitchin write all them books. He could not find a meaning of the word Nephilim. In the English, Nephilim kept saying what? Giants. Giants. Like the New York Giants? Giants? What the fuck are you talking about? The Giants. Giants? He said, no, I'm going to challenge the text, and went in and challenged the text and was beginning to find.
I thought that was the Gibor.
The Gibor, what do you mean?
The Giants, I thought that was the Gibor. And I thought the Nephilim was the half-half.
See, but when you go into the poetic anglicized version of the book, they always use the English variant giant to supplement Nephilim, because they don't know what Nephilim is. The M at the end of it means it's plural. The Nephal is the nipple, brother. The nipple. It's what comes out of her nipple is the Nephilim into the child. The child becomes the housing of God. The black man is God. Through the breast milk does he seed all seeds with divine potential, brother. He uplinks the DNA through that. I'm telling you, it is very crucial to have breastfed children. If you have a child now and the woman is not breastfeeding, you are not creating a healthy, sentient, priestly being. You gotta have that. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have it now, you're gonna have troubles in the child's life, and they're gonna have to supplement it later on in some form or fashion. And a lot of the maladies that we are presently seeing today, many of the people who are, I'm 33 years old, 34 years old, and the problems that I see that are prevalent in the people my age and before and after me, they are lacking spiritual development. People are grossly, like on a whole nother level, insecure. And whenever you're insecure on this level, this is evidence of spiritual underdevelopment and emotional underdevelopment. And you get developed first on an emotional level with mommy. That's why it was so significant that we opened up yesterday with the brother's mother. She's the one actually who set the stage.
Yes.
Okay? She's the one that set the stage. Okay, now here's a depiction of the Shem HaMephorish. This is from, was he a German? I believe Athanasius Kircher was a German. He's one of the first Europeans to dedicate in writing an extensive work on Kabbalah. And I think this is a woodcut from one of his books. If I'm mistaken, please tell me. Now, the pillars on the porch of King Solomon's temple equal DNA. And DNA equals the pillars, the external pillars on the Etz HaKayim, on the tree of life. Right? Now, the pillars on the porch. Now, the porch on King Solomon's temple is called the Ulam. The Ulam, the word itself, equals the number 77. Right? 77 is very significant when we get into Kabbalistic sorcery, because it was used for 9/11. They oriented the whole event off of the number 66 and 11. Combined, they were 77. 66, they made the enemy of 9/11, which is really their ally, Allah.
And the UK.
Allah, what you said?
27 as well, on the 7th for the 7th.
The UK bombers was done on 7.
Now let me show you something.
7th for the 7th.
Let me show you something.
Yeah.
Take this back to the UK. Look, 9/11, take away the number 77 equals the Hebrew word Megdal, which means tower. And tower equals 834. Now, the sorcerers who did 9/11 were Kabbalists. They sat there and fixed all that shit in numbers before they pulled that stunt. Okay? 834, take away 77 equals 757, which is the 757, which is the type of plane they used. Okay? Okay? Now, two towers is the word Megdalim. I told y'all that yum at the end of any word pluralizes it. Megdalim, okay, equals, has two equal equivalencies. Where the fuck is this at? Okay, Migdalim, 127. 477, take away. Okay, Megdalim, 527. I gotta do this shit. I'll show y'all later. This shit goes into some whole other shit. These are some old notes. The word 477 equals the word terror. Hello? They go your 77 again. And then 477 take away 911 equals 434, which means Daleth or the door. 9/11 was a portal opening event. Terror plus door equals beginning. Fear's entry begins or starts a given context of existence. The door lies in the center. The middle is the way. Fear is the medium by which one may enter into the sacred pillar of genetic DNA configuration. The way to get into anybody's DNA or to get into their imprint is by way of fear. This is why they can all make us relatives on a DNA level with an event that happens external to us all that utilizes fear. This is why we all have the same page. Time?
Raise the threat level.
Raise the threat level. That's right. That's right. Altering the configuration and thus beginning a new template structure or lattice to accommodate the infrastructural mandates of the adversary's agenda. Now, the 3, 5, and 7 steps of Freemasonry conceal the numeric manner in which to spin intent interdimensionally throughout the universe using light and sound as its primary medium. This is why they are associated with the winding staircase in the second degree. The 3, 5 are actually, the 3 and the 5 are actually the musical 3.5 used to measure scale and a progression towards achieving a full measure of musical sound. I may have said it a little off, but the 3, 5, and 7, the 3 and the 5 deal with sound and how sound is the activating vehicle for interdimensional travel. To spin it, when we get into our UFOs, when we start getting the UFOs popping, y'all, the Germans, y'all supposed to be building them. This is where the first one was at. So where's your shit at? Where your UFO parked at?
Can't tell you.
Okay. When you get one, I guarantee that the best means of travel when you get into it is going to be sound. Sound is going to be the medium of, and they even have in new sound weaponry. They're using weapons. They're using weaponry that's rooted in sound because sound can disturb any medium. They can melt your ass with sound. Scientists have even used high-pitched sound to freeze liquid helium. Now, how are you going to use sound to freeze something? They also have a science called sonoambulance, where they can use sound to make light, brother. Why you think they say in the beginning? Why you say God said in the beginning, let there be what? Light. Islamically, what do they say? Kun fire kun. Be and it what? And it is. Right. But with Waco, with Koresh and them, they got him with, they were using rock and roll music to confuse them inside of the actual, the compound. They were playing it for days. So the new attack is gonna be sound and visuals.
They got them for crowd control now. In the inner cities, they're using this sound weapon.
Yeah.
They no longer have horses, and, billy clubs and all that. They got the sound. They hit you with the sound weapons, and it's clearing crowds out.
Yeah, it's so powerful. It can make people throw up. It can make you keel over. Like
that's what they're using to get like the terrorists and stuff now, because they're going to like non-lethal weapons. So they actually have it now, so they can.
But let me tell you something. I'd rather get shot than shot with some sound, because the sound can totally reconfigure your DNA. It can emboss within your very soul a command. You don't know what frequency, what words, what are they saying to you. They could be telling you all kind of stuff. And you remember when they always had them public service announcements that in the case of emergency, when you hear the sound, and all that shit, they've been programming us for years with sounds, man. And in the States, when you hear the whoop, 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 all of a sudden niggas just stop. What the fuck? You ain't doing nothing. You just went outside to go to the store, you hear the whoop, whoop, then they put it with the colors, with the red and the blue, and you feel like you did some shit. You be like this. You start walking straight up, you like this. You know what I'm saying?
Start checking your
sound. Exactly. You start, you be like this. I'm dirty. I'm good. Yeah. Now, are actually associated with the measure, scale, and progress to achieving the sound. The half is, of course, 5, as half of a whole is 50% of it. The number 5 represents the middle chamber spoken of in 1 Kings 6:8. For my Masonic brothers, you take the notes. Now, length, depth, and width are the 3 dimensions required to find the volume of a rectangular solid. The solid body is a holographic projection of King David's pineal gland. Solomon, and the numeric manner in which to find the volume of the cube is his name, Sholema, which equals 375. See, Solomon is a variant of the 3, 5, and 7 steps of natural progression towards manufacturing a physical thing by way of the descent of cosmic influx. So you can, everything that you do, you spin into existence. Like if you had a magical wand and we was teaching people, you see on Harry Potter, you just can't stick the wand, now you gotta spin it, right? When you make the salat and you in the, what is that, Jalsa? I believe in Jalsa, you are instructed to say the Tashahhud, you have to take your finger and spin it like this. You're spinning your intent. You're bringing things into being. This is a part of Islamic prayer. You have to put your hand on your knee, your right finger, and spin it like this. See? Everything got to spin. Which equals 375 in this variation of the 3, 5, and 7 steps. And King Solomon went, this is very important. This is very important. And King Solomon went and fetched Hiram out of Tyre. He was a widowed son of the tribe of Naphtali. There go that word again, Naph. What I told you Naph mean, nipple. Now when you put Naphtali, right? The Thali in Hebrew is the pole star. The pole star is the star that orients everybody. When Hiram, who is a man versed in what? a widowed son of the tribe of Naphtali, and his father a man of Tyre, a worker in brass. And he was filled with wisdom, understanding, and cunning to work in brass. The brass that they're talking about, here's this from my man KB Unk, man. Shout out to KB Unk, man, in Atlanta. This is official. This joint got the crystal and all that. Now, the brass that they're talking about ain't nothing but your DNA. It's your crystal. Brass or copper, brothers and sisters, is a significant additive to your DNA. Copper is so very significant for healing. It acts as an analgesic. You can actually take copper and rub it on bruises and they'll heal. Okay? Copper also responds to your electromagnetic field in your thought process. If you're dealing with some awful shit, your brass metallic thing will get very tarnished fast. The way to clean it, you're going to need acid that you can get out of ketchup and lemons to clean it off, to get the look again. Okay, so why when you enter into the Temple of Solomon is there always the Temple of Solomon, this here, why must you first, in order to enter it, you must first what? Walk in between its what? Its pillars on the porch. Boaz and what? Yakin. Both equaling the number 79. Hello? 79, which is an extension of 77. 79 only means in 77. In strength. See, the word Boaz means in strength. Az is also synonymous with the goat. The goat is what? The goat is what? Sacrificial animal. Deals with Aries. Deals with setting something off. It deals with strength. A billy goat kicks is rough, right? Don't care. And when I got my 3rd degree, they kept trying to scare people. I ain't gonna go into that. But that goat is everywhere. That goat is everywhere. It's primal. He was filled, let's go back to the text. It says he was filled with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Now, for years, everybody been reading the text, but ain't been going to Kabbalah to see what the hell the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge that Yahweh, the Hiram was filled with. The wisdom, understanding, and knowledge ain't nothing but these Sephiroth right here. Can you see all this dot? Yep. Is Hokmah. Hokmah, he was filled with wisdom, understanding, Binah, and Dath. Dath. For those of you who are trying to figure out what Dath is, Dath ain't nothing but the portal. It's the portal through which, you see this, Keter? You see this swirl? Remember in the beginning, the first William Blake picture, the Ancient of Days? The Ancient of Days is another representation of this swirl. Now this swirl creates your compass in your compass and square motif. You see? At the top of the compass, you always see the screw there so you can move it around, right? But that compass represents Keter. Keter, the word Keter means to circle. What do you use a compass for? To make a circle, right? Kabbalistic Freemasonry, right? Now here's the Gebor you were speaking of. You remember you said the word Gebor? Now Gebor symbolizes the 5th Sephiroth and it equals the number. This is a side note. It equals the number 216, which is the same equivalent for fear. Okay? Now, Kesed is the opposite of Gibor. That's how you defeat Gibor. When someone comes at you with it, somebody comes at you like this, what? What you want, son? You want to get it in? You use Kesed. You use mercy. Mercy is far more powerful. That's why it comes before rigor on the tree of life. See? The planet is Jupiter. You need Jupiter the abundance of Jupiter to subject Mars You heard?
There you go.
You know? Now, here we go. Very interesting. Who's this?
Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger has what around his neck? A noose. That is the, of course, you know what noose mean to us. Mississippi, right? You niggas start thinking about Alabama, Georgia, right? The peach trees. The noose is a Masonic symbolism. In Masonry, it's called what? It's called the cable toe. Right? Now, very interesting. He has some symbols on his head. I want y'all to see this. Come up here. Y'all might not be able to see it from back there. I want y'all to come up here, get close and see this. He's got some very interesting symbols on his head. Right here appears to be a 3. This appears to be a triangle of sorts. And is this a Greek letter? It's an F. A phi. Phi or pi. Phi. Right? Now, this is between takes in the new Heath Ledger movie that came after Batman. Although he died, check out. It's the for the Adventures of Professor Parsippus or something like that. Something to that effect. You can, with the computer, you ain't got to ask nobody no questions no more. You can go find out the name of it. But this is between takes, and this is a picture of him. They're about to film him in a ritual murder. Now, in the UK, there was, and I'll get back to you on this, there was a historically murder that was never solved of a Mason, right? Killed by Masons, and he was killed in accordance to Masonic ritual. And whenever you're killed in accordance to Masonic ritual in the States, the police are instructed never to pursue the case. They are not to pursue your killers. Okay? If you get split asunder and your tongue snatched out and you by the sea or water, whenever they kill that ass by water, and in this movie he's going to be hanging off of a bridge right over water. You understand? Now, how did they continue to make the movie with Heath Ledger? Y'all can sit down now. Y'all niggas all on me now. Right? Right? How can they continue to make the movie if he dead? This is how they did it. They used 3 actors. Each time Heath Ledger walks through a magic mirror, one of these 3 actors come out on the other side. Hello? These 3 are very significant. Not the 3 actors, but the number itself is very, very, very significant. That 3 symbolizes what in my cosmology are these 3 Sephiroth, which are Sirius A, B, and C. I say Keter, Chokmah, Bina are Sirius A, B, and C. The occultists, the unfortunate them people's been trying to say, the Society for Inner Light have been saying that Thoth encompasses Sirius itself. That I do not agree with. Thoth is dark matter. Thoth is the lens by which these 3 realize themselves in the holographic universe below in the 6th Sephiroth called the realm of Yetzirah, or the Sephiroth Habenim, which are the builders of the holographic world. Okay, so now ritually, the ritual sacrifice of Heath Ledger, because he was murdered. He was murdered, and the operatives and handlers in that murder was one of the twins, the Mary Kate Olsen twin. She's the one that gave him that bum ass medication, that bum ass Xantax, whatever that shit was that killed him, right? Yeah. Now, if you come to my house and you find me dead, Curtis, right, and you call True Master and say, yo, True, Rashid in here dead, come over. And he come over, and y'all be like, oh shit, he is dead, right? Yeah. Call Doc. Doc come over, yo, this nigga dead, son. and then y'all call the police, who you think going to jail? Y'all niggas going to jail. Right? Right. Now, how do Heath Ledger, he laid out, the masseuse get there, she don't know what to do. She said, let me call Mary Kate Olsey. Let me call her. So she called Mary Kate. Mary Kate said, oh, he's just laying there? Don't call the hospital. Call my private security team. They'll come down. And her private security team was the cleanup crew that made sure that the crime scene was effectively placed in order. That was an insurance scam for Hollywood to recoup off of the recession. Simple. You heard? And to transdimensionally put one of their rising and shining suns. He played everything under the sun, but he played also one of the people that took Puff Daddy out of cell number 13 and Monsters Ball to his death. You understand? Besides him playing a fag, besides him playing a clown, besides all of that, look where they finna put him now that he's dead. You heard? And these auspicious symbols upon his head. Now, I put this as an X-ray photo of a nebula. This is the Crab Nebula, but the X-ray photo. If you were to see the actual photo, it looks nothing like this. There is activity going on. This is what the equivalent of Thoth would be. It is a portal, cosmic one. See it? You see, it seems like it's a point of light with a circle around it and then a gas shooting out of it. This is particles of who we are, what we are composed of.
What's that at, bro? What's that?
That's the Crab Nebula, X-ray photo of it, right? Now, Binah is the builder. Now, this is how the lightning bolt goes. Ein Sof Or sends intelligence to Keter. Keter goes to Hokmah. Hokmah goes to Binah. And then Binah sends her son, her children, her Anunnaki, her Nun, right? Through the galactic lensing of Thoth, which is extremely painful. That's why birthing is so painful. Birthing is painful, and so is what? Dying sometime, ain't it? Because when you die, you go back the opposite way. See? They discourage Kabbalists to get too far entrenched into the three supernals because they're speaking to the Eurocentric mind, because if they get too deep into this, they can go beyond, they can go into a dark place that they cannot come back from. You ever heard people going crazy from getting too spiritual? That's what can happen. Okay? All of Dr. York, people from that era, if you wasn't in tune with your shit, my man will spook your ass. He had you bugging. Them Africans in synagogue will spook you too. If you have an English language, it's so easy for you to get mind control because our language is rooted in mind control. It's rooted, it has so many limitations and its foundation is fear.
Side note, when you was talking about the Kabbalah and 9/11, in some schools of thought, the number 10 would represent God, or the completion of everything.
That's why the word Dios or Diaz is 10.
So by them going 9/11 was their ritualistic way to bypass God.
There you go.
Numerically.
Or to actually use God as the very benefactor of what they intend to bring into existence. Exactly. In the Sefer Yetzirah, it says that there are 10 Sephiroth, not 9, 10 Sephiroth, not 11. Mm-hmm. They are, and this is a book written by the Moors. We gave them the goddamn science for that event. And Crowley crystallized it and made 11 the number of magic. He's the one that did the ritual. Now, here we have the Commission form of bringing down the Anunnaki. We have the Sumerian form of bringing down the Anunnaki. And we have the Christian form, the breastfeeding. And Kabbalah was said to be discovered in Provence, France. Well, I have no problem with you saying that, as long as you recognize that Provence, France was populated by the world's indigenous people of color. Simply because in Provence they had over 100 black Madonnas in secret, distinct locations. They were worshiping who essentially we are for aeons. Okay? And that's it. And I've come to the completion of the slide presentation.
time for a few questions.
A few questions.
Ask general questions. Don't matter.
You wanna know where I got this t-shirt? 125th Street.
125th Street?
That's right. My man Jack, Soul Brothers Boutique. You wanna know how to get any of this stuff? KB Unkman, holla at us. 718-506-4518. You can call us in the States. It's 718-506-4518. Or you go online, aarashid.com. We get you in contact with everybody. Shout out to the blue pill, the black pill, and the red pill. Shout out to Sonetta. That's my man. Azariah. Shout out to all the brothers in Jersey who are selling the DVDs. Brothers in Philly. My man Ali. My man Hakeem and them at Black and Nobel. Everywhere. My man Josh Sun on Franklin. Jabril on Fulton and Nostrand. We doing it. Go ahead, mommy. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I just wanted to I'll make a comment about what you were stating before about the children that are not breastfed.
Yes, ma'am.
With the mothers that are not breastfeeding their children. There's already a big problem. There's a big problem right now because the children are coming in undernourished and they're coming in very small. They've got a lot of problems now with all these babies that are coming in this world that are just small.
Well,
I've seen a population of babies that are just small.
I just had a baby on September 22nd. My wife gave birth, and September? My baby boy? Yeah, September 22nd. Right? Now, I wanted her to be a Scorpio. That's why I'm trying to push it to October. But September 22nd, I had my baby, and she was 7 pounds 4 ounces. We had her at home. Nothing, none of that bullshit. My girl squatted. 4 pushes, the baby was out. When the water broke, she said, let's go shopping. She ain't lay out waiting. She went to go get some vegetables. We cooked. She said, I'm going in the room to have this baby. Come on. Called the midwife. Boom, bam. Baby was 7 pounds, 4 ounces. In 30 days, the baby is over 10 pounds with nothing but breast milk.
Right.
Nothing but breast milk. She makes her breast milk rich by eating nuts. She eats cashews and almonds, and she eats a lot of vegetables.
And the other thing, even as far as trying to supplement these babies, what we found is works very, 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 very well is colostrum.
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 Right.
And that's the colostrum is the baby of the form of the milk.
That's right.
Of the mother.
And the colostrum is what helped my baby push out the first. What's the first doo-doo they push? Yeah, that's what helped her. And the colostrum, I thought the colostrum was the milk, and it's not.
Wow. That's the form for the milk.
That's right.
So if they can help to supplement that, they have it. And I've watched these children who have been supplemented by that. Like for instance, the one my grandson that was the 3 pounds.
Right.
That had the heart problem and also the kidney that was so small. Right now, so now you should see he's like a linebacker.
Right.
You know what I mean? The shoulders, everything came out. He's very, very, very strong.
Right.
Right now, you just see that through his bones, and not even. It's a lot different. And I did that for. Like I said, he's only 20 months old right now. So he's doing very, very, very well. But that colostrum is every day.
That's right.
Every day to nurture him for what he couldn't get. It's like almost impossible to beat unless you have that type of nurturing. You really are going to.
That's our power, Mom, over the future is the connection between the mother and the child. If there is a woman, babies that's born cesarean section, the woman does not secrete a crucial hormone which connects her emotionally to the child. See? The reason why so many cesareans is because they got the women laying on their backs. That goes totally against
gravity.
It goes against the laws of gravity. When you go to Kemet, the hieroglyphic for a woman giving birth is her squatting by herself. She's not accompanied by nobody. And another trick for women to make the milk come down is for the women to sit in the Islamic position of jalsa. She must bend her knees. Her knees have to be bent, and for some reason, it brings the milk down like a flood. You understand? And that is the mercy of Allah. When I say Allah, I'm speaking about the all. That is the mercy of Allah showing us the benefits of humility and how the woman must be humble in order for our nation to succeed. Because if she lacks humility and deals with the haughtiness of what men essentially, this is what throws off the whole planet. This is why don't nobody know where they are in a gender. This is a gender blind society. Nobody cares about gender no more. Nobody wants to do masculine. Men don't want to do masculine things no more. Women don't want to do women things no more. Women want to box. Men want to do ballet. You know what I'm saying? And we are complaining, about essentially the nature in which the world is unfolding, and it's all because we are going against the actual evidence as it is given. It's one and then two.
It's absolutely right. I'm really living proof of that because, well, like I stated yesterday, all those illnesses, all those weaknesses, I like to say, when I came in this world physically, were against me. As soon as I start having those babies on a regular, everything was fine.
That's because you see, you were joking. You was like, but God, if you need another Moses, another Jesus, but look at that's what you were doing. You were making manifest God in the physical realm in order for him to participate in this world. You understand? And that is something that is so very female and crucial. Another thing is, when the women had the babies, they ain't supposed to be shooting back to work. Women that have babies, that have children, have to be home with the child. If she's not home with the child is going to develop emotional problems and will be insecure. And insecure niggas, that's why we got so many niggas that's afraid, they insecure, they deal with lack, they do bitch ass shit, they don't confront issues, they be snitching, they bitches, know what I'm saying? And I don't speak to bitches. Bitch ass niggas in particular, you know what I'm saying? So this is why it is. Your ass wasn't nurtured. And that's why you got so many men that hate women. They weren't nurtured. You got so many homosexuals. They weren't nurtured in the way of loving women. The connection is so deep on that level.
And I have to agree with you again on that because, again, I stated, when I had my babies, I didn't even go anywhere without them.
Right. Whenever your woman got to get up and go to work, she's going to clean somebody else's house. I don't care if she's a secretary. I don't care if she's the CEO. She's cleaning somebody else's house. You, brothers, have to begin to give your whiz, and this is the final word that I'm going to say. You have to begin to give your whiz something else to do besides going to work for another man. Because she's taking away resources out of your house to give somebody else, right? While your child is ailing. And until you can address that, you really ain't got shit to talk about. Make it so your whiz can stay home and don't got to get up every morning to go work for the white man. And then make it so she don't even feel like she's being less of a person if she don't work. Because my whiz, and I talk my walk, my whiz is in the crib. And I told her she never got to go back to work. You work for me. And you just sit there and operate the little thing, because I'm Riri. I can't, when it was time to get the passport, I didn't know what to do, nothing. So thanks to her, my queen, gave me a beautiful baby. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Give it up.
What you rocking? Some Frankie Merck?
The regular, the true love joint, no.
Everything true.
Yeah.
We good?
You good?
Alright. Well, y'all seen A. Rashid just tear it up. He really sliced me up. I was in the back like, I wasn't expecting it. See, when you have your mind fixed in a certain kind of frequency, that's how you know that things are syncing up and it's higher than even your own perception. It's mind altering. It alters your perception and you have no choice but to bend your will and actually push the envelope. So now that you got this, now that the standard is raised, with the question you pose to yourself, what do I need to do in order to raise the standard higher? So I was in the back bugging like, wow, all right, I need to get it together. You know, I figured it out. I got it. And so it just goes to show what all is in you. He talked about the 90% of that dark matter, which you don't see, that 10% allows you to see. So you bring things from the unseen to the seen. You know, my background, Nation of Gods and Earths, we make the unseen seen and the unheard seen and heard everywhere. You see what I'm saying? They say God is seen and heard everywhere. So that's how we bring that out of that dark matter consciousness, that 90% into being as a gift for the people to even participate in that, the other 10% that you see. The God told me when I was going through my lessons, he said, you could fill a thimble with what you know, but you could fill 1,000 universes with that which you don't know. So you could take that into perspective and really elevate, you know, within self and along the lines with all of this information that's coming, because it's powerful. Everybody is like, wow. You see what I'm saying? Now the next brother is definitely really gonna bring it home. And the first time I seen this brother, it was on the Indigo Children. If y'all don't got it out there in TV land, find somebody, jack them, whatever, and get the Indigo Children, because it was definitely mind-boggling. You see what I'm saying? And everybody know True Master from the hip hop world, you know, the producer from Wu-Tang. I've been bugging lately, still been bugging, just the fact that this all even took place, and the fact that we got a person who not industry. You see what I'm saying? You got the people with the high facade and everything, and this brother is one of the most humble brothers I ever met in my life. Even had to bring my humility down. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to turn down the ruckus button. I had to turn it down. You see what I'm saying? Because the energy, and if you ever met True, you see what I'm saying? You know that's a warm brother, and he gonna want to reciprocate that same kind of warm peace energy, or else you can't even be around it. You see what I'm saying? And to know, after I seen the Indigo Child, I was like, yo, I got to get this brother over here. And it just so happened that I talked to Rashid on the phone, and he was like, I was like, yo, you know True Master? Yeah, that's my brother. As soon as you said this whole idea, this is who I had in mind. So we had it in mind in synchronicity. So irregardless to whom or what, when things have to get accomplished, things get accomplished in the mental, and then the physical is the last thing to catch up.
Okay.
So without further ado, we're going to bring up this brother True Master.
Peace, Lord.
Peace, Lord.
It's a pleasure, man. It's an honor to be here, man. It's an honor to meet all my brothers, you know what I mean, on this side. My brother Travel over there, I met the other night. You know what I mean, your old earth. Definitely a queen, you know what I mean? And it's like everything that's been lining up, the synchronicity of everything that we've been dealing with is basically allowing us to enjoy a heightened level of perception, what we would call a hyperdimensional level of perception. And this is why we should always pay attention to synchronicities and things that align themselves up, because they give us an opportunity to walk through time barriers, to walk through worlds, so to speak, and give us a whole new insight on something. It's a tremendous amount of synchronicity around all of us right here in Bavaria. Now, in doing my research, I like to give honor to some of our ancestors like Noble Drew Ali, because without those keys, we wouldn't be able to decipher and decode this information, which is so important to us at this time. The name of the lecture is actually called Return of the Solar Sovereigns. This is actually the lecture that I think is very relevant in giving us a grounded understanding of all of our history here. And then we're going to basically expound on it with the return of the solar sovereigns and show that sovereignty itself is explicitly connected to the solar principle. Okay, Rashid spoke about the solar principle earlier. Dot spoke about the solar principle. And in the solar principle, there is a completeness, a wholeness, that when it's ignored, it can lead us down the path of all types of confusion, you know what I'm saying? All types of conflict, inner conflict as well as external conflict. And so we're going to focus on things that created a lot of dissension and a lot of conflict amongst our people, and also see how we can reestablish the completeness, the wholeness, the unity amongst us, which is inevitable, and that's why we're here right now. And this is basically, I didn't expect to be in Bavaria when I did this lecture so soon. I mean, I was hoping to come out here, and I really didn't anticipate a brother from the nation that I'm in to be here, to welcome me here. That's even bigger than I could even imagine. And like you were just saying about the light spectrum and dark matter, that's basically like saying knowledge born. You know what I'm saying? And knowledge born, that's because the solar principle is complete. You know, that's why it's one. You know what I'm saying? The complete one. And it projected a artificial buffer for it to experience without any real harm coming to itself, so to speak. Now, even the creator, if you really want to understand the creator, you have to just look at yourself. We all take a rest. You know what I'm saying? The creator takes a rest. That's why the scriptures say on the seventh day he rested. You know what I'm saying? So even though the solar principle is projecting itself here as a constant principle, it also needs a rest. Okay? Now, let's get into this, and then we're going to get into that later when we get into ancient Egypt, and we're going to bring the ancient Egyptian history all the way back up to Bavaria and all these indigenous sovereigns right here. Now, on the left, we have Friesing, Bavaria, and on the right, we have the Haupts of Pappenheim, Bavaria. Okay? We're going to quickly recap the Catholic and Protestant Moorish nobility of Europa. Okay? First, we're going to just quickly go into sovereignty, what it's rooted in. It's actually rooted in the indigenous bloodline. All of us have indigenous blood within us and are inherently nobility. Okay? Nadine is a queen. You are, you like I said yesterday, you have to live like a king because you was raised like a prince. Okay? Same thing with me. I come from a very strong woman, and I felt noble. I just felt noble from a child because of all of the love that was surrounding me from my mother, from my grandmother. And it was so befitting that she was here to start off this whole event that we're having, because the grandmother, not just the mother, but the grandmother, in all the ancient indigenous traditions, she plays a very, very special role. Now, in synchronicity, if we're going to talk about, like we just got a new black president in the United States, and his name is, of course, everybody knows Barack Obama. His father is from Kenya, and what I did was start to pay a lot of attention to Kenya, because I always look at things that happen at key times. They're showing you a synchronicity on a higher dimension. Kenya by the Kenyan people is called Lao, and it means in Kenya, the land of the widowed grandmother. Now, most of us, now to me, I would think that that's very important to us to pay attention to a lot of the different, and also in Kenya, the grandmother is in charge of telling stories that basically, for, you know, as far back as they can remember, the grandmother was the one who was like the griot and carried on the oral tradition of the nation. And there's a story, there's a few stories that I found very interesting when I studied the Kenyan people. One was a story about Opondo. Opondo was a noble who, him and his wife kept giving birth to reptilian children. And when they first saw the reptilian babies, they would just kill all of the babies. And finally the wife said, we can't keep killing these babies. So she persuaded her husband to keep one of the reptilian children. And they loved the reptilian child just like they would a normal child. And as he grew into adolescence, he would go out to the lake by himself and bathe himself. One day, one of the people from the village snuck out and peeped through the woods and saw him bathing, and he had shed all the reptilian skin, and he was a normal person underneath the reptilian skin. So he ran back and told Opondo. Now, Opondo, he grabbed his wife, they ran out to the lake, and they was like, oh my goodness, the child is normal. And they felt bad because they said, wow, we shouldn't have killed all these other reptilian babies. They were normal too. All we had to do was love them. And so they realized that, you know, their love was transformative. Now, one thing I always tell people is that whatever you hate is only an aspect of your own self that you hate. Because you become what you hate, or you hate what you've become. Now, if you love something, on the other hand, it becomes you. So love is very powerful, very transformative. Another interesting synchronicity with Kenya and Obama being from Kenya, because in my research, I found that everyone in Kenya, last name starts with an O. Like I just told you about Opondo, right? Everyone in Kenya's last name starts with an O. The O is symbolic of the sun disk, or Ra, or Atun, and is very significant with indigenous people. Thank you, my brother. Let me just breeze through this real quick, because I don't want to get sidestepped. Now, sovereignty is the basis for nobility. For all those that don't know, okay, sovereignty is exclusive right to have complete control over an area of governance, people, or oneself. A sovereign is the supreme lawmaking authority, subject to no other. Okay? It says, where's that? A sovereign, national sovereignty is of an eternal origin, such as nature or a god legitimating the divine right of kings and absolute monarchs, or a theocracy. Okay, we're gonna run through this quickly because I just want to give you our foundation for when we move into this next segment. Now we're going to deal with the Holy Roman Empire versus the Roman Empire. This is the coat of arms of the Holy Roman Empire. This is kind of a variation that I have on here of the two phoenixes, or you know, you can call them falcons if you want, phoenixes. They look like phoenixes to me. But this right here is interesting. This is from Old Navy. And as you'll see, the Holy Roman Empire is in fact the Old Navy, or the old maritime law, which admiralty is under that jurisdiction. Now in school we're taught about the Roman Empire, but we're never taught about the Holy Roman Empire. The Roman Empire we're taught about in school was actually not an empire, it was a republic or a nation state. we have been dumbed down over the centuries into not being able to discern the difference between what is a nation state and what's an empire. There are no more empires, okay, or dominions. There are only nation states at the present. Although you had George Bush acting like the United States was an empire, it's really just a nation state. And even in England, where they still have the monarchs, England is not an empire anymore. Okay? Now, an empire, by definition, means a coalition of sovereign monarchs. Now, since sovereignty is rooted in the indigenous people, in all of us, and since we're all inherently noble, we all are inherently kings and queens in our own right. And we all have nobility inherent within us. So the way the Holy Roman Empire was established, it was basically the ancient Germanic tribes would get together and elect an emperor, right? Because kings come together to elect an emperor. Regular people don't elect emperors, or regular persons, I should say. So all of the sovereign indigenous people would come together and elect the emperor to govern the Holy Roman Empire. Now, again, it wasn't hereditary in the sense that if I die, my son becomes the emperor. Every one of us will have a chance to become an emperor at some time or another. Okay? Because we are all inherently noble, because again, I want to emphasize that nobility is rooted in the indigenous bloodline, and we being indigenous people are all inherently nobility. Okay? Now, in the territory of the Holy Roman Empire, and remember, if you're doing some research, one simple word will open up all types of doors for you, and that's the word holy. Because in school, we're taught about a Roman Empire, which really wasn't an empire at all. It was a nation state that got out of control, and eventually it had to be put in check by sovereign nobles, who are the only people that can put out of control nation state in check, because it derives its power from sovereign nobles. It is charted from sovereign nobles. If you do your research on the United States, you'll find that it was originally charted by the indigenous sovereigns of North America, our ancestors. The same thing over here. These nation states eventually got out of control. In fact, there was a simultaneous destabilization of an indigenous sovereign network that was global. The same time you had the German Revolution, the French Revolution, the American Revolution, all of these things are happening basically simultaneously, because they're the destabilization of an indigenous network of Aboriginal people who are the true kings and queens of the planet, because it's based on our blood connection to the land masses. Now, the empire extended present-day Germany, which it was actually rooted here, right here in Bavaria, where we're at, is the seat of the Holy Roman Empire. It spanned from Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Czech Republic, Slovenia, Belgium, and the Netherlands, as well as large parts of modern Poland, France, and Italy. All right. For much of the empire's history, it consisted of hundreds of smaller kingdoms, principalities, duchies, counties, free imperial cities, and other domains. Despite its name, the Holy Roman Empire never included Rome within its borders. So the Rome that you know of in Italy was a nation state that paid tributary to the Holy Roman Empire. Nation states originally all paid tributary, and I guess that's why they got out of control. They didn't want to pay tributaries anymore. So they eventually, actually the destabilization took place as a result of a lot of inward fighting amongst nobles, but also intermarrying with people outside of the indigenous bloodline was definitely a major part of the destabilization. Now, the Roman Empire, originally, if you just do your research, you'll realize that it was a republic, and after 500 years, Julius Caesar appointed himself the first perpetual dictator. Now, has anybody ever saw the movie Gladiator? Yeah. Okay, well, in the movie Gladiator, where Russell Crowe is playing the head of the Roman army, the Roman Republic's army out of Italy, they're attacking the old tribes of Bavaria, which is actually a group of indigenous black people who lived right here in Bavaria. This was the seat of their empire. And Russell Crowe attacks them and defeats them. They're also known as the Huns. If you ever hear about the Huns, Attila the Hun, these are all the indigenous black people that were originally right here in Bavaria. Now in the movie, Russell Crowe, after he defeats the Huns, Caesar is standing off to the side and he's having a change of hearts because he's about to die, and a lot of times when you're about to die, you want to make amends for all your wrong deeds and everything and balance out your accounts. So he felt bad because he had just overthrown the people who had chartered him to do business. And he was about to die, so he wanted to make amends. So he told Russell Crowe, look, we're going to have to stop this. As a matter of fact, we got to revert back to a republic immediately. The whole movie Gladiator is about the Roman Empire, really the republic, reverting back to a republic because it was out of control, and Caesar at that time realized it because they had just overthrown the old tribes of Bavaria, who are also, AKA, the Holy Roman Empire, okay? The sovereign monarchs who they paid their tributaries to, they had overthrown them, and his son, of course, didn't want that. He wanted to inherit total dictatorship over Rome, the Roman Republic, so he killed his father himself. And that's the kind of inherent nonsense that goes on when you're dealing with corruption and imbalance. Your own children, you know, can be the end of you. Now, if you Google coat of arms of the Holy Roman Empire, just like that, in Wikipedia, you'll see a question mark because there is no coat of arms for the Roman Empire. It's a republic. We just have been taught, because they throw words around very loosely, that the Roman Republic was an empire. In fact, it was not. It had a flag, but of course it didn't have a coat of arms because this is a sovereign instrument used for conveyance of law. A coat of arms is abbreviated a coat of armor in mail. It's actually used for conveyance of post. Postage is actually the law. As long as you can prove someone has received post from you, that becomes the standing law. So when you send a piece of mail, if you send it notarized, return receipt mail, so you have proof that they received it, that's law. The judge in the courtroom is just a referee. It's like a game of basketball. The referee can't say nothing unless somebody make a foul, because you're on a court. And all contracts are essentially a private affair. They only can become public if you want them to be public. So there is no contest between the Holy Roman Empire and the Roman Empire because one, we know, is a sovereign body which charted this here. So this is a nation state. This is limited liability, by the way. Corporations are limited liability. All right? Flesh and blood people are 100% responsible for their actions. And this is why nation states have to be kept in check, because they're limited liability, and if they start wilding out, there's nothing to check them. Now, Constantine, after Constantine was defeated, Charlemagne took to court Constantine and any of the other dictators who claimed inherent nobility to Roman descendancy, because the true Holy Roman Empire was actually seated right here in Bavaria. And they took lawful means to stop people from claiming descendancy to any seat of nobility. This is the flag of the Byzantine Empire, which was basically the last stage of the Holy Roman Empire, of the Roman Republic, when it was under Constantine's rule. Now, I don't mean to confuse you, but remember, Holy Roman Empire, indigenous sovereign Moors out of Bavaria, Roman Empire, really Roman Republic, corporate nation state out of Italy. One paying tributary to the other one because it was chartered. Now we're going to get to the meat and potatoes. Bavaria is the center of the Holy Roman Empire, or the indigenous black sovereign nobles of Europe. This is the mighty Vesta Citadel, one of Europe's largest and most grandest palaces. This is right here in Coburg, Bavaria. I was talking to my brother earlier. He told me this is where most of their administrative law in Bavaria comes from here. It would only make sense because during the time of the Holy Roman Empire, this was the seat of the Holy Roman Empire, of all the indigenous sovereigns of Europe. So they started out here and then they branched out. This palace is also the home of the Windsors of England. This is the real home of the Windsors of England. They left here, right here in Bavaria, because they had to marry into the black bloodlines first and usurped their power, and then they moved out to where my brother D is from, London, okay? And then they changed their name from Coburg to Windsor in 1917. Prior to 1917, what we call the House of Windsor was really the House of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, with its capital in Coburg, Bavaria. Okay, now in 1914, they changed their name to Windsor for, I would call it marketing or publicity purposes. They had just started World War I, and they didn't want the people of England to start an uprising, because England was at war with Germany, and they were a German royal house ruling England at the time. So it didn't make sense, and that's really the Illuminati question coming into play, straddling both sides of the fence.
Win-win.
Creating problems and then coming with the so-called solutions.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the coat of arms of Coburg, Bavaria, right now. This is not an old coat. Well, it is an old coat of arms, and it's actually over 1,000 years old. It's not new, I should say, and it has never been changed. Even when the House of Wettin, or the family line of Wettin, I should say, married into the Coburg line. The present House of Windsor, they will tell you that they married into this black family line through the name of Wettin. Okay? So the Windsors in England, this is their family crest, or their claim to noble or nobility. Okay? And they are actually the Wettins who married into this line at a time when there were no more male heirs, because male heirs are key in nobility. And I'm not taking nothing away from the women, but essentially, when you're dealing with when you consider DNA, the mitochondrial DNA, which comes from the woman, takes a snapshot of the past. So it's always looking back to take a snapshot. Remember in Sodom and Gomorrah when they said, don't look back, and she looked back? That's because the feminine principle essentially is always taking a look back to just take a snapshot of the past. So that's how you can trace your lineage through your mother, okay? This is why the lineage is actually carried from the mother to the daughter in terms of tracing ancestry back. So what you're doing, Lord, is helping to continue her mitochondrial DNA. If you have a sister, she's continuing your mitochondrial DNA. You understand? Because the woman is taking a snapshot of the past, and that snapshot she's taking is never changing. So the same one that your mother saw, your sister saw, that's how you can trace it back. It's an unchanged part of your DNA. But the male is the catalyst forward. So while the woman is taking a snapshot back here, the male is propelling us forward into the new, to the next paradigm. So that's why male heirs were always coveted in noble families. Of course, this is the present House of Windsor's coat of arms. But remember, from 1917, prior to 1917, there was no history on the House of Windsor because it's a new name made up during World War I when they didn't want the people to start an uprising. And what they did was they made it retroactive. So, for example, there was a book written by Shakespeare called The Merry Wives of Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha. Well, when they changed their name in 1917, they changed the Shakespeare book to The Merry Wives of Windsor. Even though it was a book written over 100 years prior, they made it retro. And this is why when we do our research, we have to pay attention to the time when something is written, because that's the context it is in. This is the coat of arms of Saxe, Coburg, Gotha prior to 1917. And as you can see, it's a Moorish coat of arms with Moorish colors in it, red, black, and green. Now, in nobility, lions and dragons are prominent in all the heraldry, or the coats of arms. That's because the lion has a connection with the sun, okay? And dragons also have a connection with the sun. Here you almost see like a lion type of dragon. And one of our ancient names was Naga, which means dragon, because we have the ability to contain large amounts of heat. And we're going to get to some really good things concerning that in a minute. Okay, this is the House of Wettin marrying into Coburg. Coburg was also the place where Charles Edward, Duke of Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha, ended up arrested and tried as a Nazi, because when you do your research, you find that they had to usurp the indigenous Moorish nobles here in Bavaria first, and then they implemented a process of destabilizing the rest of the global network that was there, and they created what's known as the Illuminati, which is an offshoot of the indigenous sovereign Moors that were here as well. And so much as that all the ideas of central banking are all part of the indigenous people that was here. Central banking and all these different, put it like this, the desire to rule the planet as one world government with the United States as a hub is actually an ancient idea already done by the indigenous people, and they're just trying to do everything you did over again. And they actually hide a lot of your history in the United States because that was your hub. Now, he was arrested and tried as a Nazi, and that's when they began to try to distance themselves. Well, they had started the process, but they really started to remove themselves from that name as far as the public is concerned, because it was associated with the Nazis, who were actually financed by the House of Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha. And from 1826 to 1918, Coburg was one of the two capitals of Saxe, Coburg, and Gotha. It was actually the largest capital. And all of the royal ducal weddings that unified all of the royal houses of Europe took place at this palace in Coburg. This is why that palace is very, very important. Okay, all of the palaces were built on high mountains and high altitudes, and they all look down over the city. It was actually a practice of ours to build all of our palaces at high altitudes, and one of the reasons why we picked Bavaria as the central hub of the indigenous black people when we first settled here is because of the high Alps and the high altitudes that are here in Bavaria. Now, there's a district in Bavaria called Garmisch, Bavaria, which is the highest point in Bavaria, and that municipality still has a Moorish coat of arms to this day as well. All of these coats of arms are still intact. Okay, Saxe-Coburg and Gotha was the only European country to appoint a diplomatic consul to the Confederate States of America during the American Civil War. The consul name was Ernest Raven, assigned to a position in the state of Texas. Raven applied to the Confederate government for a diplomatic Ecuador on July 30th, 1861, and was accepted. Now, again, Saxe-Coburg and Gotha was the only state to appoint a diplomatic consul when there was a fight over slavery, because they wanted to perpetuate slavery. Now, remember that their family is not only here in Bavaria, but they have also already positioned themselves in England as the Royal House of England. So they're playing two sides of the fence here. In the movie National Treasure 2, when they're talking about the Olmec legacy, and they're talking about the Olmec gold that they're looking for, they speak about Queen Elizabeth having something to do with the Confederate Army, contrary to historical records or historical accounts. This is actually what they were hinting to, was the fact that Queen Victoria, being really a German family, was playing both sides of the fence and doing it through Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, where she was really raised at. Okay? Henry the Black, this is one of the Holy Roman Emperors who ruled right here out of Bavaria. And here they say black means pious, which is kind of interesting because we never see that anywhere, that black means pious. Okay, this is Henry the Black, Duke of Bavaria. This is about 100 years later. He's one of the more well-known dukes of Bavaria because of his son-in-law Lothair, who he chose over his other son-in-law, and it was a really, it's kind of like a complex story over trying to take care of his daughter at the expense of his son, because his daughter was going to marry Lothair. Okay. Coburg, Bavaria, and the palace at Coburg is also where Martin Luther started the German Reformation. That's why it's so very important in really getting a grasp on historical events that, you know, have a reverberating effect around the whole world, and history that's important to everyone around the world. So Martin Luther posted his 99 Thesis right on the palace walls at Coburg. And again, this is Coburg's family crest right now, and that's because there was a process of destabilizing a network of indigenous sovereigns. This is Pappenheim, Bavaria. This is the coat of arms of Pappenheim, Bavaria right now. This is also over 1,000 years old. Pappenheim was considered the seat of the hereditary imperial marshals of the Holy Roman Empire. So this was the army that went out and took care of whatever business we had to take care. Now, if you do any research on the Crusades, you'll see that all of the field marshals are named Pappenheim, because it was a hereditary seat, as is nobility. Nobility is rooted in bloodline, so it's all based on hereditary blood. Okay? Pappenheim comes from the word papo or Pippin, which means father, and or elder. And he defeated the Alemanni tribe. What you must remember is that all of these tribes were all black, and there was a lot of inward fighting amongst us. And again, our problem has been inward fighting amongst each other. If we can stop that, we're good to go. Because no one can really defeat us without our help. And, you know, all wars have always been fought with our help. by our so-called adversaries. Now, this is Fussen, Bavaria. This is where one of the largest and most well-preserved Gothic palaces is, and is still in very good shape. This is Freising, Bavaria. This was the seat of the Archdiocese of the Holy Roman Empire. This was like the original Vatican. Now, Freising, Bavaria is where the original Pope, where the Pope that's the Pope now, Pope Benedict.
That's where he's from?
This is where he was the cardinal at before he was made the present Pope. Now, the man on the picture is actually the founder of Freising, Bavaria, a brother named Saint Corbinius. Now, Saint Corbinius has a really interesting story because he was traveling through the Alps and a pack of wild bears attacked his horse. He subdued the bears and made one of the bears carry his luggage and him over the Alps. I guess he was on his way maybe to Garmisch, Bavaria, which is the highest municipality in the Alps, also a Moorish municipality. But as you can see in his coat of arms when he was cardinal, he had a depiction of Corbinius as well as his present coat of arms. As we know, he was a Nazi youth, which you can't fault him for because all the youth in Germany at that time was a Nazi youth. Okay? But he did say some kind of rather provocative things towards Islam, which had me kind of wonder about him. This is another version of his present coat of arms as Pope. And of course, he has Saint Corbinius in the coats of arms. And you know, you hear people talking about it and they don't really understand what they're saying. And they're like, why does he have a black man in his coat of arms? But a little bit of research, we're in the information age, you'll find that this man is the founder, of course, of Freising, Bavaria, because all of these municipalities were part of the Holy Roman Empire, or the empire of indigenous sovereign Moors who existed right here in Bavaria. But what they're doing now is mixing truth with falsehood, because since he was the cardinal of the true seat of the Archdiocese of the indigenous empire, they now have made him the Pope of the artifice, or the Republic, which never was included within the borders. Okay? We're going to just breeze through some of this because I want to get to some of the new stuff. This is pretty much a recap. Napoleon again. He was a descendant of indigenous people as well. All these people in seats of nobility had to marry into indigenous bloodlines in order to assert their ascension to the throne. This is Pastet in Bavaria. And all of these, and doing my research, I found that when they originally came here in around the 2nd century, there was a lot of fighting, and they were not established strong until after the Roman Republic was shut down, because when they first charted the Roman Republic, they were not fully together as one nation. So the Roman Republic was able to get away with a lot of stuff. In fact, you know, after a while they came and attacked them and defeated them. It was not until Islamic nobles came to their aid and helped them defeat the Roman Republic that they were reestablished as the Holy Roman Empire. And of course, that would let us know that there was never a conflict between Islamic nobility and Catholic and Protestant nobility. Even though we have been taught that there was, you know, the Muslims came in and did all this stuff and all of that. In all actuality, what they've been trying to do is conceal the fact that the original Catholic and Protestant nobility is Moorish as well, and there was no conflict. In fact, they helped one another all along. This is Garmisch, Bavaria. This is the highest mountain of Germany. And this is still the coat of arms to this day. Again, in Bavaria is where you find all of the coats of arms intact for these municipalities. Okay, Ali Walid Muhammad Averroes, this was a brother who basically was plagiarized, and he gave them a lot of literature on Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. what you got to remember is a lot of the stuff that you were taught in school, like the Pythagorean theorem, these things you're taught using Arabic numerals. So they're teaching you so-called Roman mathematics, but they're teaching you them with Arabic numerals. You can't do complex mathematical equations with Roman numerals. It's impossible. The history has really been distorted, but it's not too hard to put together if you just open your eyes and, like the brother Rashid said, admit that you've been lied to, and then challenge yourself to discern from what you can do the knowledge to, and you make it your truth. You shape and mold and create yourself, because Atum or Atan, the complete one, means the self-created one as well. So if you're not creating yourself, you will never be complete. Okay? This is the coronation mantle of the Holy Roman Emperors. So whenever a Holy Roman Emperor would take office, he would do a ceremony with this robe. The interesting thing about this robe is that it was actually made by Arabic artisans for the Norman kings, and again, contrary to popular opinion, there was no conflict because the Islamic Moors or the Islamic nobles were the one who shut down the Roman Republic when it got out of hand in regards to the Catholic and Protestant nobility. Now we're going to, this is the Ottoman Empire. These are the brothers that shut down the Roman Republic. Yeah. This is the empire that shut down the Roman Republic when it got out of hand, and they basically helped to reestablish the Catholic and Protestant black nobility that was seated right here in Bavaria.
Oh, they look like pirates.
Well, they was, I spoke to a brother again. These was actually the pirates of the Caribbean. They ruled the seas, and they were traveling back and forth over here. Even though that kind of history has been suppressed, it's still there. So I'm just giving you some things to spark you so you can do some research and validate this information for yourself. This is Osman Kara Bey, the chief sovereign of the Ottoman Empire at that time. Now, Kara in Turkish means black. So his name is really Osman Black Bey, or Osman the Black Bey, chief sovereign of the Ottoman Empire. Now, Bey is a Turkish word for chieftain, and many Moors using the word Bey don't realize that the first Beys were of the Ottoman Empire, who are also part of our history, but they've suppressed that or separated that by having us think that the Ottomans have nothing to do with the Islamic Moors from Spain or the Catholic and Protestant Moors from right here in Bavaria, and so forth and so on. But it's one global network, and it's actually one family. Okay? Salim and Suleiman, they had enjoyed victories all throughout Europe in reestablishing the indigenous people and rescuing indigenous people from the hands of the Inquisitionists and so forth like that. This is a crown of Ivan Baski, also made by Islamic sovereigns for their Catholic and Protestant brothers who were nobility as well. There was never a conflict between Islam and Christianity or Judaism, because the Bible and the Quran basically are talking about the same people and the same history, the history of the oldest family on the planet, which is our family. Okay, this is Muhammad II, who started the modernization of Turkey, and basically he incorporated more European styles of clothing, agriculture, and innovations, and abandoned, because again, we were intermarrying with people other than our own bloodline. So it was a lot of our own undoing as well. Okay, let's just move through here. Now, we all know, again, that the Illuminati has its origins right here in Bavaria through Adam Weishaupt. Well, what you don't know is that Adam Weishaupt is also a descendant of black people. He married into black blood as well. The first family crest I showed at the top of the lecture was actually a Haupt crest, and he's a descendant of the Haupts. Okay, now everybody knows that the Illuminati is basically a plot to overthrow the so-called kings and queens of Europe and the world. Well, when you read the Cosmic Trigger, you find that the nobility of Europe is actually behind the Illuminati, so they can't be trying to undermine their own positions. They're actually trying to perpetuate something that's taken place a long time ago, which was the destabilization of the indigenous sovereign monarchs of Europe. Okay, that's the Haupt coat of arms again, which is where Adam Weishaupt is a descendant of. Even the Rothschilds, okay, Rothschild meaning red shield, are descendants of black people, and they all claim descendants from these black nobles who are the true indigenous people of this land. Now, this is the oldest Haupt crest. This is a more modern Haupt crest. As you can see, indigenous, aboriginal, as is all the family crests of the nobility in Europe. Now we're going to just, does anybody have a question about the Moorish nobility of Europe and being centered in Bavaria before I move on to the next segment? Okay.
Yeah, okay, I got a question.
Okay.
The family crest, when I looked at my last name, Hart, you know, it went all the way back to Germany. And the family crest was red and blue. And it had like a white lion and a white, looked like a stallion or something like that. What do you think it means?
Well, the lion again, nobility is connected with the sun. This is what I'm about to get into now. The lion is connected with the sun because the sun was said to be, like the constellation that the sun is represented by Leo, right? Yeah. And the horse, right, is also connected with nobility because the horse is connected to the number 7. Okay. If you play chess, for example, you know how to play chess?
Yeah, intermediate.
Intermediate. What's the move that the horse makes?
The horse makes an L shape.
L is an upside down 7, right? A L is a 7, and you could say the horse makes a 7 or L, and that's why God is also in ancient times referred to as L, you know? So you say L, or you say 7, right? If you study the Chinese zodiac, you'll find that the 7th zodiac is the horse. Because all these things were basically created by the same ancient Egyptian priests. Now, that last lecture, now we're gonna get into ancient Egypt, and we're gonna work our way from ancient Egypt on up to the modern paradigm.
True. Just before you move on, what I wanted to ask, you see on a lot of the coats of arms there, you've got like very deliberate depictions with the features, the red lips and so forth, the curly hair. What we've got in Europe, I don't know if it's in the States, like the Gollywog character.
Well, what they do is, they make a mockery of it by, put it like this. In ancient Egypt, the hieroglyph for heaven is a face with big lips and a big nose. So big lips and a big nose was considered heavenly by indigenous people. So when we drew big lips and big nose, we weren't mocking ourselves. Just like when you look at the old chocolates that were from that era, right? They had pictures of Moors with exaggerated features, because when you see some of the old statues, you'll see that our most ancient ancestors had big lips, big noses, strong features, dominant features, and they were considered heavenly. When you write the word Haru in hieroglyphics, you write it with a flak rope, which is symbolic of the DNA, next to the face with the big lips and the big nose. This is how they accent it. They write the face with the big lips and the big nose, and then they put more big lips under the face, right? Just to accent it, like, yeah, And then they put the birds that are symbolized for Haru on the side. But that's because our features again, are considered heavenly.
Why I'm stressing that is because one, there's like a big campaign in the UK because, well, even up to now in Cornwall on the 26th of December every year, the whole town in Cornwall, this particular town, they dress up in blackface, put on the big wigs, paint up their lips, and basically a lot of our people in the UK being like, look, how is this still going on? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no.
But they're not dissing you.
Well, this is what I know, this is what I mean.
They're celebrating your history
That's right.
in a way that, you know, that you're not even aware of it.
And the same thing in Holland. I went to Amsterdam 2 years ago, and during the Christmas period, everywhere you went, they've got them in the windows, the people dress up as them. I mean, I've taken snaps everywhere that I went, but you see it, and I said the same thing. I know that this is, once you know the story.
Once you know the history, you realize that, yeah, they know. All of these municipalities have our print all over it.
It's actually called Darky Day. That's what they call it in the UK, Darky Day.
Darky Day. Well, it's interesting because today is the Dead Sunday.
It's Darky Day.
Darky Day right now. You know, what's interesting though, look, check this out. They say that the center of the universe is right between Sagittarius and Scorpio. Right? Has anybody ever heard that? Well, they say that the center of the universe, or the photon belt, is right around the middle of Saturn and Scorpio. And that's where we are right now, in the middle of Saturn and Sagittarius and Scorpio. We're leaving Scorpio and entering Sagittarius. So this is a special time that, you know, is commemorated not only here in Bavaria, but I guess all around the universe. You know, so everything is in synchronicity, and again, synchronicity is our opportunity to go through a wormhole, so to speak, and enjoy a hyperdimensional perspective of something, because nothing happens by chance. Everything that's lined up is showing you something, because synchronicity is hyperdimensional perception.
Let's change this thing.
I just wanted to add on real quick. Since we're moving into the Aquarian age, it was befitting to bring the Aquarius here to set off the energy around the whole thing. My mother goddess is an Aquarius. So she had to come, and she had to be the first one.
Absolutely.
So
she's ushering in a whole new age. You understand? And that's...
See that battery pack real quick?
Okay.
Let's put a fresh one in there.
So
it sells fresh.
But what we must remember, the physical age that we're in is only that which is dealing with the physical form. The polar opposite, because when you see a sign, poles, right? Everything has a polar opposite. Form, right? But to be whole and complete, we have to also consider the polar opposite of that. The ancient Egyptian priests, right, would, when they got out of control, when the priesthood was really, because the priesthood got corrupt for a while, and what the priesthood would do is they would keep information from the masses. They would have the people worshiping the age and keep the fact from them that they were worshiping the totality of the energy by honoring the other half. You know? So like with the Piscean age, which was the Christ age, the other half of that is Virgo. Nephthys. You know what I'm saying? That which is suckling. So he's sitting on her lap. You get it? Being suckled. But that's for a time, because that's his polar balance. Virgo gives birth to the sun. You get it? So that's how that story is together. So to get the whole story.
Naphtali that I spoke about is Mercury. It's ruled by Mercury.
Yeah, just like Virgo. Virgo is ruled. I'm telling you, Virgo is Naphtali.
It is.
It is. In ancient Egypt. So this is why we got to go back to ancient Egypt, because this is going to show us why the sun is so important. Because we were talking about the simplicity of technology. And the most simplest technology is the sun technology. That's the simplest technology out, Jay. You go right out in the sun, you good. You know, you go out in the sun, you good money. Even when we're asleep and our DNA is not fully activated, we can still get nutrients from the sun, like vitamin D, you know. But we can also, when we heighten our activity of our DNA, we can get all of the energy and nutrients we need. In fact, we photosynthesize just like plants. We photosynthesize just like plants. And the sun is symbolic of the completeness of the creative force. It was said in ancient Egypt that Ra, the creator, made the sun in this dimension for him to dwell in his totality. You know what I'm saying? It's his house. That's his house. You know what I'm saying? So he made the sun for him to dwell in, and that's where the unification comes in. One of our reasons for falling is because as we fragmented ourselves or fragmented the creative force, we became fragmented. So it all relates. Okay, this is, again, this is called the return of the solar kings, because in my research I found that the solar wind, or shu, is of the utmost importance in understanding nobility and unlocking a lot of the keys and the hidden mysteries that has been in people's face all along, but they haven't been able to quite grasp it. Let's go on. This is the outline for the lecture. Ancient Kemet, Kepra, Ra, and At. At night, he's in his boat, sailing across the sky, Nut. But he's resting. As I said earlier, even the creator principle rests. You know, 7 days he rests, took a break. I'm just gonna rest for a minute. And so, again, we get caught up with the physical form, and we don't realize that the sun, we're doing the moving. You know what I'm saying? The sun is staying right there, but it appears that the sun is rising and setting, but in all actuality, we're moving. Now, our ancestors knew that, but they made stories like this to reconcile and balance out things. Because we're right now in the physical form. Okay, so we're going to start off with the original form of the creator principle in ancient Kemet. I like to call it the father principle. We're going to take a look at Akhenaten. We're going to do some interesting comparisons to Moses in the Exodus. But here we're going to find that there's tremendous information linking the Exodus of Moses just give them a little minute to do what they're doing.
So that's an ornament right there.
I'm an ottoman, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's ornament right there.
Right.
You got it in
pajama.
You got it real. You got a chance to see a real ornament.
Or descendant of the real Ottomans.
What about the Ottoman? Somebody got trouble with it?
Oh, no. Listen, baby. We all one family. So Akhenaten, right? We're going to find tremendous information linking him to Moses. Some of the first information on the mass scale was Sigmund Freud. Sigmund Freud was one of the first more notable people to say that Moses was if not Akhenaten, one of his priests. Then we're going to deal with the ancient Olmec civilization in America and make some interesting discoveries about the Mormons and the Church of Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints. Because the Mormons actually claim to be descendants of the Olmecs, which is kind of crazy because when you look at the Olmecs and you see their features, and then you look at Mormons and you realize that Mormons are for the most part racists, you wonder how did they ever, get there? What's the connection? This is one of the most amazing parts of this lecture that I was able to find. Kalaluz. Kalaluz is the name of the Jewish Catholic state in early America, which was also called the Roman Empire. So this is very interesting. Then we're going to just simply deal with the Son of Man returning, because nobility is the sun, or Aten. His symbol was simply a circle, just like the sun, or what they would call a disc. And that's because everything is traveling in this path. So no matter where you on your way to, you're gonna find your way right back to where you was at, because that's the way the energy is flowing, essentially. Okay. This is a form of Atum, or Atum Ra, or Atum Re. This is Kepra, the dung beetle. Okay. And the disc here, Ra. And the original winged disc is also a form of Atum. Okay? The story of creation related in the pyramid text explains that Ra as Atum rose in the beginning of creation as a bin stone, an obelisk-like pillar in the temple of the Benu Phoenix in Heliopolis. He then spit forth Shu and Tefnut, who became the first godly couple and who respectively symbolized air and moisture. To them, Geb and Nut were born, symbolizing the earth and sky. Geb and Nut in turn begot two divine couples consisting of Osiris, Isis, Seth, Nephthys, called the Ennead of gods. The combined attributes of this divine group were needed in order for the world to function. Now, as we see, Ra is the primary or principal creator principle in ancient Kemet, and he goes through stages of creating. First he creates elementals, and then he creates the first gods. All right. Now, what took place in Egypt after a period of time was Re began to fall to the wayside, and the priests began to get out of control, and they began to put a lot of emphasis on the personalities of the gods. This led to a lot of what we were talking about last night. We were relating it to the Tower of Babel, because everybody was talking and nobody wasn't understanding nobody. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happens when everybody starts to go off on tangents and basically create, their own. Put it like this: Allah is one, okay? And when you realize that Allah is one, all of the things that you might have been thinking were important, like rituals and sacrifice, and this is what led to our demise, an overindulgence in ritualistic sacrifice. So what happened was Aten fell to the wayside, and they began to worship the form of him that was sleeping, or the underworld aspect of him. So they, not realizing, were keeping themselves in a dream state and not waking up. Because, again, what we was talking about with the knowledge born, right? Atum created the darkness of space is a womb to birth itself out of. Okay? But you don't get caught up in that. If you get caught up in that darkness, you're in the abyss. You just in the abyss. You can just go crazy out there for as long as you want. But you have no grounding. You have no solid foundation. Okay? So that's pretty much what happened to ancient Kemet and led to the, the fall of ancient Kemet. But prior to the fall, a brother by the name of Akhenaten and a few other pharaohs before him, but it was culminated with him because he led the Exodus out. So he's probably probably the most famous pharaoh in ancient Egyptian history. And he's known for reestablishing Aten as the principle and taking away a lot of focus with the personalities of the deities. Must got. Okay.
I'm out again.
Okay. Ra was the Egyptian sun god, who was also often referred to as Ra Harakuti, meaning Ra, Horus of the horizon, referring to the god's character. The early Egyptians believed that he created the world, and the rising sun was, for them, the symbol of creation. The daily cycle as the sun rose, then set, only to rise again in the next morning, symbolized renewal, and so Ra was seen as the paramount force of creation and master of life. His closest ally is Ma'at, the embodiment of order and truth. Okay, now the pyramid text, which is the oldest text that they found in Egypt, it predates the coffin text and the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead is what most people are familiar with. It was called the Book of the Dead by Wallace Budge, but it's actually called the Book of Coming Forth by Day. It represented the sun coming forth and renewing itself every day, as we renew ourselves every day when we wake up in the morning after we took a nice little sleep. So again, the sun was seen as the complete aspect of the creative principle and the place where the oneness and totality of the creative principle dwelled in this physical dimension that we're in right now. Okay. We find magical papyri from different social strata intending to protect both the living and the dead, which relies on solar symbolism. Solar symbolism, again, was used for protection of those who are alive and those who are dead. The solar principle was because it ensured the resurrection, the believer's resurrection. His identification with the sun ensured that even though it appeared that he would die, of course he would be renewed again. We also find many amulets placed on the mummies of both royalty and non-royalty to protect the dead. These solar symbols include the sun in the horizon, the sun disk, the celestial bark, the double lion, and the obelisk. There was also a disk showing Ra with 4 ram's heads, a nocturnal form called hypocephalus. Though Re lived on in various forms into the Greco-Roman period, his worship gradually deteriorated during the first millennium. Remember, after a period of time, the identification of the creative principle with him starts to fall to the side, and we start to identify more with his journey through the underworld, or the identification of his dead body, which is Osiris. Okay, Re was also closely connected to the pharaoh, Egypt's king. While the king ruled the earth, Re was the master of the universe, so they were of the same nature and were in effect a mirror image of each other. Because the principles of sovereignty are actually derived from studying the sun. Nobility is derived from studying the sun. This is why like for example, I was talking to you about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, right? Because that circle is an indicator of the solar principle, because as Dot said yesterday, the helix of your DNA is spinning at 36 degrees as it ascends. It's the ascension of light. You study Taoism, they talk about 36 breaths in order to raise your kundalini up to your chakra. So it's the ascension of light, okay? Now, let's see here. The king or the chief sovereign, again, studied the sun so that it could mirror all the aspects and qualities of the sun. The sun represents the absolute unchanging nature of the creator and the creative principle. And we here experiencing this dimension, right? We are not experiencing the totality of ourselves. This is an aspect of ourselves. Okay? So the solar principle was showing us that there is a totality beyond this experience that's projecting this experience. You understand? It's showing you that even though you're experiencing this, you're not going to die when you stop experiencing this. This is a projection, okay, of your solar nature, you know. Soul, meaning sun in Latin, right? So the people of soul have the solar principle, or that eternal, complete nature within themselves, essentially. Ra was often lauded as Lord of the Circles, and as he who entereth or liveth in the circle. He was described as the sender forth of light into his circle, and as the governor of his circle. Now, again, that's why when I started to see a lot of synchronicities with circles or O's, you know, as in the blood type of indigenous people being O, or the circle, which is you know, that's your validation of your nobility, okay? So again, the indigenous people essentially had the blood type of O, and you will see a lot of synchronicity with O's, for example, the Olmecs. And the interesting thing about the place called Kalaluz, or the Roman state of America, when they found all of the documents that were telling the story of this people, they were all signed at the end O-L. Is that not crazy? They were all signed at the bottom O-L. So again, when you see an O, it's indicative of the solar principle, and that's why you have 360 degrees of arc within a circle, because it's your DNA is spinning at 36 degrees. So it all relates. This painting shows the journey of Ra, the sun god, traveling through the underworld in his solar bark, a journey he undertakes every night, just like you undertake a journey every night. You know, because again, you have to rest, and the creative principle rests as well. It's the same thing. It's basically, it's one and the same. And this is why the chief sovereign of the universe was called the sun. Re's early worship really became very significant during the 5th dynasty when kings not only erected pyramids aligned to the rising and setting sun, but also built solar temples in the honor of Re. This sort of temple must have been a difficult conception for the Egyptians because Re never had a sanctuary with a cult statue. See, as we began to get more immersed in ritual, we started making things more elaborate when they used to be very, very simple. We used to worship just outside, outdoors. And then the priesthood became so complicated, just like the priesthood now with the Vatican and so forth and so on, that it became more of a commercial thing instead of something for the spiritual cultivation of the people. Now, by this time, you see a steady deterioration of the completeness of the creative principle, and it becomes more and more fragmented. Okay. At this time, Ra takes on additional attributes by his combination with other gods. This is often seen as a political move to unite important gods of different religions, and so we see Ra, who was most prominent in the north, combined with another creator god, Amun of southern Egypt, into Amun-Ra. He was also combined with a number of other gods. Now again, as I said, Egypt is going through a serious, I would say, fragmentalization of its original system of spiritual cultivation. Then we're going to deal with Akhenaten and Moses in the Exodus to America. Akhenaten was the pharaoh who reestablished the oneness of the creator principle. And in doing my research, I found it's extensive information linking him with the story in the Bible of Moses. So you have a fictional character based on a real live character, a real live indigenous man right here. Okay, this is the Amarna dynasty, the dynasty that culminated with Akhenaten and his wife Nefertiti. Everybody's familiar with Nefertiti. Now, Akhenaten was also the first pharaoh to incorporate his wife with him in his stele and his children. He got stele with him, his wife, and his children simply sitting under the sun, showing that their unity is the oneness of the creator, or the creative principle. There's no separation, there's no fragmentalization, there's plenty stele. For the first time, you're seeing a whole family together and showing love to one another. See how she's affectionately touching him like that? This was never done prior to this on any other stele.
Sort of like you see the Obama family together.
Right, right.
In this day and time.
There you go.
Spiritual level.
Right, there you go.
Showing love.
Right, right. And could be coincidence, but the 18th letter, and this is why I say Akhenaten's priests are the ones who basically wrote the Bible. They created a lot of languages. They wrote the Quran. I want to give a shout out to Mfudishu. He's a professor of Egyptology in New York as well as in Egypt. Master. And he gave me a lot of information on ancient Egypt for this lecture. But I learned a lot about the Amarna dynasty, and he basically showed me that the priests of Akhenaten were the ones who actually created the Greco-Roman calendar that we call the Greco-Roman calendar. Those were still Egyptian priests. So Egyptian priests were creating that. They created the Bible, they created the Quran, and they encoded it with the oneness of the creative principle, or the creator principle. In the Bible, you hear about the Babylon, you hear about Moses exiting Egypt, and it's all related to the dispute over the oneness of the creator versus an out-of-control priesthood that was, money hungry, control freaks. They wanted to control everybody, and they just wanted this bugging. So there's no coincidence that the 18th letter in the alphabet happens to be R, or that 180 degrees is the poles of a 360-degree circle. Because, go ahead.
And the 99 attributes of the law, you got 99 is 18, so you got, and it coincides with the 18th letter. And the seal on the Quran is 19, like the brother was talking about earlier. All the secret ancient mysteries of Quran to actually get into the text and challenge it.
You know why the seal is 19? Because you got to save yourself. Nobody can save you.
And,
That's,
of course, as we said yesterday, the 18th letter is also rocking with the Ra. You know what I'm saying? Again.
and also, Ra endows people with a fiery drive. Anybody with a Ra for their first, syllable of their name, it could be a woman or a man. You'll notice that they have a very, very fiery disposition, a real, you know what I mean? Okay, however, some New Kingdom temples were built with an open courtyard with an altar for Ra, where the priest or theoretically the king himself would recite one of 12 poetical hymns predicting the victorious course of the sun each hour of the day. That's the spelling of hour. In these temples, the rising sun is sometimes depicted as a squatting human infant, while the full daylight sun takes on the form of a human adult. During this period, the king is very directly identified with Ra. Amenhotep III, for example, called himself the dazzling sun. And it was interesting because this brother told me today that Louis XIV of France, who was the Moorish noble that was overthrown during the French Revolution, was called the Sun King. Because again, nobility, and we're going to link all of these Egyptian priests and their exodus right back to here to Bavaria. Okay, the son of the sun. He adopted on his ascension to the throne. This is Akhenaten, the title high priest of Ra Harakuti, the exalted one of the horizon. His name of Shu, who is in Aten, which is clear proof that he was not only a worshiper of Ra Harmachis, another of the forms of the sun god of Heliopolis, but also that he endorsed the views and held the opinions of the old college of priests at Heliopolis, which assigned the disk Aten to him for a dwelling place. Amenhotep's title as lord of the shrines of the cities of Nekhebet and Orchet, and as the Horus of gold, also prove his devotion to a sun god of Heliopolis. The sun also embodied the state of Hetep, or balance. Or that which is the only absolute. Royal, see, royal, the word royal is the word real. It's just accented with an accent over the E. So that's saying that the only real thing is that absolute, unchanging, complete wholeness. Everything else is an illusion. So, Aten, or the creator, assigned for himself the sun as a dwelling place, because that was to embody his unchanging whole completeness even within this dimension of temporal reality. Okay, now there's too much information to put in one lecture on information showing that the priests of Akhenaten actually wrote the Holy Bible and the Holy Quran. I challenge everyone out there to do just a little bit of research for yourself, and you'll see that when they were talking about abandoning idol worship, ritualistic sacrifice, if we know that the simplest technology is the best technology is simple, we don't have to concern ourselves with complex formula, because intent, if you have love, right, that will create the most harmonious and beautiful geometry, and it will create synchronicity in your life that will make you understand that the magic of your love needs no, you don't have to check and verify, nothing. It is, it is all encompassing, it's all pervasive. Like you said, it's really the only real thing that exists. So that's why, even though we can decode and decipher, we would never be, it'll take forever to decipher the kind of geometric formula that would be evidence of love. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. That's too beautiful and too hard to decipher. They have a doctor, a Chinese doctor who just plays music to ice. And he studies the geometric patterns that the music makes.
The hidden messages of water.
The hidden messages of water. Yamoto. Now, what he did was he showed that if you play music that's beautiful and harmonious, like if you play some really nice classical music, which again is Moorish music, you will impress upon the ice beautiful geometry in all different kind of elaborate shapes. So again, the simplicity of just love, you know what I'm saying, will surpass any kind of formula that you're dealing with, any kind of magical ritual, anything that you're trying to use to manipulate something external to you, right, is futile without love. In fact, it will hinder you when you think you are about to make progress.
Okay. That was a so-called message in the Bible when it said that Jesus actually came to preach brotherly love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, brotherly love. Because soon as you, that means you don't want no conflict. You don't want no conflict with your brethren. Your brethren are your brethren. And again, like I said, being that love is the only real thing, if you preoccupy yourself with ritualistic formula, what you're doing is saying that you need something to sacrifice for energy to harness to make your will manifest. You understand what I'm saying? This is what we are being dominated with right now. Caucasians are doing rituals on us all day, every day, because we became obsessed with ritual. And therefore, our justice was to be dominated by that same ritual we became obsessed with. You understand? But it's all an illusion. Because like you said, our technology is within our, we have everything we need within self, complete wholeness. We don't have to look outside self.
I just wanted to, when you were talking about that, and when you were talking yesterday about the communication, and I just wanted to remind people when you were talking about how they get the drugs and all, to what you're saying, we didn't have to have a telephone, we didn't have to have any
of this technology. We were able
to communicate the best.
We're on our way back there now. The internet is the first, we're all on our way back there. And if you ain't on your way back there, you're not going to make it to that next paradigm. Because that next paradigm is so unified, Phil, that we don't need no phones. You know what I'm saying? We don't need no phone. We don't even need no internet. Because the real online is our melanin.
It's online, that's right.
All we got to do is recalibrate our thinking to a unified field. Because anytime you could perceive conflict, you're going the wrong way. Just turn around and go the other way. For real.
I do that all the time.
Right, you do that, right?
Yeah.
It's like your mind. It's
Right down here or something.
yeah, you just gotta go, oh, I'm going the wrong way. I'm going that way because, like she said, the Creator wants things to be easy for you. So when you're entertaining difficulty, you're going down the wrong path. You know what I'm saying? You're doing it, you're beating yourself in the head. Because the path to your highest self, put it like this, you exist in your highest form already. And the path there, since you exist there, that's where you have the least conflict. So the path there is already paved with the least amount of conflict for you to walk to. So we beat ourselves in the head by walking over there, walking over here, when the easy path is where our higher dimensional self resides anyway. You know what I'm saying? We creating all these difficulties and we don't have to do it. Now, the ancient Olmec civilization, which we are aware of, again, look at the heavenly features. This is what we call heavenly. Okay?
That place in Barcelona right now.
Yeah?
I've seen it.
Well, you know what? This brother here traveled to Spain, traveled to Ireland. Okay, this is the kind of history that we really didn't know nothing about. The Olmecs, being the ancestors or the nobility here in Bavaria, were actually a satellite of this empire in ancient America. Because what took place was actually an exodus out of Egypt through Asia to America, and then from America to Bavaria, spread out into Europe, back over to America, but we're fighting a lot. We're fighting amongst each other all along. We're on a downward spiral. We're moving more and more away from the simplicity of the love of Allah and the oneness, you know what I'm saying, and the unity, which is essentially the only thing that's real. And so what we're going to see is that from here, we went further and further into a lower state. Many of us, or the priests, were trying to maintain the focus on the oneness of Allah and of everything, because everything is one. And as soon as you can perceive conflict, you're already acknowledging a conflict within self. So you only fighting yourself. That's why all we do is just we fighting ourselves. And you know, it's just a waste of time. Now, out of the Olmec civilization, we get the Aztec, the Inca, the Toltec, and the Maya. But they have superimposed the wrong people in our psyche concerning these names. Okay? These are all black people who are the indigenous inhabitants of the Americas, who settled the Americas, who then started to experiment with a lot of ritualistic sacrifices themselves, some more, created more and more confusion for them to go through. And again, we're basically paying karmic debt. Because when our ancient scientists created the other people of the planet, they really created them to be our servants and our slaves, and to worship us. That wasn't a nice thing to do. What happened after that? We end up serving them and worshiping them. So that's why the conflict, you don't want that. We just went through all of that.
Wasn't that they were saying that we are too high intellectually and spiritually to actually work for ourselves, so that's why they actually created that people?
What they did was they inverted the solar principle into thinking that since we're real and this is an artificial dimension, we'll be the only ones that's real and make a whole bunch of subjects for us. We're the royal nobility, we're the indigenous bloodline, you know, and we can go through 360 degrees of the Earth's changes, so we could get away with anything we want. We can escape our own laws that we have, you know, to govern the universe. No, we can't. These are principles that are, you can't even, there's no room for any kind of modification on these principles. These are immutable laws. There's 7 immutable laws. The stuff we're subject to are called codes and statutes, because they're not laws. Laws are immutable. You can't break them. You break yourself against them. There are 7 immutable principles that emanate from the oneness of Allah, and they're called the 7 Hermetic principles. One of them is called cause and effect, and that will get you every time. This is why you know, you have to maintain balance. Balance was how we validated asserting that we was God in the flesh. We had to keep a balance. We had to deal with equality. Without balance, you know, it's chaos and confusion. So all these people are indigenous people, but again, we have been embossed in our psyche with people other than who these people really are, just to conceal a lot of this history, while at the same time the people who are doing it are trying to claim the history for themselves. Okay? Now again, as we have to clean up our karmic debt right now. Now while we do it, because we're the principals, all those people, all the other races have a chance to clean up their karmic debt. It's up to them. But, you know, nobody can speak for nobody. You know what I'm saying? On that day, then you gotta be accountable for your own actions. And you really judge your own self. Okay? This is an Inca mummy. I had to blow this up on my screen. You can see the face a little bit. This is a very dark-skinned woman, and she has dreads actually, but since this is black, you can't really see the dreadlocks right there. Okay? The Peruvians believed that the sun was at once the ancestor and the founder of the Inca dynasty, and that the Incas reigned as his representatives and almost in his person. The sun therefore was the sovereign lord of the world, the king of heaven and earth, and was called by them Inti, which signifies light. Okay, this is an Olmec child. Again, notice the heavenly features. These are the ancient black civilizations of Central America. The Book of Mormon calls them the Jaredites. And if you just do any research on the Book of Mormons, you're going to be blown away, because their whole literature is based off of a guy named Smith, Joseph Smith, who found some tablets and translated the tablets and came up with the history of the oldest people on the planet who allegedly were part of the Exodus out of Egypt here. Okay? This also is synchronistically linked with the Washita Moors, who we know are black people, because we know plenty of Washita Moors, any of us who have been in the conscious community for a while. And we have all been redeeming our Moorish history. This is what we're here to do today. There are Moors like Empress Verdice of the Washita tribe, who will also tell you that they were part of Moses' mass exodus. That's what they tell you. We were part of Moses' mass exodus, and we are descendants of the Olmecs. We've always been in America. They never brought us over here as slaves, and we know our history. Well, what's interesting is Joseph Smith says the same thing. He said, I found these tablets, and since I found them, and I deciphered them, this is my lineage, and all my people, this is our lineage. But they're racist, and they actually claim that these are their ancestors, which is ludicrous. Okay? They have a book called the Book of Ether, and it's about the Jaredite, or the Olmecs. History from the Tower of Babel through China, again through Asia, to their coming to the Central America and their eventual fall. Their eventual fall, if you read the Book of Mormons, they'll tell you that the Jaredites, who are the Toltecs, and the Aztecs basically fought each other until... Yeah.
It's over?
No, I'm until they was completely in ruins. They did it to themselves. Okay, it's interesting that it's called the Book of Ether, because we all know that the ether, being the fifth element, is symbolic of the dodecahedron, as well as we know we call our hair non-ether hair. Okay, and the Jaredites were the first chosen people of God. Okay, the Olmecs and the Jaredites. This is the Khmer civilization in ancient Cambodia. Okay? This is when they led the mass exodus out of Egypt, they went through Khmer first in what's called Angkor Wat, Cambodia. Now, Cam is Kim, and again, as we spoke yesterday, they'll switch words around for purposes, switch letters around when the words are producing the same sounds for different magical and sorceral type of effects. But guess what? And again, this is why the sun Aten is so powerful. If you're vibrating on a high level, sorcery has no effect on you whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? It only has effect over those who have fear in them. Those who have love in them, do whatever sorcery you will. You know what I'm saying? It has no effect on me. And even in Africa, and this is why in the story of the mass exodus, they say that the black people in America are the least of all black people on the planet immersed in ritualistic sacrifice. And this is why we are the most creative of all our people on the planet. And this is why we have to go out and still redeem everything. Why? Because we were the ones who were part of that exodus, right? Who left all our brothers and sisters in Africa who wanted to overindulge in ritualistic sacrifice, overindulge in self-imposed limitation, and projecting themselves into a situation where something is against them, or something is, or like there's a fear. So when they left Egypt, they went through Asia. This is all documented. Went through Asia and then came to Americas. The Olmec civilization and this civilization have so many similarities that it's just punching Olmec and Angkor Wat. They'll tell you that all the architecture is the same, everything is the same. In fact, one of the names that they call themselves, which definitely let them know that it was the same, is that they called themselves Nagas. Nagas again means the dragon people, and that's why you see dragons in a lot of the royalty emblems in Europe, because when the earth heats up, we will be able to contain large amounts. Only way you're going to be able to be here is to be able to commune with the sun. If you're not communing with the sun, you're not going to be able to enjoy the higher frequencies that this planet has to offer. We're living in a very low dense environment right now, and that's because the sustaining force is not only ignored, but the people who are in positions of power now are blocking it out because it's heating up. Why is it heating up? Because we're waking up. The dragon, the sleeping dragon, is waking up again, and when we wake up, we harness huge amounts of energy, the planet becomes one big tropical paradise, and everybody's happy. So, that's real talk. So, and even right now, the climates in temperate zones are changing back to tropical. And even in New York, this is why the biggest effort right now across the globe is weather modification. The weather is the weather is changing very, very, very fast, and that's because the planet is in an ascension state right now. The indigenous people are waking up, and it all relates to a 25,000 year cycle wherein we've been up for 25,000 years, so we had to take a rest. We went to sleep. This is Pio Pico, who was the last Mexican governor of California of African descent. He was actually a remnant of what was left of the Pichu tribe from Machu Picchu. And again, they kept intermarrying and to the point where there was no more traces of him. He's still very dark black man. That's his wife. The mixed race Picos were examples of the most politically powerful families of California while it was still a Mexican province. Because you got to remember, we broad stroke slavery across the whole United States. Slavery did not exist west of the Mississippi You understand? Until right before the end of slavery, maybe like 10 years. So what they were doing was moving west of the Mississippi and conquering what was left of the indigenous people who were in positions of power. Okay? California was never a slave state. Now, today they are the ancestors of much of the state's old money. And even when you do your research in America, you find that all the Caucasians in positions of power and prominence married into those positions. Okay? I did a lecture on slavery where I showed that the first slaveholder in the United States was a black man named Anthony Johnson out of Virginia. He's one of the founders of Virginia. And he, in 1655, he went to court to fight for the right to keep his slaves for life, because prior to that, it was only indentured servitude on the books, and it was only for a period of time. So he went to court to fight for the right to keep his servants for life. So this was a black man going to court to fight for the right to keep his black servants for life. And that's because whatever goes down in this dimension, you got to co-sign it. Because you are the principal. Okay, whether it's good or bad, you got to be the one to put your signature on it. Okay? Although few know it, this African-American figure is the person commemorated by LA's Pico Boulevard. This is an Inca temple of the sun at Cusco in Peru. And I thought I had saved the other, behind this temple, right? There's a palace that is designed in the, what they call the Catholic Protestant style of architecture that we see in all these castles in Europe. So what's interesting is here you have, in America, pre-Columbus, an Islamic temple called the Temple of the Sun, annexed to a castle and a palace. When if you get a chance, just Google Temple of the Sun, Inca Temple of the Sun, and you'll see the other side of this temple, which is actually a Romanesque palace. Because again, the Roman Empire started out of Central America. We just never knew it. And the Roman Empire is the same indigenous black people who established themselves right here in Bavaria. Again, the sun is key in nobility. And this is a perfect example of an Islamic temple annexed to a Catholic and Protestant palace. So when you get a chance, just look at the Catholic and Protestant palace and you'll say, wow, this was built before Columbus got to America. It looks just like any of the palaces throughout Europe right now. As well as this looks just like the Alhambra Palace in Spain. Hello. Y'all deep today, huh? It's a girls' night out. What's going on? Okay. Okay. This is called the Eastern Elevation. This is inside that temple. And again, if you know anything about any Moorish architecture, you know that's all throughout Spain and let's just make sure they're okay. It's a party upstairs. Okay. The Jaredite people of the Book of Mormon, or the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. The Jaredites were a people whose history is given in the Book of Mormon, an ancient record kept by the people of the Americas and then later translated by the prophet. You notice once he found it, he knew he was a prophet once he found them tablets. The Jaredites were descendants of Jared, his brother, and other righteous people of their family. They were led to the Americas by God at the time of the Tower of Babel. Their history is found in the Book of Ether in the Book of Mormon. Following is a short chronology of their history. The civilization existed roughly between 2700 BC and 600 BC In the chart, there are some gaps because no information is given in the Book of Mormon about that time, or maybe he wanted to conveniently remove certain things. You never know. But this chronology is the same chronology that the Washita Moors use. They say that they arrived about 3000 BC. What's interesting here, in the book of Ether, in the second chapter, second verse, when they're talking about their trip over here from Egypt, they make special mention of a most important passenger named Deseret. Deseret in Egypt means the bee. And the bee was very special in Egypt. And of course, they brought the bee back to America with them. Okay, now it is a remarkable coincidence that the word Deseret, or something very close to it, because of course we didn't use vowels, enjoyed a position of ritual prominence among the founders of the classical Egyptian civilization, who associated it very closely with the symbol of the bee. Chief among their cult objects would seem to be the bee, for the land they first settled in Egypt was forever after known as the land of the bee, and was designated in hieroglyphic by the picture of the bee. While every king of Egypt in his capacity of king of Upper and Lower Egypt bore the title, he who belongs to the sedge and the bee. This is some illustrations which demonstrate the affinity between the Olmec writing and Mandi writing of North Africa, as well as Celtic writing of Ireland. And they are the same things. I mean, there's very little variation, if any. And this is the Mandi writing, the Berber writing of North Africa, and the Celtic writing as well. Identical to the writing in Zabata, or what we would say Sabata, Sabah, meaning seven.
Seven, or oath.
Right. Okay, now we're going to go into Kalalus, a Jewish Catholic state in early America. And we're going to find a lot of Kabbalistical artifacts in this site. Okay? As well as, this is pretty much just like Joseph Smith, who found those tablets and deciphered them. Well, in 1925, a man found these out west in the Midwest, and they called in a lot of top archaeologists and professors and researchers, and they even had the head of the Smithsonian Institute come out. And one of the good things is they didn't act like they lost all of this stuff after a while, which they did when they found the pyramids and the temples in the Grand Canyon in 1909. As front page articles about the Smithsonian coming to the Grand Canyon to basically evaluate this ancient Egyptian artifacts, and then months later, there's no record of them and no more history of them. This was found in 1925, and even though it hasn't been a lot of mention of it, there's still extensive information and research that you can find on Kalalus.
Sure.
You need another tape?
Pyramids still in the Grand Canyon?
You can do your research. There's parts of the Grand Canyon that are now have been cut off since 1909 to public access. But in these parts of the Grand Canyon, there are areas called the Temple of Horus, the Temple of Orset, the Temple of Isis, and so forth and so on, in the Grand Canyon. In the Grand Canyon, yeah. We are Egyptians. You're an Egyptian. You're an Egyptian. You're an Egyptian. She's an Egyptian. Egyptians. Okay? Really Cometians, because Kemet means land of the
black.
There you go. Kalalus, a Jewish Catholic state in early medieval America. In the 1920s in Tucson, Arizona, were found objects and writings in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, with both Catholic and Jewish ritual objects and symbols. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 girls.
joke, huh?
Okay, in the 1920s in Tucson, Arizona, were found objects and writings in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew with both Catholic and Jewish ritual objects and symbols. Cyclone Covey describes this discovery in his book, Kabbalistic, a Roman Jewish colony in America from the time of Charlemagne throughout the Great. Covey and researchers are amazed at the mixture of Jewish, Christian, and Kabbalistic objects and symbols. However, this very much fits this period in the 8th century when in the Carolingian Empire there is a Jewish principality in southern France called Septimania, ruled by Theodoric Narbonne. Now he actually is one of the Olmecs, Theodoric Narbonne. Born in 1710, died in 1765, many members of his family descended from the exilarchs of Babylon, embraced a Jewish form of Catholicism, while other members remained outwardly Orthodox Jews. See, what you got to realize is that all of the nobility here were calling themselves Jews, but they were practicing Catholicism, you know, and they were using Kabbalah. Okay, these are some of the artifacts found there. The dagger on the left, a lot of spears and stuff, and it's another, see it, Lord? They got the little Kabbalistic symbols and all that on there.
I'm okay, not sure you're in the way.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Get all that, get that, that's good money. New York Times, December 13th, 1925. Puzzling relics dug up in Arizona desert stir scientists. Story commences in 1775 AD with 3 people being carried forth over the sea to Roman Kalalus, an unknown land. Here they found a people whom they called the Toltexes. What did that sound like? The Toltecs. The scientists agreeing that the people they found were the Toltec Indians. At this period, Theodorus was the ruler of these European adventurers and was a brave fighter and a man of courage. He carried on much warfare with the Toltecs, and after ruling for a period of 14 years, he was succeeded by Jacobus. Now, I don't know why, in this part of the article, this is like, in this part of the article, in this part of the article, the story commences in 1775. I mean, 775 AD. But in all actuality, they left Kalalus and went to Europe first, and then came back in 775 AD. They left America in the 2nd century. Okay, we're going to read that further down in the same article. But it's a little confusing from that point. The investigation and excavating is only in the embryo stage and is to be carried on to completion in the future. However, much definite information has been brought to light that establishes these relics as being several hundred years pre-Columbian. Dean Byron Cummings, curator of the State Museum, archaeologist and member of the faculty of the University of Arizona, who has also investigated this problem, is convinced as to the antiquity of the finds and as to the articles being genuine. He establishes the age of the relics through the Roman script contained upon them, which he states has not been in common use since the 8th century, and through archaeological and geological evidence. And this he is supported by Professor Frank H. Fowler, who has translated all of the Latin inscriptions on the piece found to date. Kalalus, a Roman Jewish colony by Cyclone Covey. We spoke about him. He wrote a book on it. In 775 AD, Nehemiah Theodoric reconquered, see, the American empire of Kalalus. Kalalus was ruled by the Sylvanus Toltexes. This is more, and this is actually detailed accounts, more detailed accounts of the Joseph Smith information. Come on, darling. So this is just more detailed information about the Joseph Smith information and about the ancient indigenous people of America being the same people who came over here and established the Roman Empire over here in Bavaria. They actually was a satellite and were the remnants of what was taking place when they was fighting amongst themselves and killing themselves off. Okay? Kalaluz was ruled by Silvanus Toltecus. Silvanus, because a lot of times, what I like about over here is that when you buy something, sometimes it might be three meanings, three words for one thing. I noticed that on a few things I bought out here. I don't know if that's on a lot of different things that you buy, but it might say a word / another word / another word. And it'll give you,
Languages.
Yeah, different languages. But it also shows you how they all relate. You understand what I'm saying? Or the same thing can be said in a different language. So here, like for example, Solomon the Builder is Silvanus Toltecus. You understand what I'm saying? So the Toltecs were Hebrew, just like Joseph Smith been saying all along. He found stuff that a lot of people would think sounds too, fanciful. But here we have another confirmation that's not coming from a religious sect, okay? And it was unearthed after the fact. So still in the United States, we see that there is still more relics that have been found, and I'm sure there are going to be more that's found. Okay? Kalaluz was founded in the 1st century, there we go, by the Babylonian exarch known as Silvanus Ogam or Silvanus Brabo, Solomon II, Babylonian exarch. Nazi of Mara. See the word Nazi? Right? Ruler of Somerset in Britain. A great Roman Jewish ruler, soldier, and ancestor of the Swan Knights. The Swan Knights was another name for the boats that they was coming across here with, because they was built like swans. They had a swan, you know how the swan tail come up and curve? Gotcha. And they would be moving in the swan boats. All right, but they said that the swan boats were built by the descendants of the Olmecs or the Toltecs. Because these are just different names, because in Joseph Smith's story, the Jaredites, right, are the Toltecs fighting against the Aztecs. That's all they'll tell you, yeah, the Toltecs and the Aztecs are the descendants of Egyptians who migrated over here during the Exodus. They stopped in Asia, they came here, then they started fighting amongst each other, and only a few of them survived, and they migrated north and left the history in the tablets. So he also had a fleet of trading vessels known as the ships of Solomon, or the swan boats. The ships are shaped like a swan with its sails like the wings of a beautiful gliding white swan. After the defeat of the Silvanus Toltecus, the members of the royal family were sent back to Europe, where they were under the protection of Nehemiah Theodorus and his family. The legends of Dune and Ogier are based on the activities of this family, descended from Duan, Antigun, Ogier. This is another name for the Olmecs, by the way. And Silvanus Brabo, Solomon Barber, or like the Berber. Dr. Neil Judd, I just threw these people in because I wanted you to see that there were notable people evaluating these sites and affirming their authenticity. Dr. Neil Judd of the Smithsonian Institute visited the excavation and completely excavated 2 of the articles himself. He stated that the articles were very old and that there was absolutely no evidence of disturbance of the earth surrounding them. He reached this conclusion after chopping these 2 pieces loose with a miner's pick. All of these men have either excavated these finds themselves. He's just going into the fact that there was no tampering, and he's validating the authenticity. Okay? Okay. This is a inscription from one of the tablets. January 1st, 900 AD. We are carried forth over the sea to Kalaluz, an unknown land, to a people ruling widely the Toltexes. Sylvanus, who was Solomon the Builder, were led over. Theodorus brings up his forces at the city Rhoda, and more than 700 are captured. No gold shall be taken from the city. Theodorus, a man of great courage, rules 14 years. James ruled 6 years. With God's help, nothing need be feared. In the name of Israel. Signed, O.L. Israel III went south to the Toltec lands of Mexico, and his grandson, Makir Amarek, the grandfather of Topiltzin, priest of Quetzalcoatl, who left Chula for Rhoda in around 1000 AD. Now, Rhoda, I think Rhoda is Rhode Island. The reason I say I think Rhoda is Rhode Island is because he said that they went eastward to Rhoda and then went to Europe. And when you start to, then when they get into King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, they're going to talk about the St. John's Indians, right? And St. John's just happens to be right next door to Rhode Island. Rhode Island is where the only castles. Rhode Island is where the only castles that are pre-Columbian that are still really in great condition are at. And most of the so-called aristocracy, or the people in positions of power, like the Vanderbilts, who we now know were descendants of Van Sally, the black settler of Brooklyn. How many people knew that a black Muslim settled Brooklyn? The first settler of Brooklyn is a black Muslim named John Van Sally, who was the admiral of the Moroccan Navy. But this is later. This is in the 1600s when he settles Brooklyn. But there's still, you know, our history is still intact to a certain degree at that time. There's still a lot of original people doing big things. Now, okay, let's see. Settled in northwestern Spain, okay, from the road who let, see? The remnant of the Rodans, Rhoda means red, by the way, and you know red is very prominent with all of the nobility, who he led east and then back to Europe, and some of the Latin Jewish Rodans settled in northwest Spain, where as trained warriors they were welcome to fight to preserve the freedom of northwestern Spain from the Muslims. Rodrigo El Cid was Topiltzin's great-grandson. Topiltzin's son was called Lane Calvo or Lancelin. Rodrigo El Cid and his father Diego Lanes married into the Davidic Exarch family of Barcelona and Este. His daughter Maria Rodriguez was the wife of Raymond Berenger IV, Arnold Count of Barcelona, descendant in a direct male line from Gebelin of Narbonne, the youngest son of Makir of Septimania. Lane Calvo's sister Zemina of Calaluz married Ferdinand Nunez of the Counts of Amaya family. Some genealogists confuse the ancestors of this family with the family of El Cid. Okay, again, the Swan Knights were Olmecs who traveled, because whenever you see Sylvanus Ogam, and the guy who wrote the book said he corresponded and found the names that correspond to the information he found in America with records that he had in Europe. And he said that Ogam can only mean Olmec. You know? His son, Iliud Hababa, was the father of Sylvanus Tomei, ruler of Atala, America, and the lord and master of Anahuac, or Mexico, Calaluz. Now, Atala is an abbreviation because another name for America is Patala, which I went into before. Now, when you take the name Patala, that's when you can find all of the information connecting Angkor Wat or Cambodia to America because they say they come from Patala. Or they say that their family is in Patala. So Patala is an ancient name for the continent of America. When you study Chinese history, you find that Kuan Yin said she came from Patala. And as well as a lot of their, ancient deities or people, the stories go that they came from Patala, which is an ancient name of America. Madame Blavatsky speaks about the name America being Patala a lot in her theosophical literature. King Arthur, Knights of the Round Table. In the 5th century, Kalaluz was part of the revived Western Empire of King Arthur, a descendant of the Swan Knights. By the 8th century, due to admixture with the American Indians, who were the St. John's Indians. If you have time, do research on the St. John's Indians, and you'll find that they were part of King Arthur's army, and they was moving with him. Okay, by the 8th century, due to admixture with the American Indians, these were just different black people. It's like if you join the Hebrew Israelites and you join the Nation of Guards and Nurse and you join the FOI, do that make us not one family? It's just niggas of a different name. You know what I mean? So it's like you might call yourself that. Now, I'm sorry for the term. Some people might not be used to the term nigga. But it's just a variation of Naga, and if we understand what Naga means, we know that. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. I just want to make sure. Okay. And have reverted to paganism. So again, we had some of us who was getting caught up in ritualistic sacrifice. Nehemiah Theodorus led an expedition in 775 to return Kalaluz to Jewish and Roman rule. So again, by that time they was coming back, right? He conquered the ancient city of Rhoda because when he came back, that's what's the first thing if you're gonna hit if you're coming from Europe to the Americas, Rhode Island. Ancient city of Rhoda, and again, do your research. It's palaces all over Rhode Island. That's pre-Columbus. And even the Caucasians that's in there claim descendancy of black people anyway. So after 4 years in 779, Nehemiah Theodorus left Kalaluz for his kingdom in France, which he had left in the hands of his brother, Guillaume de Gellon, killed in the Battle of Carcassonne. He then appointed a British Davidic prince, Jacob, as the Jewish king of Kalaluz as regent for his young son Israel, who was married to Jacob's daughter. Jacob was a descendant of King Arthur as well as the Jewish royal family of Bernica. Jacob was the leader of the British Jewish settlers in Kalaluz. The Roman Jewish settlers in Kalaluz in the 8th century were made up of two main groups: the Latin Jewish group from the Frankish Empire and the British Jewish group from the British Isles. 10? Okay, I'm almost done anyway. Okay, Makeri and Irie. You see Irie at the end of their names, Lord. This means lion, by the way, in Hebrew, right?
Yep. Irie.
Right. So that's like saying the lion Mac.
Sun. It's another way of saying the sun.
The sun too, right? He reigned in Germany until his death. Again, he was from. We know where he was reigning over here, and he was coming from Rodan. He was a Rodan from Rhode Island.
When they say Kabbalah means of the Kiri, so that might be a place he was from too.
Or of the lion, of the lineage, right? Of the royal lineage.
The Makiri, the M means from, the K means my, and the Erie could be from my lion.
From the sun.
From the sun.
They all said that they were direct lineage of the sun. Just like I say, I'm direct lineage of the sun. You know what I'm saying? He learned about the land of Kalaluz from Gerard, a member of the Swan Knight family. He was one of Charlemagne's leading advisors. Remember, Charlemagne was the first one that took the Roman Republic dictators to court for claiming descendancy to German nobility, for perpetrating a fraud like they was an empire when they was really an out-of-control nation state. So Charlemagne reserved the right of nobility for the indigenous people, again, because he was indigenous and he was aboriginal. Okay, the Swan Knights' ancestors had come to Ireland from Kalaluz in the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. That's way before that. And intermarried with the descendants of Nathan the Red. Remember, red is very prominent with the indigenous family because that's the color, that's like the sun flaring, right? A grandson of Mar Joseph of Arimathea. Mar Joseph was a grandson of Sylvanus Ogam or Brabo. Again, these words you got to start to realize that they, see how they'll put Sylvanus and say that Sylvanus is Solomon, Shalom, Sulam, Salem, Silvus, Silvius, Salvo, all the same person who brought it from America to Europe. Okay? Ogam or Og Ham or OG Ham, the OG Ham. Right? Look at synchronicity. The OG Ham is the legendary home of the, and I believe that they refer to the Olmec culture of Mexico. Okay? So the indigenous sovereigns that was from right here in Bavaria came from back home. This is a interesting aspect of the finds. They found dinosaurs on the sword that they found at Kalaluz. They found a dinosaur inscribed in the sword, and they compared it with the dinosaurs that they found inscribed at Angkor Wat and said, these are roughly around the same time, and they're in the modern era. So this threw off their whole, the thing with the dinosaurs. Another reason that academics are so keen to dismiss these discoveries is they provide evidence that some dinosaurs lived in historic times, as one of the swords discovered has a Diplodocus dinosaur on it. The ruins of Angkor Wat in Asia also demonstrate that 800 years ago, the builders of Angkor Wat knew what a Stegosaurus looked like, long before the modern day discovery of dinosaur artifacts. These artifacts are embarrassing to those who follow an evolutionary dating of the age of the dinosaurs. It is a lot harder to dismiss the Stegosaurus on Angkor Wat than it is the Diplodocus on the Kalaluz sword. The Diplodocus skeletons are interestingly found in the northwestern part of North America. Okay. The British Jewish Rodin settled in Wales. In the 12th century, their descendants in Wales went with Prince Modoc to America, whereby they established themselves in a series of forts in Alabama and Georgia. The Alabama Welsh website states in regards to Prince Modoc, in 1170, 10 small ships assembled off Lundy Island in the Bristol Channel, which flows between South Wales and southern England. He and his 10 ships were never heard from again. It was many years later when the archaeological discovery of European-style structures in the southeast, built centuries before Columbus's journey, prompted a review of the Welsh history of Modoc's voyage. A series of pre-Columbian dressed stone fortifications built up the Alabama River were discovered by later settlers. 3 major forts, completely unlike any known Indian structures, not no little teepees, were constructed along the route that settlers arrived in Mobile Bay would have taken. The first fort, erected on top of Lookout Mountain near DeSoto Falls, Alabama, was found to be nearly identical in setting, layout, and method of construction to Dalwaydoun Castle in Gwynedd, the presumed birthplace of the Modoc of Wales. It is said that, then they go here, a white tribe of Indians, which, you know, we ain't gonna go there. We're gonna leave that alone for now. Okay, we're gonna just get into a little translation of the crosses and wrap this up. On the cross arm at the left is a profile of a head with the words Britain, Albion, and Jacob. In the center is another head profile with the words Roman, Actum, and Theodore. On the right is another head profile with the words Gaul, Sin, and Israel. On the vertical beam of the lead cross is this inscription: councils of great cities together with 700 soldiers, 800 AD, January 1st. We are borne over the sea to Kalaluz an unknown land where Totexus Sylvanus ruled far and wide over a people. Theodore transferred his troops to the foot of the city Rhoda, and more than 700 were captured. No gold is taken away. Theodore, a man of great courage, rules for 14 years. Jacob rules for 6. With the help of God, nothing has to be feared in the name of Israel. O.L., signed O.L.
Oh well.
O.L.
Oh well.
Cipher of God, done it again. The second cross has the following inscription. Jacob renews the city. With God's help, Jacob rules with mighty hand in the manner of his ancestors. Sing to the Lord. May his flame live forever. Third cross yielded the inscription from the egg, the beginning, 700 AD to 900. Nothing but the cross. While the war was raging, Israel died. Pray for the soul of Israel. May the earth lie light on thee. He adds glory to ancestral glory. Israel, defender of the faith. Israel reigns 67 years. Okay. This is what I was saying when you study the Joseph Smith and the Mormons, and then you look at the tablets that they found pertaining to Kalaluz. They both are. It's too many parallels. It's like he probably found some of the same tablets, and they fought so much that this is an example of what I told you earlier. The next inscription, right, for Israel III, for liberating the Totexus was banished. They had just attacked them and desecrated them. The next, that was the second. The third liberated the same people that they were fighting, because what? They are the same people under different names. It's like the Nation of Islam fighting with the whomever. It's the same people, and one day it may take a child to go, I'm not fighting him. That's my brother right there. That's ridiculous. Okay? And this is a culmination of the history from that 700 to the 900 year period. But remember, this is at the final stage when they had been desecrated. Okay, from the beginning, nothing but the cross by suffering. Israel died in the war. Pray for the soul of Israel. May God be with us as with our ancestors. May the earth be light unto thee. Israel, defender of the faith, adds honor to our ancestral honor. Israel reigned 67 years. Israel the second reigned 6 years. Israel the second started to reign when 26 years old. Notice they didn't even put Israel the third in this one. I guess he was, he had abandoned their, history of war with their people that looked just like them. So they erased him off of their list, pretty much like they did Akhenaten. Akhenaten is not inside any of the lists of the pharaohs because he was the only one that abandoned all of that ritualistic sacrifice. They just put him off the list. So they're praying for the same faith, but they just showed you that some of them were more interested in fighting than peace. A war of Israel started to reign when 26 years old, a war of extermination, either to conquer or to die. That's ridiculous. Feel me? He flourished in his ancestral honor from day to day. Prepare for either event, but hope is not yet crushed. By the grace of God, time having elapsed, from adversity comes the source and origin of our miseries. The last day comes and the inevitable time. I am present. The Lord be with you. O.L. Okay? The return of the Son of Man, everybody's waiting for the Son of Man to come back. That's the Son of Man right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the Son of Man. That's the Son of Man. That's the Son of Man. All of us are the Son of Man. That's the Son of Man. That's the Son of Man. We are all waiting for ourselves to come, basically, because the Son means the soul. And the soul is your immortal aspect of yourself that's bigger than this little experience you're having right now. That part of you that's knows everything that could be known, past, present, and future. That part of you that's in tune with everything. Okay, the primordial sun is the pineal gland. In Genesis it says that, or was that Exodus, that Jacob wrestled with the sun. That's Exodus. And he wrestled with the angel and then saw the face of God on Mount Pineal. Because you got to remember, Atun's symbol was the winged disc. This is the winged disc. This is how you fly, your pineal gland. And also walk between worlds. Ra, the original winged disc of Atun. The awakening of the original people to the knowledge of self is the return of the Son of Man. Okay? As a summary, we know that in ancient Egypt, and we could go back deeper into Atlantis and Lemuria, but we'll save that because a lot of times, even when a lot of people don't like to get that. That might be a lot for certain people. They got to first get this kind of information and take it one step at a time. But as a summary of this part of the lecture, we examined ancient Egypt and how they started out with Ra as their primordial creator, principle, as a complete one. And then as they began to expand on the story,